Chapter 20. And just how do you know this, exactly, she asked, wondering how Naruto had gained this information. The boy merely chuckled, seeming relaxed, but she could tell he was anxious to get going. Hehehe, just from a couple sources of mine. No big deal really. She sighed, but nodded, not bothering to question where he got his information. In all honesty, she was glad that he managed to unearth this. Having no leads on the other tailed beasts was worrying her, and having at least something to go on made her a bit more comfortable. Though it would be better if said Jinchuriki hadn't already been captured. Fine, then I want you to head out to the hidden sound immediately. I trust that you'll be able to track it down. He nodded, Tsunade nodding back toward him. Alright, gather whoever you need, but Kakashi stays here. He's still tired from your previous mission, and I'm not sending anyone against the Akatsuki unless they're at full strength. Instead, I'm sending Team Asuma with you guys. They'll be able to help you seal away any reanimations they have with them, hopefully. Yamato will be going with you as well. Naruto laughed, walking over to the window of her office. You worry too much, just like the old man. Tell them to meet me at the northern gate in an hour then. She watched as he left, jumping out the window with a flourish. She felt the Umbu moving as well, gathering the shinobi that she requested to meet her in her office. She closed her eyes, thinking for a moment. This was going to be more dangerous for them now. The Akatsuki weren't holed up in some cave this time. This was an enemy stronghold, a hidden village created by another of the legendary Sannin. On top of it all, she suspected that the Akatsuki knew they were coming. She trusted Naruto, but she couldn't help but think of the worst when it came to this next mission. She opened her eyes, seeing Team Asuma walk into her office. She must have dozed off for a moment. She shook herself awake, preparing to give the team their new mission. Lady Hokage, is there a mission for us? She nodded, taking a look at Asuma Sarutobi for a moment. He was different than what others had often said about him. When most talked about Asuma Sarutobi, they talked about a relaxed and carefree man. A man that seemed wise and kind, but also a powerful and deadly shinobi, similar to his father in some ways. The one that she met, though? Not exactly like that. He was more serious than she expected him to be and trained very often. He would often call for more intricate training at the academy, saying that the students weren't getting the knowledge they needed. He didn't socialize very much as well, or at least, not anymore. To say that people noticed the change would be rather obvious. Opinions of him changed over the last couple years, many ninja telling her that they weren't too comfortable being on a team with him, not anymore. He was colder than before, striving for strength and excellence and expecting his team to do the same, yet always saying that their efforts weren't enough. That wasn't the Asuma Sarutobi everyone had talked about. Still, he was a powerful ninja, and he had trained his team well over the years. They would be a good addition for Naruto on this mission. Yes, I'm sending you on a mission with Naruto and his team to the Land of Sound. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, sighing slightly. Man, what a drag. Anything having to do with Naruto must be something important. What's going on? Tsunade leaned on her desk, folding her hands in front of her. As you're aware by now, the Akatsuki have been tracking down and trying to gather the various tailed beasts throughout the elemental nations. We just got word that the two-tailed Jinchuriki has been captured and taken to the hidden sound to have her burden extracted. This cannot happen. The team nodded slightly, taking on a serious expression. Who is to be leading this mission, Lady Tsunade? She looked over to Asuma, watching him carefully. This was something she was worried about. Asuma had recently shown a rather self-centered view of himself, believing he was more fit to lead than anyone else. Naruto will be leading this mission. He has more experience fighting the Akatsuki than anyone else and will be the one sealing away any reincarnated shinobi. You will need to follow his orders to get this done. She saw Asuma's eye twitch slightly, but he merely nodded, making her relax. This sounds like a dangerous mission. When do we leave? Ino sounded nervous, not that she blamed her. Hearing that you were going to fight some of the most dangerous people in the world was not good news by any means. You will be meeting Naruto and his team in 1 hour at the northern gate. An hour? She furrowed her brow, annoyed at Ino's outburst. To be fair, Lady Hokage, that's really short notice. I haven't even had a chance to eat. She glared, stopping Choji in his tracks. He heard Shikamaru sigh, shaking his head slightly. I don't think you two understand the severity of this mission. The Akatsuki are proving themselves to be a major threat. Not just to us, but to every major village throughout the elemental nations. We need to do everything in our power to stop them whenever we can. The information we received is a day old. That's 24 hours already lost. We don't have time to wait around. They all nodded, Ino and Choji looking more serious than before. She sighed, waving them off. Get going then, I want you leaving as soon as possible. And good luck. They left, quickly preparing for the mission ahead of them. She leaned back in her chair, looking at the ceiling. She didn't like reprimanding them like that. She knew what they were doing, trying to put a more light-hearted feeling in the air, but there was no time for it. She shouldn't be surprised though. No, she wasn't angry at them at all, not really. That was just the generation they were, one that didn't know war like hers did. One that didn't understand that failing a mission could mean the end of everyone you loved. She didn't blame them for that. No, she was glad for it. These kids were hopeful about the future. They had such potential in them, not knowing the horror of war and the hate it brings. Her only regret was that she may be turning them into something that she hated. I guess I shouldn't worry though, should I? You'll protect them, Naruto. I know it. She looked back down to her left, wondering what the man hidden in the floor was doing. Shouldn't you get going now? You're going to be late. Tenzo, or rather Yamato now, rose out of the floor, a small smile on his face. Sorry, Lady Hokage. I just thought you wanted to hear how Naruto's training went today. She grasped at the necklace around her neck, or rather, at empty air. It was a big decision for her to make, giving Naruto that necklace. She wanted to give it to him herself, but she didn't think she could go through with it. It was funny, really, but also rather sad. Of everything she had ever faced, that necklace was one of the things she feared most. For all the faith that she had in Naruto, the idea of handing him that necklace was something that made her shake. She knew he was strong. She knew that the idea of a necklace killing someone like him was ridiculous. But even still, something inside her shook at the thought, making her imagine Naruto in Dan or Nawaki's place. So, she trusted that to Jiraiya. The look the man had given was something she only glanced at. She knew that if she thought about it for too long, she would take it back. So, she just got back to work, changing her focus. She realized that she was simply staring at Yamato and shook herself out of her thoughts. Yes, how did things go? Yamato had a thoughtful look on his face, before smiling and laughing nervously. Well, it was interesting. She raised an eyebrow, now more interested in what he had to say. And what do you mean by that? Was it harder than you expected? Yamato began to look uncomfortable. Well, yes, but that isn't exactly what I meant. She suppressed a huff of air, starting to get annoyed with Yamato dragging things out. Just get on with it then. What happened? He took a breath, telling his story. In all honesty, I didn't have much trouble suppressing the 9 tails. It was more difficult than I thought, but nothing I couldn't handle. But, Lady Hokage, have you ever seen Naruto use the fox's chakra? Tsunade thought for a moment before shaking her head. Not really, no. Why? Well, when he started gathering the fox's chakra, he was deep in concentration, trying to control it, but something happened after a while. Yamato took a breath, his eyes becoming distant, lost in thought. All of a sudden, he just started laughing, Lady Hokage. But, there was something else just wrong. She stared at him for a moment, trying to figure out what he was talking about. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? Well, it was like a type of pressure just started bearing down on me. I thought it was his chakra, but it felt odd. The field was shaking, Lady Hokage. She closed her eyes, trying to envision what Yamato was talking about. She opened her eyes, curious about something. How far did he get? How many tails was he able to manifest? Just 2? 2? All of that, with only 2 tails out of the 9? This was Yamato. He was startled by her change of tone, answering a second later. Yes, Lady Hokage? I want you to keep a close eye on Naruto at all times, understood? If he starts trying to gather the fox's chakra during a battle, I want you to stop him as soon as you can. She didn't know about this. If something like that could happen with only 2 tails of chakra, something that worried someone like Yamato, who knew what could happen if he went out of control. He'd be unstoppable. Of course, Lady Hokage. I'm going to make sure he trains with the fox's chakra as much as possible after this. Under no circumstances can we let something like this continue. How did Jiraiya react to it? Yamato took a second to think. He didn't seem too surprised. I guess something like this happens every time they train. Damn it, Jiraiya. If he had said that Naruto reacted this violently to the fox's chakra, it didn't matter anymore. This needed to be done either way. Naruto needed as much strength as he could gather. She thought that he simply couldn't handle the fox's chakra, not that it drove him literally insane. Get going, Yamato. You're going to be late. He nodded, leaving her office swiftly. She sighed, refraining from getting another drink. She could hear Shizune in the hallway, no doubt bringing in another pile of paperwork. It was a shame too, she was beginning to like having a clean desk. Another mission already? Daffy grinned at Sakura's words, walking into the house to announce their new mission. Heh. What's wrong, Sakura? Can't handle it. She pouted slightly, crossing her arms and glaring at him slightly. I never said that. Now what's going on? What's our new mission? He was about to answer before Sasuke already predicted their new mission. It's another Jinchuriki, isn't it? We found one. He nodded, leaning against the backside of the couch, facing everyone in the living room. That's right. Yesterday, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was captured by the Akatsuki and headed toward the Hidden Sound village. We're going to go there and stop them. He saw them tense slightly, all of them now seeing the severity of this new mission. Hinata shifted slightly, speaking up to ask a question. So are we all going on this mission then? He grinned at her, entertained by her nervousness. Heh. No, of course not. As strong as you and Niji are, I don't think it's a good idea for you to be coming with us yet. For now, you'll be staying here with Sasuke, who'll be training you. He watched the shocked looks on their three faces, Niji immediately arguing his opposition. You haven't even seen how strong we are yet. How would? He glared at the Hyuga, a burst of his conqueror's haki being more than enough to stop him cold. And you should be more grateful, Niji. The reason I'm doing this is so you can go on these missions with us. Don't fool yourself into thinking you can match Lee, Sasuke, Sakura or Temari without those gates of yours. What's the point of all that power if you're half dead afterward? Niji relaxed, nodding slowly and taking a small step back. Sasuke gave him a look, one that made Daffy curious. Yes, Sasuke? Do you have an issue training these two? Surprisingly, he shook his head, denying the accusation. No, I'm fine with that. It's about what you said earlier. He raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. You said that you were going to stop the Akatsuki. What do you mean by that? He grinned at the raven-haired Uchiha and couldn't help but feel slightly proud of his deduction. Exactly that. I'll make this clear to you all right now. This isn't going to be like it was with Gaara. Rescuing the Jinchuriki is a secondary objective. If necessary, kill the Jinchuriki so the Akatsuki can't get their hands on them. The room was silent for a moment, everyone slowly taking in his words. Kill them? But, Naruto, they're Jinchuriki, like you and Gaara. Why would you want to kill them? He glanced over at Temari, explaining. Like I said, the Akatsuki are after the tailed beasts. If the Jinchuriki are dead, then the tailed beast will disperse from their body and reform elsewhere. Temari grit her teeth, glaring slightly. That's not what I meant, and you know it. How could you kill someone who grew up just like you and Gaara? How could you ask me to kill someone who went through the same things my brother did? How? Temari didn't finish her sentence, Daffy taking a breath and selecting his words carefully. Remember, I said if necessary. We're not going out there just to kill them. It's a last resort. Our primary objective is stopping the Akatsuki. Understood. She nodded, though was clearly in a bad mood. Oh well, she'd get over it. Virgo spoke next, stepping forward and asking the important question. When do we leave? He grinned, pushing off the couch and heading out. In a half hour, so get going. He chuckled as everyone started to scramble, getting ready as soon as possible. He yelled behind them to meet him at the north gate and took off. He traveled across the rooftops, making it to the gate in record time. He sat on the branch of a tree, waiting for everyone to arrive so they could get started. Temari's words had been a bit shocking. It reminded him just how innocent they all were, despite being shinobi, killers for hire. Expecting him to relate to someone because of a tailed beast? Ridiculous. Of course, perhaps he just saw it in a different view. His so-called childhood was different simply because he was already an adult in his mind. The experiences that a Jinchuriki went through were called cruel by some like Temari, but he had already lived through it. He understood exactly how bad it could be, and how much worse it could get. Ostracized by a village? He was almost burned at the stake. No loving parents to care for you? He watched one die and killed the other. No family or friends to trust. He was betrayed by his brother and forced to kill him. The horrors a Jinchuriki went through were mere child's play compared to his first life. He had experienced hell, and his memories of heaven made its fires burn even hotter. Even so, just relating to someone's past wasn't something that would hold him back like that. It didn't matter how much he could understand them. He wasn't some saint or hero, not like everyone seemed to view him as. Still, having another Jinchuriki as an ally would be rather helpful. It didn't matter. He was thinking too hard on it. He would just run with it for now and take whatever road he saw best. If that meant that he had to kill the girl, then so be it. He looked down the road, sensing everyone heading to the gate. He jumped down onto the ground, ready to get going. Geez, why do I have to go on a mission today? This was supposed to be my day off. Shikamaru groaned, Sakura chuckling at him as they met up at the gate's entrance. Oh, come on Shikamaru, it'll be fun. Ino scoffed, crossing her arms across her chest. Fun? What part of fighting S-ranked criminals is fun? Ino looked over to the other Jonin, Yamato, and pointed a finger toward him. And who are you, exactly? Yamato gave her a polite smile, waving toward her. Nice to meet you. I'm Yamato, and I'll be taking over for Kakashi while he's recovering from his latest mission. Daffy ignored their introductions, looking over to the Jonin, Asuma Sarutobi. It was interesting meeting him, the son of the old man. Lady Hokage said you'll be leading this mission. Whenever you're ready? He seemed to be slightly annoyed by that fact. Hilarious. He grinned toward the man, turning around and gathering his chakra. All right then. Let's get moving. We don't have very long, so we'll have to move as fast as possible. Asuma, I trust your team can keep up? The man grunted, Daffy assuming that meant yes. Then let's get going. He pushed off the ground, the earth shattering underneath him as he flew out of the gate. He felt everyone follow him but being far too slow to keep pace. He grinned as he sent a string behind him, listening to Sakura's words. Relax, he's just showing off. He'll slow down for us in a bit. He swore he could feel the frustration in the Jonin's aura. Oh well, it wasn't his fault he was so much better than him. They've just set out. The 9 tails will be here soon. Pain looked over at Zetsu, not surprised to hear the words but still not liking it. He suppressed a sigh, looking over his organization. It would seem Danzo's men did not do as well as we had hoped. Is everything in place, Kakuzu? The shinobi nodded slightly, answering his question. Yes, we're more than ready. I'm assuming you'll want us to retreat like Sasori and Deidara did. Pain thought for a moment, before nodding to him. Yes. There is no reason for you to risk yourselves. Let Orochimaru's men do the work for you and leave as soon as it's necessary. We should be able to finish off the 2 tails and begin extracting the 7 tails. It's unfortunate, but even a part of its power will suffice. Haydn began his usual complaints, Pain focusing more of his attention to the ceiling. This was not optimal. He had been hoping he could avoid another confrontation with the 9 tails. Danzo's men were supposed to have been successful in deterring Jiraiya's spies. So, either Jiraiya's spies were able to track them down, or Danzo couldn't be relied upon anymore. Either way, Danzo was losing his usefulness. He no longer had anything he could really offer besides help when they assault the Leaf. But, if he couldn't even take care of a few spies, he didn't trust him with that kind of task either. He would tell Madara such and have him take care of the menace. He held up a hand, closing it into a fist and looking at it for a moment. Despite his worries, there was a part of him that almost wanted Naruto to come. There was something about the young ninja that intrigued him. The fight they had, the two trading such powerful attacks, Naruto telling him that he was disappointed in his strength. It made him almost eager for another round. Perhaps he should create another copy? No. He couldn't lose focus like that. Orochimaru's men could take care of it for now. There would be another time. Next time they met, it wouldn't be another copy. Naruto would feel the power of the 6 paths of pain. He would make the boy understand what pain truly was. His focus redoubled, his chakra surging forth as he worked harder to pull the 2 tails out from its seal. With this, another step would be taken toward world peace. Sasuke stared at the 2 on the Uchiha training ground a bit awkwardly. Neji and Hinata stared back, waiting for him to say something. It was a bit odd, trying to train someone who was the same age as you, or even older. He didn't know how Lee did it. Still, he wouldn't fail Naruto. He would turn the 2 into powerful ninja. So, first things first. So, tell me what you guys can do. Hinata tilted her head, a bit confused. What we can do? He nodded to her, explaining further. Yes. If I'm going to train you, I need to know what you 2 are capable of right now. Actually, maybe it's better if we just spar instead. Sasuke nodded to himself, backing up slightly and gesturing toward Hinata. Well, start with you, Hinata. Come at me with everything you've got. She looked a bit surprised, but she nodded, narrowing her eyes. Neji walked off a ways to give them room, Hinata taking her stance and getting ready. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the world seeming to sharpen and become clearer. He nodded toward. Whenever you're ready? There was a period of silence, Sasuke waiting for Hinata to strike. He didn't wait long, Hinata pushing off the ground and rushing toward him. She reached him a second later, stopping abruptly and lashing out with one of her palms. His Sharingan tracked her every movement, his hand already moving to intercept her own. He slapped away the strike harmlessly, stepping back slightly to give himself more room. Hinata was having none of it, stepping forward and continuing her assault. Her arms became a blur, lashing out toward him at high speeds. His Sharingan blurred, carefully tracking each strike as his hands whirled, slapping away the infamous attack at every turn. Soon, he had had enough, grabbing her wrist during her next strike instead of deflecting. He pulled her arm out to her side and spun, an elbow raised and rushing toward her skull as he did so. The girl ducked, dodging the blow and raising a palm. His Sharingan watched with interest as chakra gathered in her palm. He released her wrist, jumping backward and into the air to gain some distance. Hinata's palm surged forward, the chakra in her palm exploding outward as her arm extended. 8 trigrams air palm. A compressed bullet of air flew toward him, Sasuke already prepared to dodge the attack. He kicked off the air, deciding to put away the kid gloves from now on. He dodged the bullet with ease, then jumped again and rocketed toward Hinata. He caught the look of shock on her face but was glad to see her recover quickly. Her chakra flowed to her other hand, which extended swiftly to release another of her air palms toward him. He didn't dodge this one, quickly taking a breath and expelling a blast of white-hot flames. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The sphere of flame slammed into the air bullet, absorbing it and flying toward Hinata. The girl saw the flames coming but didn't dodge like he expected. He lightly bounced off the air, watching Hinata's reaction to the attack. Chakra began to expel from her body, Hinata spinning in place at a hastening pace. Soon, an expanding dome of chakra formed, creating a barrier between her and the flames. 8 trigrams palm rotation. His fireball slammed into the barrier, but the spinning momentum the barrier had made the flames slide off it, quickly disassembling his attack. He remembered the technique from the Chunin exams, but he immediately saw a weakness he could now exploit. He moved quickly, jumping off the air and getting directly above the sphere that Hinata had created. He reoriented himself, facing toward the ground and kicking off the air. He rocketed toward the ground, heading directly toward the top of Hinata's rotation. Just before impact, he flipped, unleashing a piercing kick to the top of the barrier. He felt it buckle instantly, and quickly found himself next to Hinata, who seemed surprised to see him. He acted quickly, sweeping his leg underneath the girl and knocking her over. Before she fell to the floor, he lashed out with another powerful kick. It landed into her stomach, digging into her and blasting her away from him and into a nearby tree. There was a small crack as she struck the bark of the tree, the wood splintering slightly. Hinata fell to the floor, and didn't move for a couple seconds before groaning, letting him know she was still alive. Sasuke slowly put his foot down, trying to hide the nervousness he felt. He may have kicked her a bit too hard there, just a bit. He had forgotten that he wasn't sparing with Naruto, Lee, or Temari. Hinata's body wasn't seemingly made of steel, capable of taking the hardest of hits or unleash the most devastating attacks. Niji quickly ran toward Hinata, helping her up and seeing if she was okay. "Are you okay, Lady Hinata?" The girl looked up toward her cousin with a small smile, nodding slightly. "I am fine, Niji. I was just caught off guard there." Sasuke sighed, going to Hinata's side and helping Niji lift her off the ground. "Let's take a break for now." Hinata and Niji nodded, Sasuke and Niji helping Hinata sit on a nearby tree stump. Sasuke stood in front of her, thinking of something to say about the spar they had. "Well, you aren't that bad really. You could use more ninjutsu that isn't reliant on the gentle fist, but not bad. But, I wouldn't recommend using that barrier thing from earlier very often or for too long. The opponents we're going up against would figure it out after a while." Hinata coughed lightly, making him feel even worse for accidentally kicking her so hard. "But Sasuke, how did you break through it so easily? The rotation is one of the strongest Hyuga's defenses. Some even consider it an ultimate defense." He sighed slightly, before explaining what he had done. "When my fireball had struck your barrier, I could see that it wasn't so much as blocking it but deflecting the flames away. I realized then how your technique worked. It uses the speed of your chakra's rotation to deflect all attacks around you, which is why you have to spin so quickly when you use it." Hinata nodded, Sasuke continuing. "But think about it. Your technique is essentially a dome that spins on a vertical axis. Since the technique relying on that spin, its weakest point is that axis." Niji nodded, figuring it out a bit faster than Hinata. "Which is why you attacked the top of the dome." "Yes, it certainly makes sense. If I remember correctly, you did something similar during the Chunin exams against Choji." Sasuke nodded, done with his explanation. He looked over to Niji. "I'm assuming you have a similar skill set to Hinata then?" Niji nodded to him, confirming his thoughts. "Yes, I've taught Hinata everything I know about the gentle fist. She has one more technique that she created, but that's it. I do know more techniques, but they require the use of the 8 gates. Based on what Naruto said, he wants me to work on techniques without them." Sasuke nodded toward him, crossing his arms. "The stronger we can make you without relying on the gates, the stronger you'll be with them. The point of this training for you is to increase the bonuses the gates give you, not give them up entirely. We'll also be trying to make it so you can use more of the gates without, as Naruto eloquently put it, ending up half dead." Niji nodded, looking over toward Hinata. "And what about Lady Hinata then? For now, we're going to start on ninjutsu training. The two of you rely too much on the gentle fist. If you can use elemental ninjutsu, you can use it to enhance your gentle fist and give you more options in a fight." Hinata seemed curious, readjusting on the tree stump. "Enhance our gentle fist? Like how?" He smirked slightly, gathering his chakra. "Well, take me for example. He changed his chakra nature, lightning chakra flowing through him and coming to the surface, forming a second skin around him. He raised a hand, the two watching intently as electricity arced between his fingertips. I wrap myself with lightning chakra to enhance my speed and the piercing power of my taijutsu. Lee uses earth chakra to enhance the durability of his skin and make his punches and kicks have more impact. Hinata looked back up toward him. What about Naruto? What can he do? He chuckled, the lightning dispersing as he cut off his chakra. Naruto can do both if he needs to, and he's a bit better at it than us too. But, he prefers to throw around high-rank elemental attacks than anything else. Neji seemed in deep thought, looking him in the eye. And you can teach us to do things like you guys can? Sasuke's face turned serious, crossing his arms as he looked back at Neji. I can, but I have to warn you first. The things that Naruto and Lee can do aren't something easy to achieve. As you probably know, Lee is an absolute monster in a fight, and Naruto is even more powerful. To get to their level of strength, to do the things they can do, the training required is monstrous and it almost never stops. It will take everything you have to catch up with us. So, are you ready? There was a moment of silence, the two mentally preparing themselves for the future. He watched curiously as Neji lifted a hand, slowly touching his bare forehead. The hand balled into a fist, Neji nodding swiftly. Hinata followed a second later, Sasuke sighing slightly. Well, I guess we'll get started then. So, do either of you know your natural affinities yet? Kakashi knocked on the door gently, hearing a voice on the other side permit his entry. He opened the door, the familiar creak of the door welcoming him as he stepped into the Hokage's office. Today was a strange day. If you were to ask him why, he wouldn't be able to tell you. Maybe it was the way the air felt today or something about the temperature today, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. An omen, perhaps. Still, that was no excuse to deny a summons to the Hokage's office. Sure, he was a little over an hour late, but that was a record for his fastest time if anything else. He was feeling a lot better after his use of the Mangekyo too. He hadn't expected to use it so heavily so quickly, but luckily he recovered rather quickly from it, at least compared to before. He walked to the front of Tsunade's desk, his nose buried in his book like usual. He spoke out in his usual drawl, sounding just as disinterested as he usually did. You needed something, Lady Hokage? Yes, everything was normal, so why couldn't he shake that feeling? Yes, Kakashi. Something's come up, and I have a mission for you. He took his eye off his book, snapping it shut and putting it away. He placed his hands in his pockets, wanting more details on this new mission that Tsunade had for him. Is it the Akatsuki? Tsunade looked him in the eye. Naruto uncovered some intel about a Jinchuriki that was captured by the Akatsuki and taken to the Hidden Sound. His team and Team Asuma left to pursue them. Damn, maybe he shouldn't have waited so long to get here. Oops. Well, if he left now he could probably catch up to them if he put in some extra effort. I'll leave now then. He turned around, preparing to leave and head toward Naruto and his team. That is not your mission, Kakashi? His eye widened, Kakashi turning around and looking at his superior. He relaxed slightly, now curious on what he was here for. All right, then what is my new mission? Tsunade leaned forward, a fierce expression on her face. Kakashi had realized that this was rather serious, perhaps even an S-rank mission. This is to stay off the books, understood? I want no one hearing about this. You'll leave the village through the Umbu exits and allow no one to follow you. This is a solo operation. All right, now he was curious. Sensing his surroundings, he realized that even Tsunade's Umbu weren't around. It was just them. And this mission is? Tsunade took a breath, folding her hands in front of her. Recently, I received some interesting information about an individual. More specifically, a rumor. A rumor? Tsunade nodded. Yes, just a rumor. I made sure that this information was wiped from our records. There is no official report about this. Even Jiraiya and Naruto know nothing about this. Interesting. So, what's the rumor? Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment, before opening them, looking him in his lone eye. There's a rumor that there is a man who is able to use wood style. And I'm not talking about Tenzo. The way our information network described it, it was exactly like the first Hokage used to use it. Wood style? That was certainly interesting. I see, but why all the secrecy? I shouldn't have to tell you that we have spies in our ranks. The fact that the Akatsuki member No as Pain was able to ambush Naruto was enough to tell me that I can't afford to take chances. Whoever this person is, they could be invaluable to us. Someone whose wood style is more powerful than Tenzo's. Kakashi nodded, now seeing her thought process. Yes, this person could be more effective training Naruto, could help subdue tailed beasts, and if they're anything like the first, they could be a powerful shinobi. Alright, so what do you want me to do? I want you to go to where the rumors say this man is. Confirm whether he exists, confirm that he does have the wood style, and bring him here. Kakashi thought about things for a moment. And why not have Tenzo go instead? He's also user of wood style. Tenzo is going with Naruto on his mission, and you've been to the area the rumor originated from before. He hasn't? Kakashi sighed, thinking about the mission. It was an odd one, but he could see how helpful it could be. Still, trying to convince this guy to come with him, or possibly even kidnap him, seemed rather troublesome. Oh well. Alright, where am I heading then? Tsunade gave him a look of approval, before answering his question. You're heading to the Land of Waves. Chapter 21. Daffy scowled slightly, looking behind him as the rest of his team followed him. They had been traveling for several hours now, but they hadn't made as much progress as he had hoped. With his and his family's speed and strength, a trip to the Land of Sound would take no time at all. Unfortunately, they were not the only ones that were with them on this mission. His gaze focused on Team Asuma and Yamato, the ones responsible for their rather slow pace. He didn't really think about how they would affect their travel time when Tsunade mentioned them. Now, he was beginning to regret that oversight. He could just leave them here and go on ahead, but he had a feeling that the Akatsuki would be more prepared this time. He might just need a couple extra hands. How much longer till we get there, sensei? Choji's tired voice met his ears, Daffy resisting the urge to growl at the overweight ninja. He didn't have a problem with his weight. He knew that something like that didn't decide or limit one's strength. Speed and stamina on the other hand. Still quite a while to go, Choji. Do you need to take a break? Asuma seemed a bit winded himself. In all honesty, he was surprised that the man was doing as well as he was. With just one look, Daffy could tell that he was in much better shape than Yamato was. Well, he was the old man's son, he expected nothing less. We'll stop by the Valley of the End and rest for a bit. For now, keep going. No one replied, another couple hours of silence going by as the group made their way to the Valley of the End. As soon as the two stone statues were in sight, Choji put on a burst of speed, quickly reaching the stone shore of the river and dropping onto his knees, panting heavily. They caught up to the large ninja a moment later, Sakura having a face of disapproval at Choji's current state. She stood next to the boy, her arms crossed in front of her chest. Seriously, Choji? We weren't even going that fast. You don't have to be so dramatic. The boy seemed to growl lightly, a fire erupting in his eyes as he dragged himself to his feet. Are you kidding me? I've never moved that fast for so long in my life. You're just used to it. Daffy chuckled at the confused look on Sakura's face. He wasn't that surprised, but it was interesting to see it in action. Sakura had spent a lot of time next to powerful ninja like himself and Lee. It seems that their training trip didn't change that either. Sakura wasn't exactly a social butterfly, so he wouldn't be surprised if she spent all her time training with Kakashi and Tsunade instead of the rest of their class. She truly didn't understand her own strength, and how far ahead she was of her peers. He idly wondered what would happen if she and Ino sparred now. Naruto. He turned his head, looking at Shikamaru who had called his name. He had a bored look on his face as always, but his eyes showed something else. The boy was determined, and was clearly ready for a fight. What is it, Shikamaru? The Nara heir rubbed the back of his head, sitting down on a large rock behind him. Now that we have a second to rest, we should probably talk about strategy. You and Lee could probably rush in there no problem, but the rest of us have those pesky things called human limitations. So, what's the plan? He grinned at Shikamaru's quip, reorienting himself so he could address the entirety of his team. Our objective first and foremost is stopping the Akatsuki. First, we have to locate the hidden sound village, where the Jinchuriki is being kept. Second, we'll find where the Jinchuriki is being held. The survival of the Jinchuriki is secondary. If you have to, kill her so the Akatsuki can't keep them. He looked around at the team's reactions, sighing slightly at the deadpan look Temari was giving him. But, he chuckled at Temari's obvious contempt, deciding to give in. But do all you can to save her. Happy? The desert native nodded happily, Daffy looking back toward Shikamaru who had questions. That's fine, but do we have any info at all? What enemies are we facing and what kind of numbers could we expect to face? No offense, Naruto, but if we're going against an entire hidden village, we'll need more than just us. That was true, from his point of view anyways. To ordinary ninja, taking on an entire enemy village was suicide. It would normally require an army of ninja to take a hidden village down, especially one that most likely knew they were coming, but they weren't ordinary ninja. Normally you'd be right, Shikamaru, but we have a couple advantages. The boy seemed to be in deep thought, nodding after only a moment. Yes, we're not going there to take down the village, but extract a prisoner, meaning we can sneak past most opposition. Also, based on the report of your last encounter with the Akatsuki, they don't want to fight us. Most likely they'll try to avoid a fight and let the grunts do the heavy lifting. Asuma nodded at Shikamaru's words, continuing his line of thought. We mustn't forget that this isn't a normal hidden village either. Orochimaru probably only made this village for political power, nothing more. It most likely isn't as large or as powerful as we're imagining. Daffy looked to the north, toward the land of sound, and stretched his haki, trying to locate the village. He found nothing. He looked back to his team. True, but let's talk about the real threats here. Our biggest issue will be fighting the reanimations. Orochimaru probably has several prepared for us, so here's the ground rules. Team Asuma and Yamato, the two of you make sure you don't leave Lee's side. The people in question gave him a puzzled look, Daffy explaining. The reanimations can only reliably be defeated by sealing them away. The reason you're here is to immobilize them so that can happen. I have no issue doing so with my abilities, so I don't require your help. Lee would gain much from your help though, so I want you to stick with him. Sakura spoke up, questioning his decision. But why not with Temari or even me? Lee's the second strongest of us, so wouldn't he need the least amount of help? Daffy stretched, getting tired of waiting around. He answered Sakura's question nonetheless, reaching into the pack strapped to his leg. The reason they're with him is because he's the second strongest. You and Temari are stronger than Team Asuma and Yamato from a combative level. Asuma might be up there, but he has to stay with his team. Lee is there to benefit from their help and protect them during this mission. He pulled out a couple of scrolls from his pack, throwing one to each of them. They grabbed one, unfurling it and glancing at the contents inside. Ino asked the question first. What the heck are these? He chuckled slightly at her outburst, explaining shortly after. Those scrolls have the 8 trigram seal on them. You can use them to seal away the reanimations temporarily. Shikamaru caught his wording, wanting an explanation. Temporarily. Yes. After a while, the souls within the seal will be able to escape if nothing is done. Specifically, a source of chakra needs to be applied to power the seal and keep them contained. Couldn't we just power the seal during the mission then to keep them contained? Daffy nodded at Shikamaru's question. You could, but that would be a loss of chakra you might not be able to afford depending on the situation. Do what you have to. Now, everyone ready? He turned before they could answer, pushing off the ground and into the air. He cleared the large cliff and used his strings to pull himself forward. He felt the rest of the team follow him, finally entering the land of sound. He got to work immediately, his haki stretching outward as he attempted to locate the hidden village. An hour had passed before he found it, several strong auras several miles away from their current position. He relayed the news to his team, unable to keep the grin off his face. He sped up, everyone else quickening their own pace to keep up. Man, I don't know if I can handle this, Shikamaru. Are we really gonna be fighting S-rank Nin? He stopped listening to Choji when his haki found something. Someone was coming from their right, no, a couple people were, and they were fast. He knew this feeling as well, his haki having trouble predicting their movements. They were reanimations. Get down. His order was calm, and his team responded well. They dropped under the tree line and onto the forest floor, Daffy moving toward the two figures to intercept them. He heard them before he could see them, the destruction of the canopy making way for bullets of water and fire to rush toward him. He was prepared though, his strings pulling his body around the projectiles and closer to his prey. He recognized one of them as soon as he saw them, his snow-white hair and blue armor giving away his identity. The second Hokage rushed toward him, jumping off a tree branch and lashing out with a powerful kick. Daffy grabbed the appendage, stopping it in its tracks and pulled the Kage closer, throwing a powerful punch into the man's face. There was a loud crack, a shockwave echoing outward from the force of his punch pushing away the nearby branches. The Kage flew backward, buying him some time to talk to his team. He looked downward, his haki carefully watching the other approaching figure. Keep moving toward the hidden sound. I'll take care of them. Lee, you're in charge. His team moved quickly, not questioning his orders. He looked back just in time for the second challenger to appear. He didn't look familiar, but his aura certainly was. The man was rather short, but clearly had no issue with hand-to-hand combat. The man rushed in close, kicking off the trunk of a tree, throwing a quick jab toward his face. Daffy dodged the attack, driving a knee toward his opponent's stomach with frightening speed. The man grabbed Daffy's knee, allowing him to push himself into the air and absorb the force of the attack. A quick rush of chakra and a fireball flew from the man's mouth, flying toward him. He scoffed at the attack, his strings whirling around him and creating an absorption seal, trapping the flames. His haki sensed someone else appear suddenly, the new figure rocketing toward the ground. He looked down, seeing a copy of the man as the original stuck onto a tree. A shadow clone? The clone placed its hands on the ground, its chakra surging as it ingrained itself into the ground. The earth rose quickly, forming a dragon that swiftly made its way toward him. Daffy jumped backward, away from the stone dragon and watched as the original began to move, landing atop the dragon's head. He pulled an arm back, ready to send a string to slash through the man and the dragon. The animal opened its maw, bullets of earth flying toward him as the rider let out a breath of white-hot flames. The bullets ignited, several scorching stone projectiles now hurtling toward him. Daffy swung his arm forward, releasing the strings he had built toward the attack, infusing them with lightning chakra. They cut through the air, each one carefully aimed to spear through each of the projectiles, destroying them. The strings continued forward, ripping apart the rising dragon and impaling the man atop of it. Daffy grabbed hold of the string that pierced through his opponent, manipulating it to wrap around his enemy. He pulled, lifting him into the air and launching him behind himself, toward the clone that had moved from its earlier position and trying to rush him from behind. He grinned at the attempt, watching the clone's surprise with glee as its original rocketed toward him. His grin dropped when the original within his strings puffed into a cloud of smoke. The thought-to-be clone reached him in his surprised state, grabbing onto him and shifting his weight. He was surprisingly strong, the man throwing him out of the air and toward the ground. Daffy sent his strings outward, grabbing onto the surroundings to stop his momentum. His eyes tracked his enemy, watching as he expertly kicked off the trees to intercept his slowing form. His opponent kicked off one of the trees with great force, the bark underneath his feet turning to dust as he launched himself toward him, trying to drive Daffy toward the ground. Daffy raised a palm toward the man's approaching figure, fire chakra surging through him. Overheat. The beam of molten strings burst from his palm. His opponent was in the air and would have no way to dodge the attack like this. He gathered chakra in his other palm, preparing for his attack to land on his opponent's head and wrap his enemy in strings. There was a puff of smoke, a clone appearing beside his opponent and pushing him slightly, allowing him to dodge his overheat. He scowled, his haki gathering around his body as the man slammed his feet into his stomach. The strings slowing his descent quickly snapped, Daffy landing in the earth with a crash. He felt the earth cave in underneath him, a shockwave echoing outward and causing several trees to become uprooted, a rather impressive attack. He slowly got to his feet, jumping out of the crater and rushing toward his opponent. The man waited patiently, Daffy adopting a grin as he threw a powerful haymaker. He dodged, his form seeming almost liquid as he elegantly maneuvered around his attack. The force of Daffy's punch continued onward, the trees in front of him splinting from the force. He drove his elbow backward, aiming toward the opponent that had quickly moved behind him. The man ducked underneath the attack, shifting his footing and sliding back in front of him. The man pushed off the ground, a fist rising with impressive speed and force toward his chin. Daffy moved his head to the side, dodging the blow. He lifted a leg, preparing to slam his knee into the man but was forced to stop. He felt a pull, seeing the fist that he had dodged turn into a grapple, grabbing the back of his head and pulling his head downward. He saw a knee rise, the man using his other arm to grab his head and drive his knee toward his face. He grit his teeth, quickly moving one of his hands in front of the man's knee and pushed, stopping the attack. A puff of smoke, and his haki sensed two clones near his legs. He tried to turn but the one grabbing his head wouldn't let him. The two clones near his legs kicked at the back of his knees, his haki bearing the blow but his legs still buckling, forcing him on his knees. He growled, fire chakra gathering in the hand in front of the man's knee. Overheat. His strings burned through the man's leg, Daffy using the same hand to form a fist and drive it into his opponent's stomach. He met no resistance, the one in front of him promptly exploding into smoke. Another substitution. He stood and turned to his left, his strings lashing outward and grabbing a hold of the clone. He pulled it closer toward him, his other hand wrapping around its face and squeezing tightly. Lightning chakra flowed through him, thoroughly electrocuting the clone in his hand until he was met with another puff of smoke. He turned to the remaining one, the real one that had backed up and currently in a fighting stance. Seamless substitution techniques, seal-less casting of two different elemental ninjutsu, high-strength taijutsu with a high level of skill and improvisation while mixing in ninjutsu to assist you. Heh. If this is how good you are while under Orochimaru's control, I wonder how good you would be if you were free from him. You may not have as much firepower as me or Pain, but you're more skilled than either of us. I expect nothing less from you. He watched as the second Hokage burst from the canopy, landing next to the man. He's still alive? He must be fairly powerful to survive against you in your younger body. The man nodded, a large smile on his face. Yes, he's better than I could have hoped for, sensei. You truly have grown, haven't you, Naruto? Do you think you can handle the two us? He smirked, his chakra pouring out of him as his strings unfurled from his body. He lowered his stance, looking at his opponents. Heh. You worry too much, old man. Don't worry, I'm done holding back. Virgo ran quickly across the forest floor, the rest of their team following close behind him. His haki burst forth, quickly finding the hidden sound that Daffy had sensed earlier. There was a mass of auras a few miles ahead, all of them underground. He turned his head, relaying the information to everyone else. The hidden sound is an underground village. It's just a couple miles ahead. His team nodded, Shikamaru wondering what their next move would be. What now? If the ones fighting Naruto found us, then the sound probably knows we're here by now. He nodded, thinking quickly. The village being underground worked to their advantage somewhat. It reduced the effectiveness of the sound's numbers. The problem would be finding their way through the village and to their target. It changes nothing. We'll just have to fight our way through for now and wait for Naruto to catch up. If we can barge in and cause a distraction, Naruto can sneak in afterward and grab the target. I'll track his position, so we know when to leave. They kept moving, quickly coming up to a group of sound ninja guarding a staircase, an entrance to the village. Virgo moved, putting on a burst of speed and appearing next to the group in an instant. His eyes darted quickly, counting the number of opponents he was facing. 5, all jonin. He stepped toward the one to his left, his hand darting out and firmly wrapping around the ninja's throat. He squeezed, snapping the ninja's neck and heaving the corpse behind him. It slammed into another ninja, sending him tumbling whilst Virgo slammed a fist into an oncoming kunai, shattering it. He turned to his right, toward the ninja carrying a broken kunai knife and lashed out with a harsh kick. The ninja quickly brought her arms up into an X position, trying to block the attack. Her arms snapped, the woman crying out briefly as she was sent flying backward, slamming into and through a large tree. Virgo quickly sidestepped, dodging the thrust of a sword from the ninja to his right. His hand darted out and grabbed the offending appendage's wrist. He maneuvered himself behind the ninja, bring the arm with it and bending the arm backward, well beyond what the man's shoulder should have allowed with a series of snaps. The ninja dropped the sword, Virgo swiftly kicking the handle of the airborne sword and launching it toward the last standing ninja, impaling him through his chest. Virgo launched a short but powerful punch to the ninja he was holding, impacting his back and shattering the man's spine. He dropped quickly afterward, Virgo releasing him. Everyone had caught up to him at this point, Virgo giving them a brief glance. "Geez, Lee, you could have given them a fighting chance at least?" He pondered Choji's words for a moment before nodding his head to the last enemy, the one pushing his dead comrade off himself. "Don't worry, I left one alive." The Leaf Jonin, Asuma he believed, walked toward the survivor. "You left him alive for intel I assume? Smart." He nodded, watching as Asuma dragged the sound ninja back toward them. "Yes. It would be better than aimlessly wandering around the hidden sound. If we have an idea of what direction to go in, we might not need Naruto to accomplish our objective." Asuma tied up the survivor's hands, making sure he couldn't make any hand signs. He sat him up, looking him in the eye. "All right, let's make this simple. You're going to tell us how we can get to the Jinchuriki. If not, then I'll have Lee here do to you what he did to the rest of your friends. Only difference is I'll make sure he keeps you alive. Deal?" The bound ninja replied with nervous laughter, giving him his answer. "Go to hell?" Virgo replied with a swift and powerful kick to the head, shattering his skull and killing him. He moved toward the staircase, his haki searching the village. "We don't have time for an interrogation. We'll just have to find the way ourselves. I can sense the most powerful chakra at the lowest part of the base, so we at least have a direction to go in." He went down the stairs, quickly met with an eerie hallway lit with candles. He looked around, seeing several doors lining all the walls. It was just like he thought. This place was built and designed to confuse anyone who didn't already know the layout of the facility, or village. Everything looked the same. He ran through the hallway at a moderate pace, the team following while checking all the doorways for possible avenues. They were all empty rooms, distractions. Eventually, they came to an intersection, 3 paths to travel through. He stopped, briefly looking down each hallway. "So, which way?" He pondered Shikamaru's words before sensing with his haki. 2 of the hallways seemed to be empty of enemies, but one did have enemies, the one to their left. This was rather difficult. The enemy could have placed them strategically, knowing they would go to the most heavily defended area as a diversion. Meaning, that one of the other 2 paths was the proper way to go. Still, he wouldn't be fooled so easily. If the offered paths seem unclear, simply make your own. He looked down, sensing the large auras directly beneath them. They went rather far down, at least a mile. He raised a fist, throwing a punch down at the ground below him. "Hang on." His warning may have been a bit late, but he wasn't going to stop now. His fist impacted the ground, the earth chakra infused within exploding outward. He felt difficulty as soon as he tried to manipulate the walls, the earth resisting his attempts to manipulate them. They didn't stand a chance. The floor and walls shifted, Virgo spreading out his haki and carefully sensing each enemy throughout the sound village. The The room at the bottom of the base was very large, making the enemies in it capable of blocking or dodging his attack. The countless number in the small hallways were a different story. A roundabout staircase was being built underneath him, a path directly to the large room below. Throughout the base, the walls around various enemies suddenly expanded, slamming into the sound ninja and crushing them into paste. He frowned slightly, sensing several survivors. Reanimations, perhaps. Either way, a large portion of the enemy had been dispatched, but at the cost of a large amount of his chakra. He took a breath, turning to his team. I was able to take out a large amount of the enemy and shifted the hallways throughout the base. This staircase leads directly to those large chakra signatures, and hopefully our target. With the layout of the base changed, the enemy will have a hard time defending the Jinchuriki. We should get moving. He moved down the stairs, being careful not to fall or trip while he was moving. Because he created this staircase, there were no candles to light it, so they were in pitch darkness. He heard Asuma's voice as they moved. You said you were able to take out a large portion of them. How many is that exactly? He thought about his answer for a moment before responding, feeling a slight chill as the air got colder as they descended. Not many regarding the sound as a whole, if that's what you're wondering. This underground village is very large and probably has multiple entrances than just the one we found. I would have no way to take out the enemy as I did earlier throughout all the hidden sound. The village is too big, and the walls are resistant to manipulation. He was met with no response, Virgo finally reaching the end of his custom stairway. He created a small hallway for them to gather in, a hole formed in the ceiling of the large room in the deepest part of the hidden sound. They gathered around the square-shaped hole, gazing into the enemy below. They hadn't noticed its creation, so they were free to observe for now. What he saw was interesting. There was a gargantuan stone statue, a grotesque thing really, with 2 open hands and multiple eyes. He saw 2 Akatsuki members standing atop 2 of its fingers, 8 other figures on the remaining figures. They were translucent, like illusions, but all of them had their hands in a seal. Before the statue lay a girl, their target, with red bubbling chakra flowing out of her, toward the maw of the statue. He narrowed his eyes, seeing something else. The room was filled with ninja, and 2 reanimations. He recognized one of them, the enemy that had stolen Sasuke's eye 3 years ago. The other he didn't recognize, but he knew he was powerful, probably stronger than the 2 Akatsuki members. His main concern, however, was the other woman in front of the statue. A corpse. He was about to bring it up when one of the Akatsuki members spoke. Damn, this is a hell of a lot better than waiting 3 days. Seriously Toby, I didn't think you had it in ya. One of the illusions responded, a joyful and playful voice filling the room. But of course. Toby is a very good boy and a big help. That's why leader wanted Toby's help. Enough. Concentrate, both of you. I want to get at least a quarter of the second Jinchuriki's chakra before we're interrupted. He gazed closely at the illusion that spoke. He couldn't make out many details because of the aspects of the illusion, but he did see that this Toby was wearing a full face mask. Whoever he was, that one was a problem. Before, they had a few days to respond and get to Gaara, and they were just barely late to save him. Now, it was only about a day and a half supposedly, and they were apparently already working on a second Jinchuriki. They had to move, quickly. They couldn't let the Akatsuki continue to extract this Jinchuriki's chakra any longer. Temari, keep the grunts away from us with your wind. Sakura, take care of anyone who gets too close. Yamato, take care of the one with white hair. Team Asuma, we're going to take down the large reanimation. He was about to drop down when Asuma stopped him. Hang on Lee, I recognize the big guy. That's the third Raikage. He's not going to go down easy. He thought for a moment before nodding. Fine then. You help Yamato take care of his target while I take him on myself. Once you're done, assist me in taking him down. They want to gather as much of the Jinchuriki's chakra as they can, so the 2 Akatsuki members won't fight unless they need to. Asuma gave him a worried look, surprising him. You sure you can hold out against him? He nodded without hesitation, waiting for Asuma to get ready. All right. Choji, Shikamaru, Ino, you all know what to do. Work with Yamato to restrain the target while I get in close to seal him. They nodded, Virgo taking that as the signal to move in. He grabbed onto the ledge of the hole and swung, planting his feet onto the ceiling and launching off it, propelling himself toward his opponent. He felt a gust of wind, seeing several of the sound ninja go flying, razor-sharp winds cutting into them. Virgo reached his opponent, the third Raikage looking him in the eye as he approached. He sent out a punch, his haki wrapping around his hand as Earth Chakra further enhanced his attack. The Raikage sent his own attack, their fists clashing for the first time. He grimaced slightly, seeing lightning chakra explode from the Raikage's body, disrupting his Earth Chakra. A shockwave exploded outward, their fists being the epicenter of the explosion of air pressure. The ground cracked underneath them, a small crater forming under the rakeage as he held back Virgo's attack. Virgo pushed off the man's fist, landing on the ground and rushing forward, ignoring the lightning crackling off the man's body and latching onto his own. He lashed out with a fist, tearing through the lightning armor and landing a powerful blow to the rakeage's jaw. His head shifted as the blow landed, a shockwave of force echoing past him and crashed into the wall to the rakeage's right, an eruption of dust forming as the wall exploded from the impact. The rakeage merely tilted his head back to its former position, fighting against Virgo's strength as he continued pushing against his jaw. It's been a long time since I've seen someone who can dish out a blow like that. Let's see if you can take as much as you can dish out. The rakeage threw a fist of his own, Virgo quickly leaning backward and dodging the blow, throwing a kick to the man's side. The rakeage caught the kick, lifting Virgo upward and throwing another punch to his airborne body. Virgo brought up his arms, blocking the blow that would have impacted his chest and was sent flying backward. He reoriented himself in the air, landing on his feet and stopping his momentum. He shook his arms for a moment, trying to regain feeling in them again. He was impressed. But he wouldn't be beaten so easily. He took a step forward, taking his stick of bamboo out of his jacket when he saw a rush of movement to his left. The white-haired one, the bone user he had fought, was rushing toward him. He ignored the reanimation, a wall of wood separating the two as Yamato and Team Asuma engaged them. He focused on his current opponent, then looked past him at the large statue, seeing the Akatsuki members looking in their direction. Well, you got here a bit faster than expected. Well done. This is the second time that we meet, though we've yet to meet face to face. Tell me, where is your king? He recognized the voice, the one that had spoken through Guy's clone. He straightened his back, folding his arms behind him while gripping his weapon tightly. Naruto doesn't have the time to deal with such pathetic opponents. I saw it fit to spare him of the trouble of dealing with these puppets of yours. The illusion of the man chuckled, seemingly amused. Is that so? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he truly did, but I think he's having other issues at the moment. Haiden, Kakazu, keep extracting the Jinchuriki's chakra. You can fight or flee after I say we're done. The one with the scythe spoke next, questioning his orders. Fight or flee? I thought we were supposed to be running away or some shit. You saying we don't gotta anymore? His partner growled at him, seemingly already knowing his leader's meaning. Think for a moment, you imbecile. That rumbling from earlier was an earth jutsu. They obviously made a path down here themselves, or else they never would have gotten here so quickly. They probably also made sure to collapse the tunnels and other forms of escape, leaving the only exit the way they came through. If we want to leave, we'll have to fight them anyways. Virgo ignored their banter, instead focusing on the third rakeage, who was currently rushing toward him at incredible speed. Virgo unfolded his hands from his back, bringing up his bamboo in a defensive position while infusing it with haki. The third rakeage reached him less than a second later, a hand covered in lightning cutting through the air and racing toward him. Hell stab, three-fingered assault. Temari ducked underneath a high kick, lashing out with her metal fan and striking the attacking ninja in the stomach, sending him flying toward his comrades. They quickly caught him, Temari turning quickly and lashing out with a kick, aiming at the group of ninja. A compressed blade of wind formed, enhanced by her chakra and rushing toward the group. Tempest kick. The blade of wind crashed into the group, slicing into them and the wall behind them. She turned facing the next group of ninja that rushed toward her. She heard a battle cry, a ninja coming up from behind her and attacking, but she ignored it, opening up her fan. She heard a sickening crack, a fist appearing and slamming into the face of the ninja behind her. The man went flying, slamming and embedding himself into the nearby wall, unconscious or dead, probably dead. Nice punch, she complimented, gathering her chakra into her fan. Sakura chuckled from behind her, the two standing side by side. Thanks. Wanna team up on this next one? She nodded, releasing a large gust of wind at the charging group of ninja. The powerful wall of wind slammed into them, lifting them off the ground and into the air, sending them flying backward toward the wall. Sakura slammed her palms onto the floor beneath them, her chakra traveling through the ground and into the wall, spike of hardened stone jutting outward, waiting for the enemy's arrival. She turned away as she looked toward the next group, seeing them a bit hesitant after their previous display. Man, Lee wasn't kidding when he said these walls are hard to manipulate. I don't think we can keep doing that anymore. She nodded, putting away her fan and pulling out a pair of hand fans instead. Fine by me. We'll just get up close and personal. She ran toward the group of ninja, seeing them gain a bit of confidence after she put away her large fan. One of the ninja ran ahead of the group, weaving hand signs and taking a breath. She knew what technique he was using. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The fireball raced toward her, a pitiful one compared to Sasuke or Naruto's. She ran past it, swiping her fans at the attack and channeling her wind chakra. She created a funnel of wind, a small tornado around the fireball, absorbing it. She spun, bringing the tornado of flame with her and launching it directly at the enemy. The ninja seemed frozen at the run of events, not reacting as fast as his allies and unable to get out of the way. Temari kept moving, dashing in front of an enemy ninja. The sound ninja swiped a kunai at her, Temari sidestepping and dodging the attack, her wind-infused fan slashing at and through the man's sides, causing him to collapse. She ducked, dodging the slash of a sword and spun, kicking out a foot and throwing the attacking ninja's feet out from under him. She swung both her fans at the airborne ninja, a hammer of wind slamming into him and launching him across the room. She turned, seeing another enemy run toward her. She launched her fan toward him, using her chakra to manipulate the wind around it. The ninja tried to dodge, but she made it curve, slicing through the man's stomach and arcing back toward her hand. She caught it with a flourish, lashing out with another tempest kick at a ninja to her right, taking him down. She jumped backward, Sakura at her back as the ninja began to surround them. She smirked slightly, looking around her. "I'm at 5, how about you?" She could hear the girl smirk through her words. 7? She humphed, twirling her fans in her hands as she sought another target. "Don't get too comfortable with that lead, it won't last." She pulled her fans back, infusing them with wind chakra. She saw the sound ninja make several hand seals, ninjutsu of all elements being launched toward them. She and Sakura jumped into the air, the two using the techniques they had learned to kick off the air itself. Temari positioned herself above a group of enemies, rocketing down toward them a second later. She swung her fans downward, a massive blast of wind slamming into the ground and sending the surrounding ninja flying. She landed in the crater her attack had made, quickly spinning and forming a vortex, pulling in the enemies she had just blasted away, disorienting them. She turned her fans parallel to the ground, then spun with as much force she could releasing a gale of sharp, focused wind chakra. Tempest Cyclone. A circle of razor-sharp wind expanded out from her as she continued spin, slicing into the enemies her earlier vortex had pulled closer toward her. She stopped after a few turns, looking around carefully for anyone still moving. She was met the pained groans of the survivors, and a rather annoyed look from Sakura. "Show off." She smiled sweetly at her, juggling her fans. "Told you not to get too comfy. Now come on, there's still some stragglers left." Sakura nodded, the two moving through the air and taking out anyone they could. They were all rather weak, at least compared to themselves. They had taken out a couple small groups before Sakura had gotten her attention. "Look, Temari, over there." Sakura pointed to the direction of the last large group they had fought, spotting two sound ninja caring for the wounded. She narrowed her eyes, looking to Sakura. "What should we do?" Sakura looked contemplative for a moment before sighing. "We can't afford to have more distractions. Let's take them out." She nodded, agreeing with her. Killing an enemy that was attacking you was one thing, but killing someone who couldn't defend themselves? That was another line to cross. She wouldn't kill the medics, but they couldn't risk them healing their comrades either. They would knock them out for now and let them tend to the wounded when they were done. The two ran toward the sound ninja, Temari now getting a better look at their new opponents. It seemed like only one was a healer, a girl, the other placing himself and a large sword between his teammate and them. She could hear him call out a warning to his teammate, his grip on his sword increasing. "Heads up, Karen, we've got trouble. Hurry it up. I'm going as fast as I can, you imbecile. Just, do something about them." Well, they clearly got along well. Temari reached the swordsman first, her fans slashing at ninja. He ducked under one of her fans, his sword coming up and blocking the other with a grunt. She was surprised he could block her at all. While she wasn't as strong as the rest of her family, she was no slouch. She snapped out of her thoughts as the swordsman's cheeks puffed up, Temari quickly disengaging and flipping backwards, barely dodging a high-pressure stream of water. She followed the attack, watching it cleanly cut through the stone wall on the other end of the room. She turned back toward her opponent, seeing Sakura reach him and throw one of her powerful punches. The man had been watching them fight, it seemed, not even bothering to try and block the attack. Temari started moving, going to assist Sakura and take the swordsman down. Sakura threw another punch, and the swordsman didn't dodge this time. No, instead, he threw himself into it. Temari's fans were already moving, carefully concentrating her wind chakra. She watched with surprise as Sakura's fist landed, and an eruption of water burst forth, her hand going through the swordsman's body. The man grinned, Sakura pausing in surprise as he raised his sword, bringing it down a moment later. Temari swung her fans, a small but accurate blade of wind slicing through the swordsman's wrist, holding up the sword. There was a splash of water, the sword falling and Sakura snapping out of her daze. She used her free hand and grabbed the sword in mid-air, slamming the butt of the handle into the man's head. That, too, exploded into water, the man jumping backward to his teammate's side. Temari stopped next to Sakura, eyeing the swordsman curiously. He had a strange ability, but it had to have a limit. His body seemed to always be made of water since he didn't see her attack coming when she sliced at his wrist, so there was probably a limit to how often he could shift forms, or he had to constantly have a source of water or chakra to sustain his form. Alright Karen, we really have to go. The redhead scowled, but Temari could tell she looked tired. Multiple ninja were getting on their feet, seemingly fully healed again. God Suigetsu, can't you do anything right? Fine, let's get going then. The two ran toward a doorway at the end of the room, on the other side of the enormous statue. The ninja they had revived followed them, Temari pulling back her fans. Wait Temari. She stopped, looking at Sakura who stabbed the sword she was carrying into the ground. There's no point in stopping them. We should help the others and get the mission over with for now. She eyed the group fleeing the room before sighing, putting down her weapons. She turned, looking at her teammates as they continued their battles. Lee caught her attention first. The power he and his opponent were displaying was frightening. She could feel their blows from here, and she was not eager to put herself in the middle of that, not yet. That left one other battle. She looked to Sakura, who nodded, silently agreeing with her decision. The two moved quickly, aiming for their new target. Yamato watched as his opponent slowly turned toward him, moving away from the wooden wall he had placed in his path. He felt Asuma and his team land behind him, the four readying themselves for the fight ahead. It seems I will have to dispatch you before I am able to have my rematch with Lee. No matter. As we have never met, I will introduce myself. I am Kimimaro, former leader of the Sound Five. Yamato nodded to him, drawing upon his chakra and waiting for an attack. You're a polite one, aren't you? I'm Yamato, Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. Kimimaro walked toward them slowly, a sword of bone quickly forming in his hand. Polite? Yes, I believe it is only right to act as such in front of others. Unfortunately, you'll find there is a difference between politeness and kindness. The reanimated ninja rushed toward him, Yamato quickly slamming a hand to the ground. His unique chakra blossomed outward, wooden pillars bursting through the ground with tremendous force, arcing through the air toward his opponent. Kimimaro dodged around the wooden spears with grace, his attacks missing and slamming into the ground. Yamato jumped back as Kimimaro reached him, dodged a slash from a sword of bone and watching as Asuma charged in, his trench knives in hand. Kimimaro brought his sword up, blocking the first slash from Asuma. Asuma moved his attacking hand quickly, moving the blade behind Kimimaro's and pulling the ninja closer, his free hand moving to slash through his side. Asuma jumped back suddenly, bones jumping from Kimimaro's chest and threading to stab through Asuma. Yamato watched as Asuma's team responded, seeing Shikamaru manipulate his shadow and chase after Kimimaro as soon as Asuma began his retreat. The Sound 5 leader saw the shadow and moved quickly, the bones from his chest reabsorbing back into his body. Yamato placed his hands on the ground, wooden pillars rising from the ground to impede Kimimaro's path. The Sound ninja weaved around the pillars, running away from the shadow that was using his pillars' shadows to continue expanding. Yamato's chakra surged, forming two large walls around the Sound ninja to trap him in place. The shadow expanded, splitting into several tendrils to ensure there was no escape. Kimimaro charged at one of the walls, his form changing as a drill of bone formed on one arm. A tail of flesh and bone spouted out from him, his skin darkening as the drill of bone slammed into the wooden wall, tearing through it without resistance. Shikamaru stopped his shadow, calling back to him as the grouped up, waiting for Kimimaro's next move. He approached them slowly, the drill from before disappearing and using his now free hand to reach at the nape of his neck. God, this guy's body is disgusting. What's with those bones anyway? Yamato watched as Kimimaro pulled, a whip made of his spinal cord slowly being formed. Asuma began to explain, raising his trench knives in participation. He's probably a member of the Kagaya clan, a clan that uses their bones to fight. They're harder than steel and he can create them from anywhere. Be careful. Yamato nodded, glancing at Asuma for a moment. Know anything about this new form then? Asuma shook his head, stepping in front of his team protectively. No, I never heard that they could do anything like this. It probably increases his strength somehow, so be careful and cover me. Yamato quickly nodded as he clapped his hands together, Asuma rushing forward to go on the offensive. He created large wooden stakes behind him, turning to Choji behind him. Here, can you use these to attack him? I'd prefer if you all stayed as far away from this fight as you can. Just wait for an opening? Choji nodded, his hands and arms growing larger and grabbing the wooden spikes, tearing them out of the ground. Yamato turned back to Asuma, the two attacking each other expertly but neither able to land a blow. He saw Ino stand next to him, her hands in a seal and watching the fight closely. If I get chance, I can use my mind distraction jutsu to immobilize him for a second. I have to be at least this close to him though. He nodded, sending small pillars of wood to attack Kimimaro, who destroyed them before they could accomplish anything. Alright, wait for my signal and then launch your technique. She nodded toward him, Yamato focusing his attention on holding Kimimaro down. He watched as Asuma ducked under the slash of his sword, kicking away the hand that was holding the whip and kicking at Kimimaro's feet, revealing hidden switch blades in the soles of the man's sandals. They sliced at the ninja's ankles, wind chakra making them able to just barely cut deep into the hardened bone underneath. Kimimaro lost his balance, Asuma jumping upward and planting his feet on Kimimaro's chest, springing off him and separating them. Yamato saw his chance. Now. Choji threw the spears in his hands, the wooden stakes cleaving through the air and spearing through Kimimaro. The strength behind them stunned the sound ninja, the sharpened ends digging into his skin but shattering against the hardened bone underneath. Ino released her technique, taking control of Kimimaro's movements and stopping him from moving. He's pretty strong, and the technique isn't working as well as it should. You'll have to hurry. Yamato was already moving, pillars of wood with sharpened iron stakes popping out of the ground and latching onto the ninja, trapping him. Shikamaru's shadow was moving before Choji had even thrown his spears, reaching Kimimaro's body quickly. Ninja art, shadow stitching jutsu. His shadow spread around Kimimaro's body, several spears of darkness rising a moment later and impaling Kimimaro. He was careful, targeting several of his joints to ensure that Kimimaro couldn't use his bones to block the attack. They speared through his body, then dug back into the ground, holding him down. Asuma moved quickly, unfurling the scroll that Naruto had given him and placing a finger on his Kimimaro's forehead. Asuma jumped back, a spear of bone launching outward and trying to stab him, but Asuma dodged it, a tether of chakra following the finger that he had touched Kimimaro with. He toughed the scroll, using his own chakra to pull at Kimimaro's seal. There was a moment of struggle, Yamato tightening the wooden shackles around Kimimaro's body. He saw Asuma struggling, Kimimaro resisting being sealed away. He heard a roar, seeing Choji rush past him and launch himself into the air. The boy reared a fist backward, launching his attack when he got close enough, his fist expanding several times its normal size. Yamato saw the sound ninja form several sharpened bones to deter Choji, but he didn't stop, slamming his enlarged fist into Kimimaro with impressive force. Kimimaro's concentration was broken, Asuma now able to pull Kimimaro into the seal. Yamato watched as Kimimaro disappeared, seeing a sad smile on the pale boy's face. He said something, but he was too far away to hear. Yamato ran over to Asuma, seeing him pant lightly as he knelt next to the scroll. Yamato looked at the scroll, picking it up and rolling it back up. He placed it in his pouch, helping Asuma to his feet. You alright? Asuma nodded, gently pushing him away and standing on his own feet. Yeah, just didn't expect it to be that difficult. If he was that hard, then how hard is it going to be to seal away the rakeage? The rest of Asuma's team met up with them, Shikamaru hearing Asuma's question. I don't think it'll be quite the same. From what he was saying, Kimimaro was a member of Orochimaru's forces and probably very loyal as well. He was fighting against the sealing because he was loyal to Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. I don't think the rakeage will be of the same mindset. Yamato nodded, addressing Team Asuma. Right, speaking of the rakeage, we should get moving and help. He stopped when a loud crash sounded behind him. He and Team Asuma turned, their guard raised as they tried to find out what had happened. God damn it. That fucking hurt. How can someone so small hit that damn hard anyway? Yamato's eyes widened, seeing one of the Akatsuki members climb out a crater, the one with a scythe. A second Akatsuki member landed next to him, the two not even facing their direction. Perhaps you should try and dodge next time, Haiden. If you're going to complain every time you feel pain, then maybe try to avoid it in the first place. Two ninja landed across from them, Sakura and Temari. Yamato understood now. They must have finished the other ninja around them and attacked the Akatsuki members, trying to stop the ritual. Oh, shut up Kakuzu. Are we going to fight or run? 'Cause honestly I couldn't really care less at this point. I just want out of this stupid cave or village or whatever the hell it's supposed to be. Yamato looked toward the exit behind him, creating wooden walls to block it off. He turned back, seeing one of them, Kakuzu, glare at him. He met him with his own determined eyes. It seems we'll have to fight our way out. Try not to die again, Haiden. I'm getting tired of pulling you back together. TCH, whatever. The pink-haired bitch is mine, so stay out of. Kakuzu grabbed his partner by the back of his collar, throwing him behind him and toward Yamato and Team Asuma. Haiden landed promptly on his face, getting up quickly and clearly slightly peeved. The hell, Kakuzu? His partner walked toward Sakura and Temari slowly, black threads coming out of his sleeves. These two are obviously the stronger of this bunch and I don't trust you to not get killed by them. Deal with the weaklings for now. I'll take care of them, Haiden growled, grabbing his scythe from behind his back. Yamato could hear him grumbling about something but didn't pay attention to it. He gathered his chakra, and slammed a palm to the ground, wooden pillars rising and rushing toward their new opponent. Hinata panted heavily, her legs burning as she continued the exercise. She looked over to her trainer, watching as he calmly read a book with his one eye. How much longer do we have to do this, Sasuke-sensei? Sasuke glanced over to her, then looked up. He looked back toward the book. Till the sun sets, probably. She heard Niji sigh beside her, clearly getting a bit frustrated at their training. And how exactly is stomping on the ground going to help us? Sasuke closed the book, walking up to them. Well, since you've used most of your chakra this morning for our ninjutsu training, we're moving on to physical training. Naruto and Lee have created several techniques that require the absolute limit of skill and strength to perform. They may seem rather strange, but they work. Don't bother to ask me how the physics of it work because I honestly couldn't. Sasuke sighed, stretching his legs. The first technique requires a large amount of strength in the legs. This one eventually leads to a couple others and is very useful, so it's best to start here. At the very minimum, you have to be able to kick the ground 10 times in the blink of an eye. If you can, well. Hinata gasped lightly as Sasuke disappeared, a voice sounding behind her as she quickly spun. You can move at extremely high speeds for a short distance? Niji nodded sagely, a hand cusping his chin. Yes, you're right, that makes no sense at all. Sasuke merely shrugged, placing his hands in his pockets. Like I said, it works. This training may seem strange but it all works out in the end. Anyway, keep going. After tonight, we'll be switching between physical exercises and ninjutsu training every day. Hinata sighed, looking at the falling sun in the sky. Sunset, huh? That left her with about another hour or two of training before the sun began to disappear over the horizon. She jumped up and down a bit before slamming a foot down onto the ground. Niji continued as well but decided to make conversation with Sasuke as he trained. So, you said this leads to different techniques, right? What other techniques could we learn? Niji had to stop every now and then to exert himself, but Sasuke answered nonetheless. Honestly, better to just show them to you when you're ready. There's no point trying to show you now, and it'll give you something to look forward to. Niji nodded, the two Hyuga continuing their exercise until the sky began to shift colors. Sasuke clapped loudly, startling her and forcing her to look at him. That's enough for now. We should head back home for now. Hinata leaned forward, nodding rapidly as she tried to move on jellied legs. She almost fell over until Niji caught her, helping her back to her feet. She looked at him with a small smile. Thanks, Niji. He nodded, the two following Sasuke as they made their way back to the Uchiha compound. She stared at Sasuke's back as she thought back to her past, thinking about the young Uchiha. He had changed a lot since the academy. Back then, he always seemed so angry, so cold and full of hate. Now, things seemed to have changed. He was quiet now, but far kinder as well. He was more understanding, patient and calm. Before, he always seemed so frustrated, trying to chase after Naruto's shadow. It wasn't like that anymore. The two seemed like friends now, maybe even more than that. Sasuke seemed to trust Naruto in a way that she believed his younger self never could. Whenever he talked about him he always mentioned how much stronger and better Naruto was than him. Before, that admittance would have been out of anger, out of wounded pride. But this Sasuke seemed proud of it. He seemed to revere Naruto as someone he could look up to and be proud of, no longer a goal for him to reach and attain. It was a startling realization, and it was even more baffling that Sasuke never seemed to realize that the change even happened. She couldn't help but wonder what would happen if this Sasuke met his younger self. Hinata, is everything okay? She blinked owlishly as she realized she wasn't walking anymore. She shook her head and gave Sasuke a smile and a small yet slightly nervous thumbs up. Just fine. Sasuke nodded, turning back to their home, or rather, what was left. It seemed that the construction crew had already gone to work in their absence. She had forgotten that they were going to be tearing down the house today to make room for this new mansion Naruto wanted. Luckily, the crew were kind enough to gather and pack everyone's belongings. Sasuke sighed, grabbing a couple of very large bags and hauling them onto his shoulders. He turned to face them and gestured his head further down the road. I'll come back and get everyone else's stuff. For now, there should be an empty house we can use further down the road. The two nodded, following Sasuke toward the front of a small house. They walked in, Sasuke barely managing to squeeze into the door. Hinata walked in, coughing as soon as she took a breath. She waved a hand in front of her face, trying to get the dust away from her mouth. It's a little dusty. Sasuke nodded, holding a hand in front of his mouth. Start opening the windows and meet me out front. The three opened all the doors and windows in the home, meeting outside at the front door. Sasuke stood in front of the door with a hand outstretched, Hinata having an inkling of what he was about to do. There was a rush of chakra, a blast of wind rushing through Sasuke's palm and through the front door. Clouds of dust erupted out of the windows around the house, Hinata giving Sasuke a deadpan expression at the strategy. Well, that's one way to do it. Sasuke and Neji walked back in, Hinata following close behind them. She stretched her legs, trying to get the sore feeling out of them but not quite managing to do so. Sasuke headed toward the kitchen, calling out to them as he did so. I'm going to start making food and grab everyone else's stuff. You guys get settled in for now. There are 3 bedrooms here, so pick whichever you want. Hinata nodded, and walked throughout the house, walking into one of the bedrooms and gazing lovingly at the bed. She plopped down on it with a content sigh, glad to be off of her aching feet. She ignored the small puff of dust that erupted when she did so, too comfortable to pay it any mind. She stared at the wooden ceiling in thought, wondering how she even got here in the first place. A few days ago she was a member of the Hyuga branch family, under constant scrutiny from the main branch, constant expectations thrust upon from both the main and branch families. She was free from that now. Naruto had saved her from the clutches of the Hyuga, whether she wanted it or not. No, she knew this was what she wanted. She was so tired of the Hyuga and their way of life. But that didn't mean she was through with them. She may not have agreed with Niji's ways, but she wanted the same thing as he did. She wanted to free the branch family, and to do that she needed strength. She sat up, looking at the window beside her and toward the setting sun. Naruto was out there right now, no doubt fighting some insanely powerful enemy with a grin on his face, just like always. He was always so strong, so unbelievably powerful. She wanted to be like that, to be able to do whatever she wanted because he was just that strong. With Naruto's help, she could do it. With all of their help she could free the branch family, and show her father that she didn't need him or his family, she had one of her own. Naruto, you're probably in another fight for your life, aren't you? Knowing you, you're probably enjoying every second of it. Daffy was not enjoying this fight. He had failed to account for the fact that these two were once student and teacher. The two covered their strengths and weaknesses perfectly, moving in perfect sync with the strength and skill only a Kage could possess. The two truly had earned the name Hokage, and they were giving him a wonderful time. Ever white. White strings erupted from his hands, Daffy infusing them with fire chakra, turning the sea of strings into a scorching wave of death. The two enemy ninja jumped into the air, dodging the attack. Daffy raised his hands upward, the strings rising with him. Flap thread. The strings formed together to create hundreds of flaming spears. They burned through the air toward his enemies, the two Hokage acting quickly to negate the attack. The second Hokage took a breath, weaving a large amount of chakra. Water style, water shockwave. A torrent of water exploded outward, slamming into his strings and causing an explosion of steam. His strings cooled but they kept moving, the two Kage shifting in midair to dodge the spears. Black Knight. The spears next to them shifted, forming multiple string clones with their palms facing outward. Overheat. Their voices were all in sync as multiple beams of flame fired out toward his opponents. Daffy saw Tobirama give Hiruzen a look, already wary of what was about to happen. Hiruzen turned toward him, his voice echoing out suddenly. Look Naruto. He's going to. There was a flash of light, and Daffy knew what Hiruzen was talking about. Motherphew. He jumped to the side, feeling a kunai graze against his hockey-enhanced skin, Tobirama appearing next to him while carrying Hiruzen on his shoulder. Daffy grit his teeth, a pulse of chakra moving through his body and finding the flying thunder god seal that was placed on him. He placed a hand on his side, destroying it and jumping away for his opponents. He knows the flying thunder god as well. How wonderful. He charged his opponents, Hiruzen rushing to meet him. Lightning chakra flowed through his body, enhancing him as he lashed out with a powerful kick. Hiruzen ducked under it at the last second, pulling out a kunai to slash at the leg rooted to the ground. Strings sprung from the leg Hiruzen was aiming at, lightning chakra causing them to move quickly and erratically, spearing through the third Hokage in multiple places. Daffy jumped suddenly cutting the lightning chakra as Tobirama fired a wave of water toward him. He landed on a branch, watching as Tobirama covered the old man as he recovered. Daffy jumped off the branch, rocketing toward the second Hokage. Tobirama took a breath, gathering chakra. Water style, severing wave. A jet of water erupted at high speed, Daffy jumping off the air and dodging the attack. He lashed out with a kick, sending a blade of wind toward the water user. Hiruzen had clearly recovered, slamming a foot down and creating a wall of bedrock in front of his attack. The blade of wind carved a scar into the wall but couldn't cut through. Daffy charged toward it anyway, enhancing his body with lightning chakra and tightening his muscles, acting as a human torpedo and slamming into the defensive wall. He burst through with ease, landing on the ground and ducking under a punch from Tobirama. He grabbed the man's arm and lifted him off the ground, throwing him toward Hiruzen, who moved around his airborne sensei and rushed toward him. Hiruzen sent an open palm toward him, Daffy jumping backward from the attack, not prepared for a blast of wind to erupt from the man's palm, slamming into his chest. The wind disrupted his lightning armor, Daffy firing off his strings toward the third. Hiruzen weaved around the strings, tracking the near-invisible needles perfectly and gathering more chakra, firing several fireballs into the air. Daffy kicked off the air and changed direction, watching as the flames arced through the sky and chased after him. His haki sensed Hiruzen make a shadow clone, spears of stone rising from the ground at a fast pace. He dodged both, feeling waves of heat splash against his haki and stone crumble near his lightning armor. He turned, hearing another attack come toward him, Tobirama recovering from his throw. Water style, surface cutter. A blade of water moved along the ground, Daffy bringing up his hands and curling into a ball, raising his defenses to its peak. The blade of water slammed into him, cutting into his forearm slightly. He pushed, shattering the blade of water, and gathering his chakra, firing multiple bullets of water at the arcing flames above him, extinguishing them. He jumped off the air and into the sky, aiming for the clone making the earth spears. He raised a finger, firing a string toward the opponent. The clone jumped back, seeing the attack coming. Daffy manipulated the string in midair, bouncing it off the ground and off a nearby tree, landing it on the back of the clone's neck. Hiruzen glanced at his clone in confusion and wasn't prepared for his clone to land an earth-shattering punch to his temple. Hiruzen went flying, Daffy grinning as he called out the name of his technique. Parasite string. He turned to Tobirama, wanting to deal with him while Hiruzen was distracted. He forced the Hiruzen clone to create signs, making it perform a fire jutsu toward its teacher. Fire style, Great Flame Annihilation. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Their jutsu combined, the clone disappearing a second later, but it was too late. A massive wall of flame marched toward Tobirama, who tried to fight against the attack. Water style, Water Wall. An equally large wall of water met his wall of flame, the two forces meeting and exploding into a massive cloud of steam. But Daffy wasn't paying any attention to that anymore. He turned to where Hiruzen was flying, moving quickly and gathering his chakra. Break white. Two large waves of strings formed from his palms, one racing toward Hiruzen just as he landed, the other just beside him. Hiruzen looked up, but wasn't fast enough to escape, the sheet of strings wrapping around him. The other worked perfectly, Tobirama appearing right next to Hiruzen with the flying thunder god, just like he thought he would. His strings bound around them tightly, ensuring they wouldn't go free, and formed a round sphere around them. He reached into his pouch quickly, grabbing a brush and ink and quickly drawing on the sphere holding Tobirama. The man watched him curiously, looking at the seal he was making through the reflection of his cracked sunglasses. Rather impressive work, young man. I must say, little Saru raised a fine successor. He gave the second Hokage a look, not replying. The seal was done, Daffy making a seal with one hand and placing another on the seal he created. The seal began to glow, the second Hokage deciding to give some departing words. Keep the leaf safe, young shinobi. The second disappeared, being drawn into the seal. Daffy pulled, his strings following his hand and forming a much smaller orb, the seal still written on it. He placed the orb containing the second in his pouch, quickly absorbing the shell left behind to get some of his chakra back. He walked over to Hiruzen's prison, drawing the seal once again at a much slower pace. There was a silence between the two, Hiruzen patiently watching as Daffy continued his work. Your hands are shaking, Naruto. He stopped, his eyes shifting upward to look the old man in the eyes. He was met with a soft smile causing him to scowl. He continued his work, steadying his hand. Hiruzen kept talking. It's okay, Naruto, it wasn't your fault. He growled at the man's words. Shut up, old man, I don't need your pity. Hiruzen chuckled lightly, leaning back his head in his prison. Yes, you're far too strong for that, aren't you? He didn't respond, trying to finish the seal and steady his hand. Damn it. He swore under his breath, his strings moving to erase a mistake he made in the seal. He continued, stopping briefly as Hiruzen continued to speak. It's rather funny. You were always one who had no issue speaking the loudest, being the center of attention. But in times like these, you are always so silent. Perhaps if I had raised you better, you wouldn't be so closed off. He felt the brush in his hands crack, forcing him to stop. He looked up, seeing the old man with a somber smile on his face. He knew what that smile was, it was one filled with regret. Shut up, old man. You did just fine. He continued, being careful not to further damage his brush. Did I really? Maybe if I had done something different, been harsher with Jiraiya perhaps, we wouldn't be here now. Maybe I wouldn't have to leave you with my mistakes. He looked up, his brush moving mechanically as he formed the seal. Mistakes? Hiruzen nodded sadly, unable to look him in the eye. Orochimaru, my other two idiots I call students. I may not have been around for a while, but I have a feeling those two are putting everything on your shoulders. They see the same thing I did, the potential for you to be the greatest Hokage our village has ever seen. He snorted, agreeing with the old man. Yeah, you've certainly got that right. Why they're so insistent on it I'll never understand. Hiruzen chuckled, shifting slightly in his white prison as he explained. It's an effect you have on people, Naruto. Though I can't quite explain it, you have the ability to make people trust you with everything they have. Maybe it's your strength, or just your personality. Who knows? He looked up toward the old man, eyeing him curiously. Did you want the same thing then? You wanted me to be Hokage as well? Hiruzen nodded, looking into the sky reminiscently. Yes, I wouldn't have minded you being my heir, but I wanted it to be your choice, not mine. I knew that for you to truly be a great Hokage, it had to be your choice, I couldn't force you into it. I'm betting my students don't agree. Daffy didn't answer, his silence answering the question. I can't tell you how much I wish I had done things differently. Did just a bit less paperwork, less time arguing with my bull-headed son. I wish I could have shown you how much you and the leaf meant to me. He stayed in silence, getting close to finishing the seal. It seems you're almost done. Protect the leaf for me, will you? Old man, you did a wonderful job. Thank you, for everything. He stared at the seal in its completed form. His hand placed upon it, chakra coursing through him and through the seal, trying to activate it. It never did. He looked up, seeing an empty prison as ashes blew through the trees. The third Hokage had moved on. Daffy turned around, facing toward the hidden sound village. He jumped into the air, his haki sensing Lee and the others deep beneath the surface of the earth. He had had enough of this. This was going to end, now. He arrived directly above Lee and the others and fly straight into the air. He passed the clouds, and hung in the air for a moment, looking at the setting sun. He turned back toward the ground, kicking off the air and rushing toward earth. Chakra coursed through his body, leaking out of him as it pumped through his body. Lightning coursed through him, his haki covering him completely as he slammed into the surface below. The crust of the earth shattered, a scar forming across the land from the force of his impact. Bedrock exploded outward and into the sky as he made contact, a mushroom cloud of atomized rock forming above him. Daffy kicked off the air to stop his moment, stopping just above the ground of the room Lee and his team were in. He grinned, his rage boiling as the Nine Tails chakra began coursing through him. He looked up, releasing a blast of chakra to clear the smoke and debris around him. The light from the orange sky above him wasn't much, but it was more than enough to tell him he was where he was supposed to be. He faced the grotesque statue siphoning off the Jinchuriki's chakra. He pointed an open palm toward it, the Nine Tails chakra responding to his will. He felt it try and take over, the hatred of the Nine Tails, hundreds of years of malice and rage trying to overpower his own. It never stood a chance. Maximum overheat. Chapter 22. The third Raikage was a powerful opponent. His lightning armor raised his already impressive strength, speed and durability to inhuman levels. His large body was surprising quick and flexible, making his speed seem unnatural. Even so, Virgo's own strength was nothing to scoff at. His biggest issue was dealing with the lightning armor. He wasn't very good with wind, more attuned to earth and fire, and wasn't confident that his wind ninjutsu could effectively cancel out the third's lightning armor. His only option was to use earth chakra, his best element, to cancel out the lightning armor's effect. A difficult and chakra-consuming task, especially considering how much chakra he had used to get them this far. Even so, he was up for the challenge. Virgo pushed, moving the hell stab that he had blocked away and striking the Raikage with his weapon, a sickening crack echoing outward. The Raikage ignored the attack, his lightning armor protecting him from the majority of the blow. The third lashed out with a punch, the attack's speed surprising Virgo, allowing it to crash into his stomach. A blast of air echoed past Virgo, the room shaking slightly from the force of the attack. Virgo straightened his body, responding with his own fist into the man's jaw. He felt the lightning armor begin to resist the attack, Virgo pumping mass amounts of earth chakra into his fist, eating away at the armor at an expensive cost. His attack landed true, the third forced to take a step back from the strength behind the blow. Their eyes gleamed, chakra flooding through them as they began to exchange blows, neither worried about blocking the other's attacks. The strength of the Raikage's blows ripped apart Virgo's trenchcoat, revealing his muscled physique underneath, covered in a layer of black haki. Virgo's fists flashed forward, landing blow after blow on the Raikage, earth chakra empowering his body as his haki pulsed within him, covering his body entirely. Steam seemed to exude off him, his face impassive as he weathered the lightning strikes that were the Raikage's punches. He refused to falter, waiting for the opportunity to change the flow of the battle. Then, he saw it, a punch that was pulled back to far, begging to be overextended. Virgo ducked underneath the stroke of lightning disguised as a fist, feeling the crackling of electricity run against his skin. He lashed out with a kick, aimed at the third Raikage's kneecap. He felt the third's lightning armor resist his attack, Virgo following through with a surge of strength and haki, using his earth chakra to protect himself from electrocution. The third dodged the attack, his form disappearing in a rush of speed. Virgo jumped to the side, dodging the three-fingered assault from behind, swinging his weapon at the powerful ninja. Demon Bamboo. The third crossed his arms, a powerful shockwave striking him, the third sliding across the ground while holding his guard. The walls and floor buffeted by the shockwave shattered, unable to handle the strength of the blow. Virgo rushed in while the third was recovering, putting the end of the bamboo to his lips. He breathed in heavily, fire chakra coursing through him and his lips, traveling through the bamboo. A bullet of flame erupted from the weapon, coursing through the air at incredible speed. It burned hot and bright, like a star rocketing toward the third Raikage. The ground beneath it began to sizzle and bubble, the immense heat melting the rock below. The Raikage saw the attack coming, but was unable to dodge, the flame reaching him in less than a second. Cruel sun. The attack exploded, the speed of the projectile making the explosion travel forward, toward Virgo's opponent. The flame seared through the walls behind the Raikage, reducing the rock to ash. Virgo stopped, waiting for his attack to dissipate, his weapon raised and ready for any opposition. The smoke and ash cleared, Virgo seeing the result of his attack. The third stood there, the right half of his body gone, his left arm pointing forward with a single finger extended. The Raikage gave him an amused smile, Virgo gathering his chakra. Hell stab, one-fingered assault. Virgo ran forward, the third moving to meet him. The Raikage jabbed the single finger toward him, a spear of concentrated lightning heading straight toward him. Virgo didn't blink, raising his weapon and batting the attack away, his other hand raised and heading toward the third's chest. Earth chakra flowed through him, large amounts of his chakra being used to cancel out the lightning chakra's effects. Finger pistol. His attack landed, Virgo's finger cleanly spearing through the third's armor and chest. He switched elements, pain blossoming forward as the third's lightning coursed through him freely. Fire chakra ran through his body, through his arm and into his finger, being condensed into a single point, firing outward a second later. Cruel sun. An explosion of heat, flames erupting through the Raikage's body as a wave of force blasted the two apart. Virgo landed on his feet, several meters away from his original position. He glanced at his finger, the appendage twisting at an odd angle and blackened, not from his haki. He grabbed the appendage, pulling it straight with a sickening crack and flexing it slowly, shoving away the pain. He looked forward, the Raikage laying on the ground and unmoving, not surprising given that most of his body was gone, only the head remaining. He walked forward, approaching the Raikage's head and pulling out the scroll Daffy had given him. He knelt down when he reached his target, a single knee touching the ground as he unraveled the scroll along the ruined floor. He reached out with a hand, turning the head so he could see the Raikage's face, watching as ash began to settle around his neck, desperately trying to heal him. Ha ha ha. An impressive attack, but don't think I would have fallen for it if I were alive. You're one of the only ones who managed to pierce my lightning armor, so feel proud, boy. He didn't reply, giving the third a brief nod and placing a finger to the top of his forehead. He pulled away, a line of chakra following and connecting to his finger, with Virgo began to move toward the seal. Hold on a minute. Virgo stopped, giving the third a look. What is it? The third gave him a serious look, Virgo listening to his words carefully. Listen, I don't know who these guys are or why they brought me back like this, but I should warn you, if you plan to fight them you'll be in for a rough time. Virgo tilted his head slightly. Oh? How so? The third narrowed his eyes, seeming to struggle slightly. Already I can feel that snake-like man trying to stop me from talking, so I'll be quick. Before I left, the man reviving us has been improving, beginning to experiment on our bodies and trying to improve us. Like I said before, if I were alive I never would have fallen for that attack before or been so simple in my attacks. With the improvements that he's making, the advantage you get from that will start to dwindle, us reanimations regenerating faster and becoming even stronger than when we were alive. Virgo gave his words a thought, curious about something. If that's so, then why did they send you, someone who hadn't been improved yet? The third nodded, Virgo realizing that he had regained a portion of his upper body, becoming wary. That last attack of yours destroyed something they put in my body, probably meant to pull me out in case things got bad. Guess you were just too quick though. It was most likely the Flying Thunder God technique, or a version of it. They're using Minato to place or extract their reanimations quickly now. But if they place them on the reanimations, then surely. Virgo moved quickly, sealing away the third rakeage, looking over as at his team fighting the Akatsuki members. He rolled up the scroll, putting it away and kicking off the ground, rushing toward one of the Akatsuki members. He pulled back his weapon, ready to unleash his attack with all his strength. There was an explosion, throwing him backward as light from a setting sun began to fill the room. Virgo landed on his feet, looking up to see what had happened. Maximum overheat. Sakura eyed her opponent carefully, her fists raised as she gave a brief glance at the man she had punched. She was honestly surprised he was still alive. That attack was supposed to destroy his internal organs, considering that he had his guard down. Still, he was moving about just fine, only a trail of blood leaking down his chin from his mouth, not bothered by the damage at all. These two were partners, so the one in front of her was probably just as durable. That meant flat-out strength was a no-go here. She gave a brief look toward Temari, wanting to assemble a quick strategy before they were attacked. It seemed she was too slow, Kakuzu kicking off the ground, cracking the ground beneath him and rushing forward. She narrowed her eyes, moving to meet him and swinging a hand toward him, her chakra extending into a long, sword-like chakra scalpel. The Akatsuki member touched the ground, changing direction in an instant and stopping his momentum. He ducked low, kicking upward at her wrist, the chakra scalpel missing him completely. He twirled while still low to the ground, his foot snapping out and landing a harsh kick to her stomach. The blow knocked the wind out of her, Sakura immediately concentrating, grabbing hold of the functions of her body and not letting the loss of air bother her. She used her other hand and slashed at the extended leg, Kakuzu pulling his leg backward and swiping his hand, a blade of air rushing toward her. She jumped to the side, her body recovering and allowing her to breathe normally again. She saw Temari rush forward, her razor-sharp fan slashing at the ninja, who dodged them with extreme precision. Temari swung wide, both Kakuzu and Sakura seeing the mistake. The ninja grabbed Temari's wrist, the man's hand darkening and twisting, forcing Temari to drop the fan. Sakura acted quickly, placing her hands on the ground, calling upon the earth around the two. Spikes erupted outward between the two, aimed at Kakuzu, who jumped backward slightly, his arms a blur as he smashed the stone spears to pieces. Temari jumped backward and regrouped with her, holding her wrist with a grimace. She summed up their predicament with a single sentence. "He's good." She nodded, thinking for a moment about their opponent. He reminded her of an evil version of Kakashi, using superior skill and strategy to pick them apart rather than brute force. This was going to be a difficult fight. She gently grabbed Temari's hand, keeping an eye on Kakuzu while green chakra flowed through her, healing the sprained wrist that Kakuzu had given Temari. She finished the act quickly, moving to attack Kakuzu, not comfortable with letting the man make the first move. She jumped into the air, a kick cutting through the air that the man blocked, his skin darkening once again as a shockwave echoed outward, Kakuzu's arm buckling for a moment from the strength of her attack. He held on, however, his arms moving quickly and grabbing her leg, pulling her over him and slamming her into the ground. She weathered the blow, looking up toward Kakuzu and spitting, firing hidden poison needles at her opponent's face. His skin darkened again, the needles merely bouncing off as he raised a fist, preparing to slam it into her prone form. He jumped away suddenly, a blast of air rushing past where he once was. Sakura got up quickly, healing her injuries and rushing to join Temari who was engaging Kakuzu. She watched Kakuzu grab a hold of Temari's fan, crumpling the steel like paper, catching Temari off guard. Sakura reached them, a fist flying through the air, her scalpel aimed toward the man's heart through his back. She saw a flicker of movement, both her and Temari jumping backward to evade it. Black threads erupted from the man's sleeves once again, this time being more than for show. They moved like lightning, spearing into her previous position and digging into the stone floor like paper. Kakuzu raised his hands, the thread swaying in the air and waiting for their assault. She clicked her tongue, wondering what to do next. The man was already strong, and now he just made this more difficult. She took it back, he wasn't like an evil Kakashi, he was Naruto-like, though she wished she didn't have to face any version of Naruto. She raised her scalpels, Sakura seeing Temari pull out some wind-enhanced kunai. She nodded toward her, the two rushing in to attack their opponent. The threads attacked instantly, coiling and launching through the air like a snake. She calmed herself, her eyes taking in each and every movement of the strings. Her body moved, dodging around the strings, bending and folding like a piece of paper, steadily moving closer and closer to her opponent. Paper art. She reached him, her hand snapping forward, her chakra scalpel digging into Kakuzu's flesh. The man paid it no attention, Sakura seeing that Temari was still struggling with the threads. Kakuzu stepped toward her, the arm she had stabbed seemed to extend, separating into segments with the black thread connecting them together. It began to wrap around her arm, Sakura pulling her arm away immediately, her chakra moving to cover her escape. Stone spears began to rise, threatening to spear through the ninja. They crashed against his body, crumbling upon impact, Sakura looking worried at the sight. She backflipped away, the strings and Kakuzu extended arm stopping in their chase. He's using the same technique Lee and Naruto use, infusing himself with earth chakra to enhance their durability. I could try and do the same, but I've never tried it before. It'd probably just be a waste of chakra. I need to dodge his attacks and use my chakra scalpels to cut through his defense. Her last attack had been successful, she just needed to hit a vital spot next time. She put an arm in front of her face, a blast of wind exploding from Temari's large fan, the storm of wind blades slicing through many of Kakuzu's threads. She moved, seeing her chance as Kakuzu turned toward her teammate. She went through hand seals, taking a breath and releasing it a moment later, along with the chakra that she had gathered. Water style, water vortex jutsu. The ring of water shot forward, Sakura carefully controlling, slowing it down as soon as it touched Kakuzu. The water stopped abruptly, Sakura sticking a palm into the wall of water seemingly floating in the air. Water style water prison jutsu. The water condensed, locking Kakuzu in place, Sakura running toward the man with one hand inside the tunnel of water, the other with a large chakra scalpel. She reached him, a hand reaching out, attempting to spear through his heart. Kakuzu broke through at the last minute, jumping forward and turning, his threads moving to pierce her. She pointed her chakra scalpel, guiding the water chakra through it and out the sharpened point. Water scalpel. A thin jet of water shot out, the beam spreading as it fired, piercing Kakuzu through his chest. The man flew backward, tumbling along the ground as Sakura released her various techniques. The roof of the water vortex fell onto her, cooling her down as she panted, Temari jumping to her side immediately. She gave her a small smile, Temari responding with an amused smirk. Water scalpel? Really? Sakura stood up straight, a small pout on her face as she looked away from Temari, crossing her arms. I came up with it on the spot, okay? Temari didn't respond, Sakura hoping that she didn't catch the lie. She felt the other girl elbow her, Sakura looking back toward her curiously. She was looking at Kakuzu's corpse, Sakura looking toward it in confusion as well. Her eyes widened, Sakura raising her fists as she tried to understand what was happening. Corpses weren't supposed to move. Is he a reanimation? No, the sclerae of his eyes aren't black, and he isn't regenerating. So how is he still alive? I underestimated you, a mistake I will not make again. Sakura looked on as Kakuzu got to his feet, the hole in his chest quickly being consumed by threads. To think that I would lose my own earth heart to a couple of kids. I've grown complacent. Sakura saw something fly out of Kakuzu's coat, landing on the ground in front of them. It was a white mask, with a wide mouth and red lips. She looked back at Kakuzu, who seemed to have his eyes trained directly on her. It seems I will need a new earth heart to replace mine. Yours should do nicely. A new heart? He has multiple? 3 black masses of threads jumped out of Kakuzu's back and into the air, each one bearing another mask. Now die. Sakura panicked, a shower of lightning coming from one mask, mixing with a torrent of water blasted by another. A tornado of wind formed from another mask blending with the onslaught of white-hot flames Kakuzu himself unleashed. She looked at the tornado of elements, trying to figure out what she could do. It shouldn't be possible. A ninja shouldn't be able to use multiple natures at once without a bloodline, and no ninja should be able to use 4 at once like this. Sakura. She looked over, seeing Temari fire a blast of wind, trying to stop the attack. Sakura shook herself out of her stupor, placing her hands on the ground beneath her. The floor in front of them raised upward, the attack slowed by Temari's wind slamming into the wall of earth that she created. She focused her chakra, trying desperately to hold the wall together. She looked at the wall, seeing a crack form. She looked toward Temari, trying to tell her to run before she heard a crash. She turned back toward the wall, seeing Kakuzu's form rush through a newly made hole in her defense, appearing in front of her a second later. She raised a fist from the ground, trying to land a strike but she wasn't fast enough. Kakuzu landed a powerful blow to the side of her face. She heard Temari call her name but was cut off, something attacking her. Sakura was driven into the ground, the earth beneath her giving way. Her chakra moved to heal the damage, but she was beginning to run low, that last wall of stone taking much of her chakra away from her. She felt a foot crash into her stomach, making her close her eyes and yell out in pain, the scream not lasting as the wind was driven from her. She lashed out blindly with a kick, not managing to hit her opponent. She opened her eyes, seeing a fist come down toward her throat. She rolled, dodging the attack and feeling it carve deep into the ground. She rolled to her feet, panting as she watched her opponent. Then, she remembered Temari, looking over and seeing her desperately try and dodge the attacks of those thread monsters. She grimaced, looking back toward Kakuzu and trying to think of a plan. He was better than them, there was no way around it. And with those thread monsters he was even more dangerous, now able to take away their numbers' advantage. She looked over toward Temari, making her decision. She placed a hand on the ground, focusing more of her dwindling chakra and creating several walls around Kakuzu as fast as she could, trapping him for a moment. She turned and rushed to help Temari, eager to destroy the puppets Kakuzu created. The moment he released those things was when we were overwhelmed. If we can destroy them quickly, one can regain the upper hand. She thought back to Kakuzu's words, trying to piece together how he hadn't died but was unable, too much adrenaline flowing through her. I'll just go for the masks on the creatures and hope that's enough to stop them. She watched as a jet of high-pressure water rushed toward Temari. She reached the girl before it could land, shoving Sakura out of the way and jumping toward the creature with the blue mask, a fist extended toward the jet of water. A chakra scalpel jutted outward, Sakura struggling to maintain its usual increased size. It cut through the water, allowing Sakura to reach the creature. She roared, firing off a powerful kick into the mask, her chakra running through her body as the mask shattered, her leg feeling something give and tear. The creature fell limp, Sakura landing on the ground and at her foot, seeing blood cover her foot and sandals. Kakuzu's words came rushing back to her, everything clicking into place. To think that I would lose my own earth heart to a couple of kids. I've grown complacent. It seems I will need a new earth heart to replace mine. Yours should do nicely. He was keeping the hearts behind the masks. That's how they can perform multiple jutsu of different elements at once. That's also why he threw away the mask earlier, he replaced his own heart with the one behind that mask. She jumped near Temari who had recovered, surrounded by the other two creatures. She looked over, seeing Kakuzu had released himself from the prison she had made, joining their fight. She glanced at the masks, wondering which to take out first. It seems you've caught on, but don't think that will help you. I can tell that both of you are low on chakra while I'm barely getting started. He was right. Even if they defeated the other hearts, she didn't have any more chakra left to fight Kakuzu effectively and Temari's long-range attacks wouldn't be effective against his earth defense. They needed help, they couldn't. She looked behind Kakuzu, seeing a glimmer of hope. Lee was there, rushing toward Kakuzu from behind at an extreme speed. She watched as he pulled back his weapon. She grinned, seeing Kakuzu give her a confused look at the expression. The roof collapsed on top of them a moment later. Yamato looked on with a grave expression, trying to think of what to do. Haiden was standing in that strange symbol he created out of his own blood, a knife digging into his chest, his wood, Shikamaru's shadow, and Asuma holding Haiden back. The crazed man laughed, looking Asuma in the eye. What the matter, huh? Afraid that little blonde bitch is gonna die? Ha ha ha. Yamato grimaced, looking over at Ino, Choji trying to stop the bleeding. This wasn't good. He didn't know how this technique worked but it was dangerous. The more they hurt Haiden the worse Ino got but stopping him in the first place required hurting Haiden. T the symbol. He turned to his left, Shikamaru struggling to speak as he concentrated. I just figured it out. It's T that symbol he's standing in. His technique only works as long as he's standing in it. Yamato nodded, taking his hands off the ground and rushing in. He reached Asuma and Haiden, Asuma surprised to see him rush in. Yamato acted quickly, helping Asuma move Haiden's ritual knife away from his chest. As soon as it was out, Yamato pulled Haiden's arm over his shoulder, throwing him out and away from the circle. Haiden's skin began to change color, the black fading away to reveal his normal skin. Yamato sighed in relief, Asuma rushing toward Haiden a second later. Haiden pulled out his scythe, swinging it at the Jonin who put on a burst of speed, using one of his trench knives to block the attack at the handle of the weapon. His other knife slashed across Haiden's face, slashing through one of his eyes. Gah, fuck. Yamato saw shadows racing across the ground, an exhausted Shikamaru trying to immobilize Haiden once again. Yamato placed his hands together, focusing his chakra and waiting for Shikamaru's shadow to strike. He didn't have to wait long, spears of shadow reaching up and digging through Haiden's skin, tying him down. Yamato was already running, calling out to Asuma to move out of the way. The man didn't hesitate, giving Yamato the chance to step in front of Haiden and place his hands on the man's chest. He released his chakra, not hesitating to stop the man as soon as he could. Wood style, deep forest emergence. His chakra erupted through Haiden's body, hundreds of trees exploding out through the Akatsuki members. He could hear Haiden screaming, Yamato making the trees expand outward, devouring Haiden's body. The trees struck the ceiling, digging into the rock above. Yamato's hands felt tree bark, Haiden's body being completely enveloped by the trees he created. Yamato stepped back, taking deep breaths at the chakra usage and his current chakra levels. He felt Asuma run up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. You alright? Yamato looked toward him, giving him a nod and composing himself. Why yeah, I'm fine. Looks like we managed to take one down, huh? The Jonin nodded and was about to say something when he was interrupted. The ceiling exploded, revealing an orange sky as a figure landed in the middle of the large room, directly in front of the statue. Naruto. Maximum overheat. Yamato was blasted backward, Naruto's landing creating an expanding wall of force, a wave of heat showering him as he flew through the air. He grew a branch through one of his hands, grabbing onto one of the many trees he had just created. His branch snapped, making him crash into the wall, the force of the shockwave still coming, keeping him there. He opened his eyes, looking at Naruto. He had an arm outstretched, a palm raised with a strange purple-pink beam of flame firing from his palm. It headed straight for the statue, aimed toward the center eye in the middle of its head. There was an explosion of smoke, the statue disappearing just before it was struck. The beam continued onward, spearing through the wall behind the statue's position with little resistance. The surrounding stone began to glow, quickly beginning to drip downward as it turned to liquid magma, unable to withstand the heat of Naruto's attack. Yamato felt himself begin to fall, the force of Naruto's landing finally ending. He landed on the floor, watching as Naruto cut off his attack, red chakra bubbling off his skin. The 9 tails? He moved, beginning to get worried as he thought about his current level of chakra. If this got out of control he wouldn't be able to stop Naruto, not like this. He watched as a figure appeared in front of Naruto, one of the illusions that was standing atop the statue. They were all gone now, just this one remaining. He stood in front of Naruto, Yamato seeing purple-ringed eyes staring unflinchingly into Naruto's gaze. But Yamato wasn't worried about that. He raised a hand, calling upon what little chakra he had, trying to stop the third tail of chakra from forming. Daffy stared into Pain's eyes, anger and hate racing through him as those purple eyes stared back emotionlessly. You seem rather upset? A hand lashed out, Daffy sending hundreds of strings through the hologram, the strings spearing into the wall behind him. Upset? No, I'm far more than upset. Heh. He felt his grin widen, unable to control himself as his fingers moved rapidly, desperate to rip something apart. I bet you're wondering why I'm still smiling, aren't you? You see, I'm smiling because I can't be any angrier. Heh. Pain gave him a curious tilt of his head. I don't believe that entirely, Naruto. You see, I believe that there is pain in there as well. The enemy I sent to fight you, to inflict more pain than his fists ever could, was all to teach you something. That pain is what the Akatsuki wish to abolish. This anger you feel is what the Akatsuki wish to stop. Daffy stepped forward, his frame seemingly towering over Pain's as he leaned in, looking him dead in the eye. Really now? I'm so curious to hear about your little plan. Why don't you tell me where you are, so you can tell me all about it while I rip out those eyes and make you swallow them through your teeth? Pain gave him a look, one that reminded Daffy of a look of pity. We will meet soon, Naruto, that I can assure you. Perhaps it was fate that the two us were made to battle. I know that we both know pain. I want to remove that pain from this world, yet you seem to revel in it, drawing strength from it. But I'll show you that my resolve is just as great, if not greater than yours. Daffy laughed, taking a step back as he shook his head. How amusing. You're a greater fool than I thought, thinking something as weak as resolve will let you beat me. I'm done playing games with you, Pain. No, I'll show you that pain pales in comparison to justice. I'll find you, Pain. Daffy looked up at the darkening sky. I'll burn a path of blood straight toward your door. Every man, woman and child, a tribute to your petty resolve. Daffy began to laugh, the 9 tails chakra flowing through him at a greater pace. You think that teaching others pain will allow peace to come forth? That through pain, justice can prevail? A third tail of red chakra blossomed forth, the 3 tails of poisonous chakra whipping around erratically, a feeling of despair spreading through the air. Heh. You naive fool. Of course justice will prevail. Whoever wins becomes justice. He looked back down, staring Pain in his eyes, his glasses dropping slightly to reveal red-slit orbs. He saw Pain's eyes widen, a chuckle escaping Daffy's lips. So, go ahead and hide, Pain. Run, bide your time. Run from the coming tide, as all without power do. You'll learn that only those with unmatched power can survive the coming era. He turned around, walking away as the 3 tails of Kurama's chakra began to dissipate. He ignored the looks everyone else was giving him, his grin never faltering, his anger never lowering. He stopped. Just remember this, Pain. He looked back, Kurama's chakra returning, 3 tails of red chakra jumping out and stopping at Pain's throat. You chose to oppose me. It's too late for regrets. Heh. The hologram disappeared, Daffy already knowing what he had to do next. He had enough simply waiting around, wondering where the Akatsuki were going to show up next. It was time he took a true initiative. Daffy took a breath, feeling Kurama's chakra dissipate back into his body. He felt a thorough burning sensation throughout his body but ignored it, trying to get his mind back on track after his rage-induced entrance. He looked around seeing that everyone was still alive, though it seemed Sakura and Temari were in worse shape. Honestly, he didn't really care about Team Asuma or Yamato at the moment. He walked over to her, everyone seeming to have blasted back by his entrance earlier. She was propped up on a wall, sitting down next to Temari. He knelt next to her, examining her quickly to see if she was injured. "You alright?" Sakura seemed to snap out of her thoughts, nodding quickly. "Why yeah, just a bit tired. It looks like Kakuzu got away. I don't see him anywhere." He nodded, not caring about whoever she was talking about now, looking over to where the statue had been, trying to find the Jinchuriki. He stood up, appearing next to two individuals that he didn't recognize, ones that weren't sound ninja. One was dead, a haunted look on her face as if she had been tortured. Probably their target, the Jinchuriki. He looked at the other one, a small girl with strangely colored hair. She was still alive, but who was she? Naruto. Daffy stopped, signaling for Kurama to continue. "I sense the essence of Matatabi from the dead one. But I can also sense Chomei from the one that's still alive." Daffy nodded, replying from within his thoughts. "I'm guessing those are the names of two other tailed beasts, right?" "Yes. It seems your information was incomplete. They had two Jinchuriki, not one. So it would seem. Which one is the two tails?" "Matatabi, the dead one. It seems she was extracted." Daffy narrowed his eyes, thinking. Their information may have been incomplete, but it was accurate. The Akatsuki had just gotten the two tails, meaning the extraction started a day and a half ago. They were able to extract the two tails far faster than Gaara's tailed beast. Was it because they had Shikaku's power now, or something else? Still, this wasn't good. This gave them less time to react if they needed to rescue more Jinchuriki. Still, at the very least they had located another. That was some progress. Daffy lifted the girl up, leaving the two tails Jinchuriki where she was. He walked back to his team that had gathered around Ino. Sakura was examining her, looking up to him a moment later. "She's badly injured and I don't have enough chakra to heal all of her wounds." He merely nodded, letting down Komiai's Jinchuriki. He placed a hand on the hole in Ino's chest, his strings carefully moving throughout her body, green healing chakra coursing through them. He stopped a minute later, standing up. "That should do until we get back to the leaf. We're leaving now, so move quickly. Lee, get the Jinchuriki. She's coming with us." He turned away as everyone began to move, trusting them to get things done and prepared. He jumped toward one of the walls, running upward and out of the remains of the hidden sound. He looked over to his left, seeing a large forest fire spread as far as he could see, a result of his previous attack. He felt movement behind him, Daffy turning around and seeing everyone gathered before him. Lee was carrying the Jinchuriki, Temari keeping a hold on Ino as Sakura was too tired. He looked toward Sakura, gesturing for her to come closer. "Sakura, come here for a second." She gave him a puzzled look before nodding, Daffy quickly scooping her off her feet and throwing her on one of his shoulders, looking back to Yamato and Asuma. He heard Sakura instantly began to protest but he ignored her, speaking to Yamato. "We're going to move on ahead and get Ino and the Jinchuriki to the hidden leaf. If you can follow then do so." Yamato nodded, Daffy turning and kicking off the ground, using his full travel speed to get back to the hidden leaf. Temari and Virgo followed him from behind, Sakura stopping her protest after the first hour of travel, falling asleep. They made it back within another hour, Temari panting rather heavily but making it nonetheless. They stopped at the gate, Daffy turning around and grabbing Chomei, handing Sakura off to Virgo. "Lee, take her back home. Temari, get Ino to the hospital and head back as well. I'm going to visit Tsunade." Temari gave him a bewildered look. "And now? It's getting late though. Can't you wait until tomorrow?" He gave her a look, Temari quieting and simply nodding, jumping off to the hospital. Virgo glanced over curiously. "What exactly are you planning to do, Daffy?" He grinned, readjusting Chomei on his back as he gathered his chakra. "Something I should have done a while back." He jumped, heading toward the Hokage's office. He reached the window in record time, opening it swiftly and stepping in. Tsunade was still there, looking rather tired but was a lot more awake now that he was back. "Naruto? You're back already?" He threw the body onto Tsunade's desk, papers flying everywhere as Tsunade was startled at the action. Daffy leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk. "Mission successful, Tsunade. Now, about that little hat of yours." Heh. Chapter 23. Kakuzu gasped, looking around as a wave of nausea swept over him. The room holding his battle had disappeared, Kakuzu finding himself under the darkened sky of the hidden rain. The rain pattered softly on his shoulders, the gentle tapping of the water echoing off the large tower he found himself on. Kakuzu looked over, seeing his leader crouched low on top of a large overhanging statue. He walked over to him slowly, his beasts of threads returning to him, finding themselves teleported along with him. They coiled into his sleeves, making their way back into his body. Kakuzu felt the hearts take their place, the masks shifting into their usual positions. He felt a surge of chakra, the extra hearts invigorating him. What happened? Kakuzu's gruff voice seemed to be drowned out by the soft rainfall, but he knew his leader had heard him. He waited for a moment, hearing footsteps behind him. Kakuzu turned, seeing a head of blonde hair, a frowning face just below. I had the fourth Hokage bring you back. I wanted to bring the Raikage as well, but it seems that the fourth kunai was destroyed in his battle. Haiden seems to have fallen as well. How unfortunate. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, watching the back of his leader that refused to meet his gaze. He took another step forward, his fists clenched in more than his usual annoyance. How much longer are we going to keep up with this farce, Pain? Pain's head perked up, Kakuzu watching as he slowly turned his head. Their eyes met, the dark purple glow of the Rinnegan peeking out and meeting him with a cold, dead stare. Kakuzu didn't falter, refusing to be intimidated by the eyes of a god. Oh? And just what do you mean by that, Kakuzu? A flash of lightning, a slow but powerful rumble of thunder echoed out, emphasizing Pain's words, showing that his claim to godhood was not simple boasting but approved by the heavens themselves. Kakuzu ignored the pit in his stomach, swallowing lightly as he held his nerve, refusing to be toyed with by the powerful ninja. Do not play innocent. How long is this game between you and the Jinchuriki going to last? How much longer until we stop playing around and making fools of ourselves? Every battle we've fought has been met with failure after failure. We may be accomplishing our goal, but that doesn't mean we have to sacrifice so much to do it. Pain tilted his head slightly, considering his words. He stood up slowly, fully turning to face him. He stepped forward, Kakuzu instinctively stepping backward, giving Pain the space he needed to step back onto the balcony. Pain stilled briefly, before answering his question. A game? Kakuzu, I assure you this is no game I am playing. It is true that our battles have gone less than optimally. However, do not think for a moment that I am not taking this as seriously as you are. Once we achieve our goal, the world will be in the palm of our hands. I will have the peace I had always dreamed of, and you will have all the money you could ever want. Kakuzu absorbed his words, thinking for a moment. He stared into the dark purple eyes of his leader, ignoring the slight shake in his own hand, trying to weather the oppressive chakra leaking off of the man. He held his ground, his voice coming out quieter than he wanted it to. If that's true, then prove it. You say that together we can take down the 5 great nations, but so far we've struggled to take on a single team of leaf ninja. A step echoed out, the sound of the rain seeming to silence itself, finding a worthier subject. Pain brushed past him slowly, the fourth Hokage stepping aside and following behind him. He approached the door leading to the hallway outside, stopping just as he reached it. Yes, perhaps you're right. Next time, there will be no more sacrifices, no more half-victories. I will show you that I am not just a simple shadow of the Akatsuki, but its leader. Naruto Uzumaki will know defeat the next time he faces us, because I will be there to meet him. Pain grasped the handle of the door, opening it slowly. Konan revealed herself on the other side, waiting patiently for Pain to come out of the room. He saw Konan nod towards him in greeting, Kakuzu nodding back but his focus on Pain's back, watching as he left the room. Pain stopped briefly, turning his head toward him. We will decide who to pair you with at a later date. For now, rest a while in the tower. Pain waited for a moment, Kakuzu nodding in agreement. That seemed to be what Pain wanted, the man moving fully out of the room with Konan and the fourth Hokage following close behind him. The fourth closed the door with a small click, Kakuzu releasing a breath as he found himself alone. He turned around, eyeing the dark steel city that was the hidden rain village. He eyes the tall metal buildings around him, listening to the ever-present rain as it continued to fall, giving the village a mood fitting his leader's visage. He looked up, eyeing the dark clouds as they slowly swirled in the sky, thinking about his group, this Akatsuki. More importantly, he thought about his leader, Pain. The man was powerful, the most powerful ninja he had seen since the first Hokage himself. His abilities were bizarre and unnatural, but more importantly they were powerful. There was a reason they called him leader. There was a reason that they all chose to follow him, or more specifically, to not fight against him. Even still, Kakuzu found himself doubting the Akatsuki, no longer confident in the reward for accomplishing their goal. How long would it be until he is the next sacrifice? How much longer until he was hunted down next, another member of the Akatsuki cut down? They may have not lost much yet, but it was only a matter of time until the fight was brought to them. They could not stay on the offensive forever. Kakuzu had faith in his strength, held confidence in his ability to fight some of the strongest in the world and come out the victor. But he was no fool. There were monsters that existed in this world. Many considered him to be one of them, but he knew there was worse. There was always worse. If he was a monster, then they were demons, devils, fusions of power and strength thought up only in stories and legends. Pain, leader of the Akatsuki. Naruto, Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. They were of the latter category. They were beings that were on a level all their own. Naruto may not be all the way there yet, but it was only a matter of time. They were moving too slowly, giving the enemy too much time to plan and grow. The Akatsuki needed a bigger edge, something that would let them fight the demon known as Naruto Uzumaki without simply throwing their own against him. Kakuzu sighed lightly, his head beginning to throb at the conundrum he found himself in. He turned, walking toward the door and opening it, stepping into the hallway and toward a nearby staircase. He began walking downward, his footsteps echoing as he made his way toward his own room, a lodging every member of the Akatsuki was given to rest in the hidden rain. He heard footsteps rush up the stairs, Kakuzu stopping and waiting for the offender to approach. They finally did a moment later, a young woman holding a bundle of clothes. She stopped at the sight of him, surprise evident on her face before putting on a nervous smile. She shakily presents the bundle of clothing, the trademark red and black of his Akatsuki robes making themselves known. He eyed the girl questioningly for a moment before she rushed to explain. We were told that you were in need of new clothing. So I rushed here to. He grabbed the new robe, practically ripping it from the woman's grasp, who yelped lightly at the sudden movement. He tore off his battered robe and shoved it into her arms, pushing the woman aside gently but firmly as he continued on his way. He heard the servant give out several apologies but ignored them, making his way to the floor below and walking into his room. He closed the door behind him, throwing his new robe onto a nearby dresser and laying on the bed. He wasn't particularly tired, but it was relaxing to rest for a moment. He brought back his previous thoughts, thinking about his current affiliation with the Akatsuki. He was in too deep to simply leave, and he knew that things would not end well for him if he simply let things be. It was time to be proactive and shake off the rust of the last 50 years. He got up, walking toward the center of the room and sitting down, meditating deeply. He felt a bit melancholic at his actions, bringing back memories from a lifetime ago. Kakuzu felt his chakra stir within him, and he resumed the training he had stopped decades ago. Tsunade simply stared at the unconscious girl sprawled across her desk, her focus shifting between her and the laughing Naruto standing in front of her. She practically felt her brain come to a halt before rapidly coming back online, her intelligence rising as she quickly came up with a response to her current situation. Bwah. Okay, maybe she wasn't all there yet. It was rather later after all, but she refused to let Naruto's antics affect her to this extent. She shook her head, his words finally connecting to her brain, conclusions being drawn and proper sentences being formed once again. Naruto, what are you talking about? And who's this? She waited impatiently for her answer, hearing Naruto chuckle lightly at her exasperated wit. She eventually got her answer, however, Naruto collapsing into the nearby seat, his legs propped up on her desk right next to the Jinchuriki he had brought with him. I told you, that's your Jinchuriki, well, sort of. They killed the one we were after already, but they luckily had a spare for us. Tsunade took on a serious look, glancing down at the girl on her desk, eyeing the strangely colored hair of the Jinchuriki. I see. The ANBU were swift and acted on her silent orders. They rushed down, grabbed the young girl and rushing her to a secure location in the hospital. She would join them shortly, but for now Naruto's previous outburst still had her attention. And what problem do you seem to have with my hat, Naruto? Naruto chuckled lightly, removing his feet from her desk and leaning forward, looking her straight in the eye behind his sunglasses. I mean that you don't need to hold on to it anymore, Tsunade. I'll take it off your hands, right now if you want. Any other time, she would be more than willing to give Naruto the blasted thing. She was growing tired of the merciless hours, the constant pressure and hounding of those around her, mostly the incompetence of some of her staff. To give him the hat and retire sounds like an absolute blessing, but she knew it could never be that easy, not with Naruto. Why? The smile seemed to disappear from Naruto's face for a moment, Tsunade narrowing her eyes at the young man, her lips curling into a small frown as she analyzed his face, searching for something though she wasn't sure what. Naruto's smile returned, a laugh accompanying it as he spread his arms wide theatrically. Why? Isn't this what you wanted? Me to take the position of Hokage? I'm just giving you what you asked for, Tsunade, that's all. No, that wasn't all there was to it. There's something more going on here. Something happened on that mission. She didn't know what it was, but she wouldn't be handing over her hat until she knew what it was. What happened on that mission, Naruto? She watched as Naruto tried to brush the comment off, acting as nonchalant and confident as he always did. I told you already, Tsunade. We captured the Jinchuriki. The mission was, don't play games, Naruto. Not with me. Now, what happened? She refused to fall for it. She refused to simply let Naruto have his way and deal with his problems himself, in his own way. It was not long ago that he was reluctant to take her position, and she knew that Naruto was someone who did not change his mind easily. Naruto frowned, clearly irritated at her response. She merely crossed her arms, tapping her foot on the wooden floorboards below her. She wasn't going to allow herself to be intimidated by Naruto, not for something like this. Naruto leaned back into the chair, looking away from her. They brought him back, the old man. Her eyes widened slightly at his words, memories of Sarutobi rushing to the forefront of her mind. She knew that Naruto had grown up as an orphan, Jiraiya shirking the responsibility of raising him to serve his duty to the village. She could only guess that Hiruzen took up the task, not that it surprised her. The aging Hokage was always sentimental, always working too hard and caring too much for those of the Leaf Village. She didn't quite realize that Naruto was no exception of that. Rather, he seemed to be an example of the Third's kindness, and the bonds he could create without blood. She found herself frowning for a different reason, looking toward the floor, trying to think of something to say. Naruto. I'm going to make them pay, Tsunade. She gasped lightly, looking up, seeing a large grin on Naruto's face. It was different from his usual mischievous persona. Anger and malice seemed to bleed from his features, the veins on his forehead seemed to writhe unnaturally as he gritted his teeth in just barely restrained rage and resentment. She found herself shaken at the sight, not used to seeing Naruto in such a state. Expecting him to be infallible? I'm going to find the Akatsuki. I'm going to find Pain and bring him to his knees. I'll show him and his little followers exactly who they're dealing with. She was wrong to think like that. She felt herself take a breath, closing her eyes as she thought about the young man in front of her. She had been so wrong before, she just couldn't see it. She truly believed that Naruto was the one to become Hokage, her successor. If she were being honest with herself, she felt like she was merely a placeholder, bidding time for when Naruto was truly ready to take up the mantle. Yes, Naruto was not her successor, but Sarutobi's. Even so, she was wrong in her thoughts about Naruto. She believed him to be the perfect ninja, the best the Leaf had to offer. He was strong, intelligent, charismatic and had gained the trust of many around him. He was a natural-born leader, destined to be the one who guided the Leaf to years of prosperity. But she had missed this, or perhaps she had just ignored it. Naruto was someone who was steeped in rage. He was an angry individual, or rather one that seemed to hold an oppressive darkness and potential for violence. Perhaps it was the nine tails deep inside him, or his upbringing that created a maelstrom of hate and corruption. Either way, Naruto was someone who was easy to anger, and his anger was fierce. He didn't want to be Hokage to lead the Leaf as Hiruzen's successor, he simply wanted to avenge the man. And she refused to let that happen. She would not let Naruto guide the Leaf or himself down that path. She closed her eyes, drawing a breath as the words came out like a whisper, regret and pain evident in her voice as she splayed out her thoughts with a simple word. The room was silent, Tsunade refusing to open her eyes, refusing to see a look of betrayal and anger on the face of the one that she wanted to disappoint the least. But she knew she couldn't close her eyes forever, not anymore. She resolved to face this, if not for her sake then for Naruto's and the Hidden Leaf's. For Hiruzen. She opened her eyes, looking upward as Naruto was standing up now, his face blank with just a small frown. She could tell he was watching her, analyzing her for some kind of clue to her thoughts, just like she was to him mere moments ago. He apparently came up with nothing, his words betraying his thoughts. Why? She sighed, wishing that he had said anything but that. You know why, Naruto? I won't let you become Hokage for something so selfish, and I know he wouldn't want that either. Naruto was silent, Tsunade knowing that his anger was only growing as he watched her, frustration and rage simply building as he tried to think of something to convince her to change her mind. She wouldn't, not right now. He seemed to see that as well. Naruto reached into his pouch, pulling out a small white orb with markings written all around it. He tossed it to her, Tsunade catching it at the last second. She eyed it for a moment, in awe of holding a crystallization of pure chakra given form. Have some ninja seal that into a proper sealing scroll and soon, otherwise the second Hokage's soul will be released? She nodded, barely acknowledging his words or the fact that her relative was currently in the palm of her hand. She looked over to him, watching as he put a foot on the windowsill, preparing to leave. I'm sorry, Naruto. He stopped briefly, but it didn't last, the blonde swiftly disappearing into the night, returning home. Tsunade sighed, sitting back in her chair and leaning back. She held out the ball of chakra, an ANBU member swiftly grabbing it and taking it be sealed properly. Naruto, he had some things to work out. He wasn't ready, not as much as she thought he was. He was still too hot-headed, too easy to anger and enrage. Naruto didn't fight that side of him either, but rather embraced it. That wasn't a trait the Hokage could have. That wasn't a trait that Tsunade would let her successor have. She didn't know the source of Naruto's anger problems, but that didn't mean she would simply sit idly by and let him work it out on his own. She had bet everything on him, and more than that she wanted him to succeed. She would help him become the man she knew he could become, even if she had to beat it out of him. He awoke abruptly, quickly jumping out of bed and onto his feet. His eye quickly transformed, chakra flowing into it, the clarity and perception granted by the Sharingan coming to life as he did so. Sasuke scanned his room carefully but quickly, not seeing anyone or anything out of place. He started moving, heading toward the front door of the house, where the loud noise that awoken him originated. He opened the door to his room swiftly, moving carefully to not produce any sound that might alert the intruder or intruders. He moved through the hallway, hearing large heavy footfalls of whoever was currently in his family's temporary home. He neared the edge of the hallway, Sasuke tracing the sound of the footsteps to just around the corner. He formed a fist, waiting for the intruder to make an appearance. Lee. He was surprised to see Lee, rounding the corner with an impassive face. He was carrying an unconscious Sakura in his arms, the two of them stopping to make eye contact. His Sharingan took in Lee's current state, surprised at what he saw. He was covered in several bruises, and one of his fingers seemed almost mangled. Sakura was in a bad state as well, obvious from her lack of consciousness. He drew his conclusions quickly, figuring that their mission did not go as smoothly as they had hoped. He nodded to Lee, signaling him to follow as he led him to a room for Sakura to rest. The two were silent as they began walking through the hallway of the home, the only sound being the gentle creak of a door as Niji came to investigate. I take it the mission did not go well? Niji's voice echoed through the hallway. He must have used his Byakugan to make himself aware of Sakura and Lee's presence and condition. Sasuke looking toward Lee to see if he would answer, though he doubted he would, probably wanting to wait until Naruto returned. Where was Naruto and Temari? Naruto will explain what had happened. For now, Sakura needs to rest. Niji merely nodded, closing the door and returning to his room. Sasuke opened a door further down the hallway, leading to an empty room that wasn't being used. This house was smaller than the last, making this the last room they could use. He opened the door, stepping aside so Lee could walk in. He watched as Lee placed her onto the bed, pulling the covers over her and stepping out of the room. Sasuke closed the door behind him, glancing at Sakura once more before closing the door completely with a small click. He looked over to Lee, giving a small sigh as he nodded toward the kitchen. Come on, I'll make something to eat for you guys while Naruto and Temari make their way back. Lee nodded, following him as Sasuke made his way toward the kitchen. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, scratching his head as he thought up what to make for them. Contrary to what Temari thought, he could make more than rice balls with tomatoes, it tended to come out not tasting quite right. Well, he would just stick with what he was good at and continue to ignore Temari's comments on his palate. He got to work, putting on a pot of water on the stove and turning on the gas. The stove began clicking repeatedly, Sasuke waiting for the gas to ignite, but noticing after a few seconds that it was having some trouble. He rolled his eyes, leaning down breathing a small breath of flame at the bottom of the pot. The gas ignited, a steady flame pouring from the stove and beneath the pot of water. He turned back toward Lee, who was sitting at the kitchen table quietly. Sasuke walked over to join him, taking a seat across from him and trying to get some more information from the stoic ninja. Are Naruto and Temari okay? Lee nodded toward him, sitting up straight as he answered his question. Yes, they're both fine. Naruto went to speak with the Hokage and deliver the Jinchuriki. Temari took Ino to the hospital, who was injured during the mission. Sasuke let go of a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, Lee's voice ringing out once again as he asked a question of his own. Their training, how has it been going? Sasuke considered the question, thinking for a moment. Well, I haven't been training them very long, so they haven't improved much yet. From what I can tell, they rely on the gentle fist and taijutsu on general too much. They aren't as strong or as fast as most of us either, so they'll need to be brought up to speed. To be completely honest, almost everything needs work. Lee simply nodded, leaning on the desk as he began flexing the hand with the injured finger. As I thought. Those two have not gone through the same training that Naruto and I put you through, which is more rigorous than most. Sasuke snorted at the understatement of the century, Lee continuing. It should not be surprising that they are not up to your standards. Sasuke agreed with that, they really weren't. Still, perhaps he just was expecting too much from them and underestimating himself. At his current strength, he had no problem fighting S-rank criminals on his own, even if he may not win every fight. To most ninja, even Jonin, an S-rank criminal was someone that would be suicidal to face alone, sometimes even with a group. Comparatively, Niji and Hinata weren't at that level yet. In fact, a thought occurred to him, Sasuke realizing the situation he was in. It was just the two of them here right now, Naruto in a meeting with the Hokage, Temari at the hospital and everyone else resting. He had always wondered about Lee and Naruto, ever since he first met them. He never saw the time and place to ask about them before, but he figured now was as good a time as any. Lee, I have a question for you. Lee tilted his head slightly but didn't refuse the request. You and Naruto, how did you get so strong in the first place? Lee was silent for a moment, non-reactive as Sasuke tried to figure out what he was thinking. I mean, the two of you have always been so strong, and I was just wondering. The two of us had met when we were children. Sasuke closed his mouth, gulping silently as Lee seemed to drift off, something that surprised him. He never figured Lee to be the type to get lost in his memories. That was something normally reserved for much older people and ninja, in his eye at least. You want to know where we had gotten our strength? To be completely honest, Naruto had always been powerful. Even as a child, he was already far ahead of his peers. I suppose you could say he was blessed by the heavens with the perfect body. Strong, unyielding, and without flaw. Sasuke listened to his story carefully, wanting to know more about Naruto and Lee's past, even if it seemed to be vague so far. I simply modeled myself after him. Unlike him, I was not blessed with such power and strength. All I possessed was my utmost loyalty to Naruto, and the will to stand at his side. So, I trained, pushing myself with nothing but will and ambition, so I could be as strong as Naruto was. Lee was silent afterward, Sasuke standing up as the pot of water began to boil. He poured salt into the water, also adding a few cups of rice as well, stirring it slowly into the water and placing the lid onto it a moment later. He turned down the heat to a simmer and thought about what Lee had told him. It was almost funny. In his childhood, Sasuke thought of himself as superior to others. He was an Uchiha, a prodigious student from a glorious clan that had been renowned for generations. But he was nothing compared to Naruto, he never was. He was willing to admit that now and had been for a couple years. But hearing it from Lee, the one Naruto trusted above all others? It put another perspective on things. Lee. Sasuke spoke without looking away from the pot of rice, thinking about what Lee had said. You said that you trained because you had loyalty to Naruto, right? Where did that loyalty come from? What made you follow Naruto? He had always wondered what made Lee follow Naruto so closely. From watching them, their relationship was clear to most. Lee was a servant to Naruto, and Naruto was his leader. But what made it so bizarre was that Lee considered himself as the servant of his own volition and nothing more. Sasuke chose to follow Naruto because he could grow stronger, at least, that was his initial reason. Now, he knows there was more to it than that. He looked up to Naruto. He admired his strength and confidence, how he could walk into any situation and steal the stage with utter ease and without consequence. More than that, Naruto seemed to care about them, all of them. It was not something he always shown, but he was never afraid to admit it, never afraid to say it in front of anyone. During their training, Sasuke realized that Naruto simply wanted a family to call his own, and he considered Sasuke as a part of that, even if he may have initially refused. But where did it start? Where did Lee's relationship with Naruto begin? Because he is my king. Sasuke showed confusion, turning around and looking at Lee, who was already there to meet his gaze. King. Lee nodded, standing up as he explained. Yes. Naruto has the will and ambition to surpass all others in this world. Though I cannot blame you. Naruto does not seem ready to show you what I mean, though he has done so subtly before. Sasuke ran Lee's words through his head, trying to figure out what he meant. I don't understand. What do you mean the will and ambition to surpass others? Lee seemed to not be offended by his confusion, trying further to explain. Imagine, if you will, if one had the ability to pit their spirits against each other. Entertain the idea that there are those in this world that can fight using only the strength of their very souls. Can you imagine it? Can you fathom the thought of fighting another simply by exerting your authority over them? I don't. It is difficult, yes. But rest assured that Naruto is capable of this. He has more power than he's shown you, Sasuke. I'm sure that, if he wished, Naruto could defeat almost this entire village in an instant, without even laying a finger on them. Sasuke tried to comprehend what Lee was talking about, trying to imagine a ninjutsu that could do something like that, but he had never heard of one like it. Is that what he did to you? Was that why he followed Naruto? Did he use this power to overwhelm Lee and force him to submit or something? Lee simply shook his head. He didn't need to. Didn't need to? So, he simply showed Lee this power, then Lee decided to follow him. Lee. He seemed so passionate about this ability, so amazed by it. I don't think I've ever heard him talk so much before. It was as if, Lee, where are you? Sasuke was cut from his thoughts, hearing Temari's voice from somewhere outside. That's right, they had moved to a different house after they went on their mission, and Temari isn't a censor like Lee and Naruto. She doesn't know where they are yet. He began moving to go get her, but Lee placed a hand up, gesturing for him to stop. You focus on cooking. I will retrieve her. He nodded, walking over to the counter to begin cutting some tomatoes. He listened carefully as Lee exited the house, the only sound being the steady drum of his knife against a cutting board. The door opened again a minute later, Sasuke hearing 2 sets of footsteps now. Man, I'm glad I found you. When I saw they already tore down the old house I started. Oh, hey Sasuke. Sasuke merely nodded, waiting for the cue. Ha, aren't you sweet making us a return home meal? I swear if you're making rice and tomatoes again. And there she goes. He sighed, tuning her out as he continued to work the knife. Still, he couldn't keep a small smile from his face as he did, and he refused to admit it was nice hearing the familiar rant. He would talk to Naruto about Lee's words later. Daffy walked slowly down the road, his haki finding everyone in a new house, the old one probably being torn down after they left. He thought back to his conversation with Tsunade, trying to think of ways it could have gone better. He could have fought harder. He could have convinced Tsunade to give him the hat. It wouldn't have been very hard either. He was not one to simply give up like that, to not put up a fight on something that he wanted. No, something else stopped him. I won't let you become Hokage for something so selfish, and I know he wouldn't want that either. Those words, when she brought up Sarutobi like that, something in him stilled. His anger died down for a moment, only for a moment, but it was enough. She was right, the old man wouldn't want that to happen, but what did he care? Sarutobi was dead now. Gone forever. What he wanted, and his wishes, drifted away along with his ashes. I wish I could have shown you how much you and the leaf meant to me. There was no use fretting over the dead. All that mattered was what he wanted, and what his family wanted. That was it. The leaf was just a village, a place that held no significance to him. So, what did it matter if he used it like a tool? These people didn't matter to him. Perhaps if I had raised you better, you wouldn't be so closed off. He stopped, staring at the front door of their new temporary home. Damn it. The word was whispered quietly, but it seemed so much louder. It was hollow, stoic, void of almost any emotion. On the empty quiet street in the Uchiha compound, the word seemed to echo. Damn it. He hissed the word through his teeth, trying to put away the thoughts from his mind. This wasn't like him, none of this was. He shouldn't be living in some rundown abandoned house. He shouldn't be hesitating to take this village by force and use it like a puppet on strings. He shouldn't be training these children and caring about their well-being. This wasn't right. These aren't the actions that Donquixote Doflamingo would make. He was a king, a figure of power with an anger no one would dare to bring forth. He wouldn't let that man, Pain, mock him like this. He wouldn't let Tsunade deny him what he wanted. He was a man that brought fear into others. Not. It's an effect you have on people, Naruto. Though I can't quite explain it, you have the ability to make people trust you with everything they have. He didn't let those things happen, not like this. He did that intentionally, to take advantage of others, to grab hold of their weaknesses and never let go. He didn't do it simply on a whim, nor did he gather others' loyalty when he didn't mean to. Donquixote Doflamingo does not do business that way. But he did. He did all of that. Even now, his family was waiting for his return. Sasuke looked up to him. Hinata and Neji were counting on him. Sakura aspired to stand by him. Temari was eternally great to him. Gaara saw kinship with him. They all followed him, they all saw him as a leader, saw each other as family just like he wanted. Yet, he can't help but feel that it spiraled out of control somewhere along the line. His family were more than just a namesake. They were a weapon for his enemies, and a shield for himself. That was what they were meant to be. But this was different. His enemies were the celestial dragons, the world itself. He wanted to burn it all down, take his revenge for the heaven and hell they forced upon him. To achieve that goal, sacrifice would have to be made, lives had to be spent. Yet somehow, he couldn't imagine doing such a thing. Not anymore. He thought about what Virgo had told him, how he had changed. Then, he had simply pushed it to another area of his mind. Now, he couldn't ignore it, not anymore. He had changed. He didn't know what brought it on or what had caused it, but the fact remained. He was no longer the same Donquixote Doflamingo as he was before. Perhaps, he was more like Naruto Uzumaki now. There was the creak of wood, the door in front of him opening slowly. Daffy looked on, seeing Virgo open the door, looking at him expectantly. The two were silent for a moment, Virgo stepping aside and gesturing him to come in. Sasuke's making food for us. He simply nodded, walking inside and past Virgo, who closed the door behind them. He made his way to the kitchen, his nose already identifying what Sasuke was making, not that it wasn't already obvious. As he walked into the room, he saw Temari sitting at the table with a less than pleased face, with a very groggy Hinata next to her. Niji sat beside his cousin, slowly eating away at a rice ball in his hand. Sasuke was at the kitchen counter, stopping from making more as he heard his footsteps. The Uchiha turned, seeing him enter with slight surprise before nodding in greeting. "Take a seat, Naruto. I'll have some ready for you soon." Daffy didn't answer, stoically looking down at the table, seeing a chair placed at the very end of the long table, his favorite place to sit and one where he was sure there was no chair when Sasuke first moved in. He pulled out the chair, taking a seat and waiting for Sasuke to finish. He could hear Temari talking to the sleepy Hinata, who was struggling to stay awake, relying on Niji to keep her sitting up straight. Virgo sat beside him, waiting to receive his own portion from Sasuke as well. Knowing him, he probably refused to eat until he had arrived. He saw Sasuke place a plate in front of him, several of his rice balls with tomatoes being made for him. To be honest, he didn't like them too much, not finding the combination especially appealing, but he ate them anyway. He kept eating, not listening as the others began to talk to each other. It was like there was a buzz in his ears, everything feeling so far away, detached almost. It was like, "Naruto." He looked up, seeing Temari looking at him with concern. In fact, everyone seemed to be, besides Virgo of course. Is everything okay, Naruto? You seem a bit out of it?" He looked toward Hinata, thinking about her words. He realized that he was frowning rather heavily, the opposite of his usual persona. It must have concerned them. He smiled, though he couldn't help but notice that it wasn't as wide as he wanted it to be. "Yes, Hinata. Just thinking about our latest mission." Sasuke seemed to show interest, though it didn't surprise him. Although he said otherwise, Daffy was sure that Sasuke was disappointed that he couldn't go with them, even more when he saw Sakura in her current state. "Speaking of, how did the mission go?" Daffy took another bite of the rice ball in his hand, swallowing it greedily and trying to get back in the swing of things. "Well, it seems my information was not complete. They had 2 Jinchuriki, not 1, and the time it takes to extract them has decreased as well. Luckily, we managed to bring back one of them alive." Sasuke nodded, leaning back against the counter in the kitchen and crossing his arms. "That's good. We now have 2-tailed beasts then. So, what now?" "A good question." He grinned, leaning back in his chair. "We need to go on the offensive. No more reacting to the enemy. Instead of finding the Jinchuriki, we're going to find where the Akatsuki is and take the fight to them." Temari leaned forward, joining the conversation with concern in her eyes. "Are you sure that's a good idea, Naruto? These guys are strong. I know you can take them on, but me and Sakura teamed up on one and we lost. Fighting more of them along with whatever reanimations they have sounds like a bad idea." He chuckled lightly, propping a hand up and leaning his head against it. "Of course, it is a bad idea, Temari, if it were just us going against them." Temari showed her confusion, most of them did besides Virgo. "We alone are not going to fight them, Temari. I am going to actively work toward becoming Hokage." Temari stood up, shock on her face. "Why, you're going to send the Leaf to war?" He shook his head, continuing with his plan. "No. I'm going further than that. I'm going to become Hokage. Then, I'm going to gather every nation, every ninja, every man, woman and child and point them toward the Akatsuki. I'm going to unite this entire world and use them to eviscerate Pain and his puppets." Temari looked wide-eyed, thinking about his words. That's a good idea actually." Temari turned toward Sasuke, who had a thoughtful look. At Temari's look, he began to explain. "Think about it, Temari, the Akatsuki are becoming a threat that the entire world can't ignore. I'm honestly surprised the Hokage hasn't tried to do this already." "She has, Jiraiya more specifically. Jiraiya traveled to the Land of Iron and tried to gather a Kage summit, but it was refused by the Cloud and Stone. I plan to be a bit less polite about it however." Temari seemed hesitant and voiced it a moment later. "Yeah, but, sending the entire world into war? We've already had 3 great ninja wars. Do we really need another?" Daffy stood up, a confident grin on his face as he already thought up his next words. "Not another, Temari, but the last. Think about it, all the nations, gathered together against a common enemy, the perfect chance to put aside differences and unite the nations. And with us at the helm, we can show that we are the strongest. We can secure true peace throughout the ninja world and bring a new era." He realized that he had spread his arms out during his little speech, a small habit of his. He dropped his arms to the side, looking toward Temari. "So, what do you think?" "Heh heh heh." She gave a thoughtful look, before sighing deeply and giving him a small grin. You sure don't think small, do you, Naruto? He chuckled, before looking over to Sasuke. Are there any more rooms in the house? I think I'm ready to rest for tonight. Sasuke shook his head. Unfortunately not. Temari can stay in Sakura's room. Unless you want to bunk with me and Lee. He shook his head, gesturing toward the couch at the nearby living room. That's fine. I'll stay on the couch out here for tonight. Sasuke seemed surprised at his answer, almost ready to give up his own room instead. Are you sure? I can just... It's fine. Now go to sleep, all of you. I'll see you all tomorrow. They all nodded, murmuring agreements as they got up. He saw Temari yawn loudly, stretching as she walked down the hallway with Sasuke. So, where's Sakura's room? It's the last one down the hall on the... Their voices faded away, Daffy walking over to the old couch in the living room. He laid down, using some chakra to heat himself and the couch up and tried to get comfortable. He could have just kicked Sasuke and Virgo out of their room but chose not to. He wanted to wake up early tomorrow, and if he got too comfortable tonight that wasn't going to happen. Besides, he wasn't quite ready to go to sleep yet. He closed his eyes, concentrating as his consciousness was pulled into Kurama's seal. He opened his eyes, finding himself looking up at a large cage, the familiar fox looking back toward him. An unexpected visit. What is that you wanted, Naruto? Daffy walked closer, placing his hands in his pockets. A question for you, Kurama. You said that in order to control your power I needed to rid myself of hatred. Yet here I am, filled with more anger than ever, and now I can control 3 tails of your power. Why? Kurama seemed thoughtful, trying to organize his words as he leaned closer. It is true that you are able to control more of my power, but do not think that I lied to you. The reason you can now control 3 tails of my chakra is simply because your hatred dwarfs that which is contained in 3 tails of my current strength. This gap will only grow smaller. To go down this path to control my power is foolish and will only lead to ruin. But it's possible then? I don't need to get rid of my hatred and anger to control your chakra, I just need more of it, right? The fox sighed heavily, a faint wind being created at the act. Yes, I suppose you technically could, but think about what you are saying, Naruto. Look what it had taken for you to control 3 tails. I am not a fool. I can tell that what happened influenced you, Naruto. Now simply imagine what it would take to control all my current strength. If that ever happened, then you would have already lost. Daffy growled, frustrated at the answer he was given. Why is your chakra like this in the first place? Kurama chuckled lightly. Why is water wet? Why are we affected by gravity? You humans are always trying to find some hidden meaning in things, figure out the laws of the world when they are exactly as they appear. My chakra is like this simply because it is. There is no greater explanation. Daffy was silent, trying to think of a way around this. He needed Kurama's power. Sage mode was something he still hadn't mastered, but he was beginning to show promise in Kurama's chakra. Now he was telling him that he was working backwards, that his progress was just a farce and paled in comparison to the real thing. I can tell that you are desperate to control my power, though I don't blame you. Perhaps there is some hope. He looked at Kurama with confusion, wanting to hear more. You are not the only Jinchuriki in this world, Naruto. Although Shikaku's vessel never learned to control his strength, you possess another that may have learned more. My sibling's chakra has the same effect on their hosts that mine does. Perhaps that girl you brought back could teach you. Right, Komiai's Jinchuriki might know more. She was currently unconscious, but she might be able to teach him how to control Kurama's chakra. Well, it was worth a try, he supposed. Very well, I'll see if that girl can teach me more then. Kurama nodded, Daffy taking it as his cue to leave and get some rest. He closed his eyes once again, trying to get some sleep. The springs poking into his back didn't help. Kakashi finally reached the end of the massive bridge, finally entering wave country again after years. It was funny, the bridge felt a lot bigger than it did the first time he crossed it, but maybe that was just his imagination. Still, looking around, he did notice that a lot had changed about the poor nation. The bridge seemed to have done wonders, bringing in all kinds of trade and making the economy seemingly explode. But he was here for a different reason. According to Tsunade, there were rumors that a wood-style user had appeared here, something that hadn't happened since the first Hokage. If they could find a natural-born user of the wood style and bring him back to the leaf, they might be able to bring back a bloodline thought lost forever. Now finding that person was another issue entirely. He couldn't just go asking around and draw attention to himself, and the place was a lot bigger than it used to be. His only real hope was to find a credible source of information that he could trust to keep quiet. Hopefully Tazuna still remembered him and would recognize him through his disguise. He didn't have high hopes for that last part, but he supposed it didn't matter. He would just have to take a bit of it off or just transform into his normal form was all. He began walking through the bustling streets, playing the tourist and taking occasional pictures of the surroundings. Eventually he began making his way through a forest and toward Tazuna's lakeside home. He found it quickly enough and began approaching it with a smile. Looking, he could see Tazuna's grandson, though he couldn't remember the boy's name. He seemed to be doing something with a taller individual, who he didn't recognize from this distance. Though, he could hear them. "All right, now that we got the old dock removed, go ahead and build us a new one." The boy seemed rather excited, taller too from what he remembered, though that was obvious. The other individual, a boy from what he could tell, nodded and knelt down. He clapped his hands together, his fingers interlocking as he fell into concentration. Kakashi saw several branches begin to rise out of the water, watching them begin to weave together seamlessly and form a large dock out onto the water of the lake. Well, that was pretty easy. It was certainly unexpected but not unwelcome. So far, this mission was turning out to be rather easy. Now he just needed to convince the individual to come to the leaf. That didn't seem rather difficult either. If he was friends with Tazuna, then he could vouch for him and help convince the man to come with him. Failing that, he seemed to take a lot of concentration to pull that off, so he was rather new to his bloodline. It should be rather easy to take him down if he needed. He approached further, deciding to drop his disguise as Sukiya and use the transformation technique and turn into his normal appearance. He kept walking, watching as the two began hopping on the bridge to test its sturdiness. As he got closer, he could make out more details on the wood user. He was pale, very much so, with dark gray hair not unlike his own. He heard a slam, Kakashi seeing the door to Tazuna's house open, the man in question appearing in the doorway, waving to the two outside. "Hey! Tsunami's almost done making dinner. Come on, Kakashi?" So he did remember. He waved toward the man, feeling rather nervous and awkward as the older man proceeded to laugh and run toward him. "Hey there, long time no see, ugh." The old bridge builder enveloped him in a large hug, lifting him off the ground and letting go, stunning him slightly. "Haha. It's good to see you again. You wouldn't believe how great things are around here now." He's certainly in a good mood. Kakashi stretched his back slightly, scratching at the back of his head as he thought up something to say. "It seems so. I was actually looking for someone, rumors of a wood-style user, and I wanted to see if you had any info, but it seems that—" "Huh? You mean Kabuto? What about him?" "Hey Kabuto, come here. Kabuto." As Tazuna gestured toward the wood user, the man got closer and Kakashi was able to see his face clearly after a few moments. "Hi there. I'm Kabuto Yakushi. Did you need something? And there it is. Why can't things ever be easy for once? Another mission?" Daffy nodded toward Sasuke, shooing off the ANBU that had been sent to gather them. He cracked his neck and back, working out some of the kinks that sleep on the couch had done. "So it would seem. It's nothing about the Akatsuki or anything, just a normal mission." Sasuke raised an eyebrow toward him. "You are going on a normal mission? Why?" Daffy merely grinned, taking another bite out of one of the omelets Temari had made everyone. "I told you, Sasuke. I want to become Hokage. In order to do that, I will have to do some menial tasks like this. In fact, since you seem so sure that it's anything but, you can come with me." He looked surprised for a moment, tilting his head toward Hinata and Niji. "And what about them? They still need training." He waved him off, pointing toward Virgo. "Lee can do that. It'll be fine." Sasuke seemed to pale rather suddenly, his voice becoming high-pitched. "BBB but. Uff." Daffy turned around at the noise, the grin on his face widening as Sakura slowly made her way toward the kitchen. "Morning sunshine," Temari teased, unable to hold back a smile at Sakura's state. She looked like she had a bad hangover, her skin pale and large bags under her eyes. She was swaying slightly and holding a hand to her forehead. She would often write to them during their training trip and she spoke about her first experience with chakra exhaustion. Most people were bedridden or had some other issue with it. Kakashi had trouble walking, Temari got cramps, Sasuke got an upset stomach and Daffy never had it before. Sakura got hangover symptoms for some reason. He had to say though, reading and seeing it were completely different. "Shut up. Wow." He laughed, watching Sakura hold her head as the volume of her own voice worsened her headache. He got up, guiding the girl to her seat. "Get her some food, Lee. Sasuke and I have a mission to go to." Lee nodded, Sasuke sighing and moving to join him. "Fine, but I swear this had better be a normal mission. No reanimations or S-class criminals or anything." "Heh. I make no promises." The two exited the house, Daffy looking over at his future home. It seemed they had already started working again today, the construction crew working swiftly on creating his new home. If he had to guess, they were probably halfway done, a very impressive speed if he had to say so himself. Still, there was more work to be done such as furnishing it, but that could wait. Daffy jumped onto the rooftops, Sasuke following him as they made their way toward the Hokage Tower. The journey didn't take long, the two reaching the office in moments and entering through the window. Tsunade glanced up, not surprised to see them. "You're finally here. Good. I have this for you." She tossed over a scroll, Daffy catching it in midair and unraveling it. There was the picture of a man, along with a list of known crimes and abilities. An assassination then? This man, Mukade, is wanted in the hidden sand for various crimes. He's a missanine responsible for attempting and partially succeeding in accessing forbidden information and sealing jutsu. What information did he take? Sasuke asked, curious on what would be worth the risk. Tsunade merely shook her head. We don't know, but either way, he needs to be dealt with. You can capture or kill him, it doesn't matter. You're the fastest ninja I know, so I'm confident you'll be able to capture him. Daffy merely nodded, rolling up the scroll and handing it to Sasuke to read. Where is he now? Tsunade pulled out a map, unrolling it onto her desk and pointing on a spot in the desert. He was last seen heading in this direction, toward the ruins of Rorin. Daffy nodded, looking over to Sasuke. The Uchiha put away the scroll, nodding toward him, and then the Hokage. All right, let's get this done quickly. Daffy walked toward the window, jumping outside with Sasuke following after him. They moved toward the west gate, reaching it in record time. They slowed briefly to make sure the gate guards could see them, then accelerated forward at an even faster pace. Apparently Mukade is a puppet user, so we'll have to be careful of any traps along his path. Daffy merely grunted in agreement, focusing on traveling to the location of Rorin. It didn't take the two of them long, Sasuke being slower than him, making the journey take only a few hours. The ruins were already in sight, Daffy sending out his haki in search of the man. Soon, they reached the ruins themselves, Daffy locating him. He's underground? Sasuke nodded, walking forward ahead of him. All right, I'll look for some way down, then we'll... Sasuke ducked suddenly, a steel blade whizzing over his head as a puppet burst out of nearby rubble. Sasuke flipped backward, landing next to him and activating his Sharingan. Well, he certainly knows we're here. Daffy nodded, chuckling as he looked at the little toy in front of him. Heh. He must be a sensor type and a pretty good one if he can fight us without seeing us. The puppet charged forward, swinging the blade toward him ferociously. Daffy chuckled, using one of his hands to grab a hold of the puppet's blade. Such a useless thing. Why Kankuro chose this specialty I will never understand. He formed a fist, the blade in his hand crumbling as he did. He used the same hand and grabbed the puppet's face, his fingers digging into the wood and grasping it firmly. Fire chakra coursed through his body, racing down his arm as he... Wait. He stopped, looking over to Sasuke. The Uchiha pointed toward his eye. I can use my Sharingan to trace the strings back toward the target. Let's keep it alive for now. Daffy merely shrugged, using his other hand to break the other blade it had swung toward him. Daffy ignored the thing's thrashing and continued to as a large number of puppets reveled themselves. They burst from the ruins, glistening steel racing toward them as they rushed without hesitation. A storm of strings put a stop to that, the wind chakra held within them cleaving through the wood as if it were paper mache. The broken wood fell to the ground, Sasuke pointing further in the direction they were walking. There, a staircase. He nodded, fire chakra coursed through his body, racing down his arm as he released it through his fingertips, setting the wooden toy ablaze, turning it to ash. Daffy walked down the staircase, before looking down and seeing just how far it went. He jumped instead, Sasuke following suit as they fell toward the floor below. They landed a few moments later, a hallway being the only area to go. His haki sensed the man down the hallway, meaning they were almost done with this mission. He's just down here. Let's go. Daffy kicked off the floor, Sasuke following him as they rocketed down the hallway and into a large room. They stopped on a platform, which narrowed into a small bridge leading to a pillar. The room was enormous, the ceiling reaching all the way to the surface. Across it, on top of the other platform, was their target, Mukade. He had a large grin on his face, though he was very skinny, almost sickly. Ha ha ha. You're too late, far too late. Now I will have control of the dragon veins. An unlimited amount of chakra will be mine. Dragon veins? Now watch, as I overheat. The strings raced through the air, Mukade just barely moving his head to the side to dodge them. Impressive. He hadn't expected him to dodge it during his monologue, though he didn't put much chakra into it either. Wyu. Daffy merely grinned, kicking off the ground and racing toward him. Wait, Naruto. He ignored Sasuke's call, watching as something on Mukade began to change. Looking from his newest angle, he could see multiple seals on what appeared to be a shrine of sorts. On top of it was? Is that one of Minato's kunai? Mukade grabbed the kunai, pulling and trying to remove it from the shrine. He didn't know what he was doing, unable to make out the seals from here, but he knew it probably wasn't good. He pointed a palm toward the man, chakra gathering within it. Over. A pillar of chakra appeared, distracting him as it began to quickly expand. He reoriented himself, kicking the air in front of him to stop himself so he could retreat. He felt something slam into him from behind. Sasuke, he wasn't paying attention, too focused on the seals that were on Mokade's body. The two of them were launched forward, into the pillar of purple chakra. There was a bright light, then everything went black. Daffy opened his eyes, his haki roaring to life as he searched for Sasuke. He found him, laying somewhere near him, unconscious. He got up quickly, looking around and trying to find out where he was. He could hear someone singing to his left, Daffy quickly turning to see a red-headed girl. She was sitting on a broken pillar of concrete, looking toward the sky as she sang. He took a step forward, kicking some ruble as he did so. The girl must have heard it as it skidded across the ground. She stopped, looking toward him with surprise and jumping off the concrete pillar. She ran toward an open entrance, hurrying down a small flight of stairs. Daffy ignored her, his haki sensing another individual in the room. He turned, seeing that they were unconscious as well. He walked over to them, Daffy quickly identifying him as a blonde male with a terrible sense of fashion. His clothes seemed quite familiar actually. Regardless, he had to find out where he was. He kicked the sleeping boy lightly, trying to wake him. Whoever they were a heavy sleeper, the boy slowly blinking awake. "Wake up, kid. I need some information." The kid sat up, looking at him through squinted, sleepy eyes. He nodded slowly in agreement, much to Daffy's relief. Unfortunately, he then proceeded to scream loudly and jump back in alarm. "Ah! Who are you?" The blonde pointed his finger at him, now seeming to be completely awake. Already Daffy was beginning to dislike the boy, his personality reminding him of someone he loathed. Either way, he needed information. "Doesn't matter. What's your name?" Daffy just wanted this to be over with. This was supposed to be just a simple mission, so why was it that? Wait, this kid, he had a leaf ninja headband. The boy gave a wide grin, standing up straight and pointing at himself with his thumb. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." He was going to blame Sasuke for jinxing this one. Chapter 24. Naruto grinned widely, looking at the figure in front of him. The man was tall, maybe even taller than Jiraiya was. He had short blonde hair and stylish red sunglasses with silver frames. His clothes were rather odd, especially the large pink coat draped over his shoulders. At the proclamation of his name, the man seemed to have an odd expression on his face, a mixture of annoyance and some other emotion he couldn't quite put a finger on. Either way, Naruto put the man's appearance to the side for a moment, looking around him and trying to figure out where he was. So, where are we anyways? Naruto scratched the back of his head as he observed the dark room that he found himself in, the only light coming from multiple skylights far above his head. He crossed his arms, trying to remember how he had gotten here. He remembered chasing that one guy, Mokade, when. "What's the last thing you remember, Naruto?" Naruto looked over to the man in surprise, his thoughts being interrupted. Naruto nodded to himself briefly, wanting to answer the man's question. "Well, I was following this bad guy, Mokade or whatever, when there was this huge pillar of light. Next thing I know, I'm here." Naruto nodded to himself once again, satisfied with his explanation. Then, he looked over to the other man again, suddenly realizing that he didn't know what to call him. "Hey, what about you? What's your name and where am I?" Naruto tilted his head in confusion, his eyes narrowing as part of a habit of his. The man seemed to hesitate in telling him his name, Naruto waiting for an answer. The man opened his mouth, about to answer his question when he was interrupted, some nearby debris being lifted and dropped onto the stone floor with a thunderous crash. Dust erupted from the sight, Naruto and the other man looking over toward it. His training kicked in then, remembering the ambush tactics that Mokade was so fond of with his puppets. He grabbed his chakra blade from his pouch, jumping in between the disturbance and the man he had just met, holding the blade in front of him defensively. "Get behind me," he ordered, his eyes narrowed as he tried to see through the dust and debris. He could see a shadow of a figure in the dust, a human shape becoming recognizable. He heard coughing and saw an arm waving, not a puppet then. Still, it could be an enemy or even Mokade himself. He wouldn't drop his guard. No, if anything, he should make the first move. He couldn't afford to protect himself and the person in front of him. He moved quickly, kicking off the ground and rushing toward the figure while it was recovering. He wouldn't use shadow clones, it might cause him to lose the element of surprise. He dived in toward the figure, slashing at the figure's torso but holding back, not wanting to seriously injure or kill the person and give himself time to stop if he recognized the figure as a friendly. He got closer, the dust clearing as his blade cleaved through the air, allowing Naruto to see his opponent clearly for the first time. His hair was dark, black and spiky with a headband on his forehead, one side covering one of his eyes in a familiar way. Naruto looked on, recognizing the face of the person he was attacking, his arm losing strength in its attack. Sasuke? He didn't even have the chance to say his name, the Sasuke lookalike lashing out a hand and grabbing the wrist holding his blade. Naruto tried to react with a kick to free himself before pain erupted in his stomach, causing him to look down as air escaped his lungs. Sasuke's foot was lodged in his solar plexus, so fast that Naruto didn't even see him move. He's so fa. His thoughts were interrupted as Sasuke continued his assault, pulling him closer with a fist formed in his other hand. Naruto forced himself to fight, putting away his other thoughts as he leaned his head to the left, dodging the punch at the last second. He didn't even see the other three, the feeling of pain in his chest the only thing letting him know that Sasuke had even hit him. His vision swam, beginning to darken as he found himself unable to take in air. He heard the clang of steel, realizing that he had lost his grip on his knife after that assault. He felt Sasuke release his wrist, Naruto falling to the ground in a pained wheeze, his lungs aching to take in breath but the pain denying them the salvation. Naruto looked up from the ground, seeing Sasuke look down at him with a single eye. Did Orochimaru? What happened to you, Sasuke? Now, that wasn't very nice, Sasuke, you almost killed him. The other man's voice rang out, surprising Naruto. They knew each other? He heard Sasuke snort in amusement, looking around him with his arms crossed, ignoring Naruto who was at his feet. I'll finish him later. For now, what happened? Where are we? Naruto heard the other man laugh. It was an eerie thing, something that sent shivers up his spine though he didn't know why. Heh. No idea, but I think the person at your feet can help us find out. Naruto could hear footsteps behind him, feeling them circle around him before the eccentric man appeared in front of him, leaning down and looking him in the eye. Sasuke raised an eyebrow toward him, an expression that Naruto had rarely, if ever, seen on the Uchiha's face. Hell, he rarely emoted at all. Yeah? Who is he exactly? Naruto felt air finally begin to fill his lungs, his heart skipping a beat at Sasuke's words. He doesn't recognize me. The man laughed once again, reaching a hand down and clasping a bundle of Naruto's hair painfully. He jerked him upward, leaning in and tilting his head as he began to leer toward him with a wicked grin on his face. Who is he? Heh. Why, he's me of course. At. Sasuke looked down at the figure on the floor, looking at the blonde in the orange and black outfit. Now that he gave him a good look, this kid had whisker marks too, but what did that mean? He stepped forward so he could see Naruto's face, wanting a greater explanation than his usual dramatics. What do you mean he's you? He asked, ignoring the confused look on the other boy's face. Naruto simply laughed, a green glow emitting from the hand currently holding the boy before releasing him, Naruto directing his attention to the newcomer. Well kid, gonna introduce yourself again or what? Although, I'm guessing you already know who this is, huh? Sasuke watched in confusion as the other boy got up, a terribly confused and distraught look on his face. Then Sasuke saw the leaf headband on his forehead, realizing his blunder at attacking a bit too viciously to a fellow leaf ninja. The boy made to speak before coughing violently, starting to collapse from the pain of an almost ruptured lung. Sasuke moved quickly, ignoring Naruto's amused grin as he caught the boy, making sure he didn't collapse. Easy there, I almost collapsed one of your lungs. Sorry about that by the way, but Naruto can have it healed in a bit. The boy gave him an astonished look when he caught him, which became shock at the mention of Naruto's name. He ignored it for now, guiding the boy to a fallen pillar nearby so he could take a seat. He let the boy off gently, looking over toward Naruto to continue healing him and not half-assing it for his own amusement. Naruto merely chuckled before stepping forward, placing a glowing hand on the boy's ribs. My, you've become quite the mother hen, haven't you? I think the girls in our family are rubbing off on you. Sasuke ignored the jab, looking toward the boy who was now taking deep and comfortable breaths. He crossed his arms, looking the boy in the eye as he began to try and figure what was going on. All right, so what's your name then? As I'm sure you've caught on by now, I'm Sasuke Uchiha. That over there is Naruto Uzumaki. You are? He waited patiently as the boy stared at them, his head turning from one of them to the other at an ever-increasing pace before he began shaking his head, worrying him slightly. The boy grabbed his head suddenly, rubbing his scalp furiously out of what appeared to be frustration before screaming. Gah! This doesn't make any sense. I have to be dreaming or something, right? Yeah, there's no way this can be real. Sasuke placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to stop his manic behavior. Slow down, what do you mean this doesn't make sense? He felt his hand be slapped away, an exasperated and almost comical expression on the boy's face as he sat up suddenly, a finger pointing at Naruto. It doesn't make sense because he can't be Naruto. I'm Naruto. Sasuke blinked, then blinked once more before Naruto's chuckles snapped him out of his shock. He sighed internally before getting Naruto's attention again. What do you mean you're Naruto? Naruto growled before stomping his foot on the floor repeatedly. Exactly what I said. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, damn it. And there's no way you're Sasuke? Okay, now he was even more confused. He shook his head briefly. Why can't I be Sasuke? Naruto held his hands in front of him, a frustrated and constipated look on his face as he stared down at his hands. 'Cause Sasuke is, and you're? Gah. I can't explain. Sasuke's a total jerk and you're actually kind of nice. It's wrong. Wrong, I tell you. Naruto burst out laughing at that, Sasuke trying to repress the headache forming in his head as he turned toward him, more than ready for an explanation. So, going to explain things now, or are you going to keep me in the dark? Naruto quieted down, placing his hands in his pockets as he tilted his head toward Sasuke. He answered confidently, no hesitation in his voice as he cleared the growing fog that was in his mind, finally revealing the truth. No idea. Heh. Or so he hoped. He sighed, listening as Naruto continued. That explosion Mukade caused probably sent us into some parallel dimension or something similar, but it doesn't explain how this guy is here. He was after Mukade as well in his dimension, but the odds of both us being sent to the same dimension like that are pretty extreme. Oh great, dimensional travel. How he loved normal missions. He sighed again, before looking at the much shorter Naruto, and looking back toward the taller one. Okay, fine. If Mukade got us in this mess, then he can probably get us out as well. If we're here then Mukade must be close by. Can you find him? Naruto shrugged his shoulders before pointing upward. Let's head upward first. Think you can keep up Naruto? He said, saying his own name in a mocking fashion. The shorter of the blondes growled lowly, taking a step forward. Look, I don't know what's going on here or whatever you're talking about, but I know I'm not wrong. There's no way you're me and there's no way he's Sasuke. Sasuke watched as Naruto's usual grin changed slightly, sighing as he looked over to Naruto. Look, just calm down, we're not enemies all right? Naruto pointed a finger to his counterpart dramatically, stomping a foot with defiance in his eyes, Sasuke rolling his eyes. Well, I can see some similarities at least. They're both stubborn. There's no way someone this evil-looking is a version of me. No way. Naruto merely laughed, pointing a finger toward himself as his grin widened, his brow furrowing as his figure became more menacing. Evil? Me? How insulting. Maybe I should kill you for that. What do you think, Sasuke? Huh. You see? Totally evil. Sasuke buried his head in his hands, groaning lowly as he began to massage his temples. It's like dealing with children. He was too young to be a father, damn it. He looked back up, trying once again to defuse the situation, only to see an orange blur rush past him toward Naruto. I don't know who you are but you piss me off. He watched in growing exasperation as the shorter blonde threw a strong but sloppy punch toward the leader of his family, almost wincing as Naruto was sent flying backward just a moment later. Sasuke stepped aside briefly, watching as the body flew through the air swiftly before moving to catch up with him, catching the boy in the air and slowing his momentum before he collided with the wall on the opposite side of the room. He looked over to Naruto accursedly, noting that he wasn't helping with the situation, only to be met with a shrug. He shook his head before looking down at the almost unconscious Naruto in his arms, setting him down and sitting him up. Look, there's no point fighting, we're on the same side all right? Naruto merely shoved him aside, slowly getting on his feet with a determined look in his eye. This isn't about that. There's something I don't like about this guy. He's just rubbing me the wrong way. Something about him makes me wanna plant him into the ground. He took off again, Sasuke not stopping him and just watching the two about to clash. He didn't really see the resemblance between the two, even with their looks. They were almost opposites. No, that wasn't it. It was like his Naruto was almost better. He was taller, stronger, even smarter. Besides some looks, the only thing they really shared so far was their stubborn nature. Sasuke continued to watch, growing a bit concerned as a blue glow began filling the room. Naruto charged at him, the figure grinning toward him with amusement. He didn't like him, this other Naruto. He reminded him of Orochimaru. From his grin to the way he acted, like everything was just a game. Like he was above everyone else, so he could do whatever he wanted. He hated people like that. Still, that last attack was like Sasuke's, he never even saw it. He wasn't sure if he was punched, kicked, or attacked by some jutsu he had never seen before. But he wasn't the only one with a trick or two up his sleeve. Naruto gathered chakra into his right palm, guiding it into a familiar rotation until a familiar orb of dangerous chakra had formed. The sight of it only seemed to amuse Naruto even more, only furthering his anger. He roared, thrusting the Rasengan toward his target, aiming for his stomach. Rasengan. He felt his arm stop, his Rasengan hitting a wall as it was stopped dead in its tracks. He looked down, surprised to see what had stopped his attack. Naruto had wrapped his hand around the orb of chakra, his hand painted black as sparks constantly flew off it, the rotating chakra grinding against his palm and fingers. His heart skipped a beat as he looked up, seeing a snow-white grin looking down at him. Is that all? Naruto closed his hand, the Rasengan within collapsing and exploding outward, sending Naruto flying backward and into the air. He flipped, landing on his feet and sliding back, looking up to see his opponent hadn't even moved from his spot. He growled, forming a familiar hand sign as he gathered his chakra. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He felt his chakra drain as the clones formed, 100 clones appearing in a large puff of smoke, all of them gathering kunai into their hands as they approached their opponent warily. He heard Naruto begin to laugh, crossing his arms slowly as he began to speak. An interesting tactic, but you shouldn't hesitate so much. It just gives your opponent more time to counter you. He panicked, and he felt his clones do the same, all of them suddenly charging at him recklessly. Naruto stayed behind, wanting to see how his counterpart would respond. He saw him chuckle lightly, before lashing out his arms to his sides. He was confused for a moment, before he saw something gleam under the sun's rays coming through the skylights above. Ninja wire? He watched in horror as his clones began to disperse, all of them exploding into smoke almost simultaneously, until only the two of them were left standing. He gripped his kunai tighter, readjusting his stance as he tried to think of what he could next. The shadow clone technique, a powerful jutsu, but... He heard a footstep from behind him, Naruto turning as fast as he could. Don't think you're the only one who can use it? He saw the fist rush toward him, slashing at it with his kunai. Just before it made contact, his skin turned black, the tip of his kunai breaking off against his skin. Naruto was about to jump backward before he felt himself being lifted into the air, Naruto's other hand grabbing him by the throat. Damn! His punch was just a distraction. If he really wanted to hit me, I never would have seen the punch coming in the first place. The shadow clone began to chuckle, bringing him a bit closed as if to get a better look at him. He really is quite weak, not even seeing through a simple feint attack. How sad. Maybe it would be better if I just killed you, huh? Naruto felt the hand on his neck began to tighten, cutting off his supply of oxygen. He grabbed at the hand, trying to pry his fingers apart, but they wouldn't budge. How is he so strong? If we really are the same person, he can't be this much stronger than me, can he? I can't even move one of his fingers. Suddenly, the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke, Naruto feeling himself fall down before being caught, and gently placed on his feet. He turned, seeing Sasuke give Naruto a disapproving look. That's enough, Naruto, we don't have time for this. We need to find Mukade and figure out what's going on and fix this. Naruto sighed, his grin dropping for a moment before nodding. Alright, fine then. You watch him for now, I'm going to scout around here for a while. He jumped suddenly, somehow reaching all the way up to the high ceiling and breaking through the glass of the skylight, disappearing from view. He heard Sasuke sigh, Naruto looking back toward him. He was surprised to meet a small awkward smile, something highly unusual on the face of Sasuke Uchiha. Sorry about him, he can be a little rough around the edges, but he really doesn't want to kill you. If he did, you would already be dead. Somehow, that didn't really make him feel any better. Naruto took a breath, trying to calm down and let his adrenaline run its course. He looked back toward Sasuke. Alright, so, I don't know what's going on here, but I guess I could use your help. The rest of my team isn't here, and I don't know where I am. Sasuke crossed his arms, nodding slightly as he gestured upward. Let's get out of here first, then we can search for your team. Sound like a plan? Naruto nodded awkwardly, giving Sasuke a hesitant look. He was so different from what he remembered, from what he knew Sasuke was like. He wouldn't be asking him questions like, "Are you okay?" or "Sound like a plan." Sasuke Uchiha was a self-righteous bastard who thought he was always right, not someone with a hint of kindness and seeming almost humble. It was just plain wrong. Although, he couldn't say he didn't mind seeing this kind of Sasuke. Alright, come on. Sasuke leaped into the air, Naruto jumping toward one of the walls to catch up to him. Naruto clung to the wall with his chakra, flipping and jumping expertly to reach the skylight his counterpart and broken. He looked over, seeing Sasuke almost fly through the air, somehow kicking the air to gain a burst of speed. They met at the top, Naruto trailing behind as they landed on a grassy field. The two looked around, seeing that they were no longer among the ruins they were before, now amid a sprawling city with mile-high skyscrapers all around them. Bridges connected the various towers all around them, with long steel cables running everywhere throughout the city. Naruto had to admit, the place was beautiful, but he wouldn't say it out loud, at least not in front of Sasuke. Now, who is on this team of yours? Sasuke's words snapped him out of his admiration, his thoughts going toward his team. Well, there's Captain Yamato, Sai, Sakura and me. Just the four of us. Sasuke nodded, looking around for a moment. I see Sakura was on your team as well, though I'm not familiar with the other two. Naruto would be our best bet to finding them, but since you're technically him you should be able to help just as well. Naruto scowled, crossing his arms at the mention of his other self before looking at him with confusion. I don't think using a bunch of shadow clones would be a good idea though. It would make it harder to take Mukade by surprise if his guard is up. This time Sasuke looked at him with a puzzled look, his speech slowing down as if he were speaking to a child. Yes, but I'm not asking you to do that. You are a censor, aren't you? I am. Sasuke sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose before composing himself. Right, never mind then. Let's find Naruto and he can help us locate your team. We'll want to find them before we find Mukade. The more people we have the better. Naruto nodded with a frown on his face, following Sasuke as he thought about Sasuke's words. He was surprised that Naruto wasn't a censor, meaning that the other Naruto was a censor, a rare skill for a shinobi. He grit his teeth, frustrated at the revelation. He's better than me. He was clearly stronger than him, defeating him almost effortlessly, and with a shadow clone no less. He couldn't even see his attacks half the time and was even able to use ninja wire to take out 100 of his clones. There was no way he could even begin to try and do that. Hell, he even talked smarter than he did, and it sounded like he was more intelligent or just as smart as Sasuke was. It was like, he just better than him in every way. Is that Watch out. His eyes widened, seeing a construct of wood and steel rush toward him, one of Mukade's puppets. It had 3 bladed fingers on each hand, one of its hands slashing toward him. He was in the air, unable to change direction. He brought his arms up, hoping to block the attack somehow before the sound of splintering wood filled his ears. He watched, almost in slow motion as Sasuke slammed into the puppet, his body coursing with electricity as he moved. Naruto turned his head to the left, feeling Sasuke somehow change direction in midair to grab him by the waist and propel upwards toward one of the elevated bridges. As he was moved upward, he saw multiple destroyed puppets falling toward the ground, 5 if he had to guess. He managed to kill 5 of them, before I even saw one coming? How fast is he? He felt Sasuke land, letting him go and the both of them high in the sky on the stone archway. Sasuke gave him a concerned look, and he would be lying if he said it didn't hurt a bit. You alright? You blanked out for a bit there. He nodded hesitantly, before turning around, not wanting to look him in the eye. Why yeah. I'm fine. They're so much better than I am. He felt the bridge shake slightly, the crack of stone occurring behind him. He turned back around, seeing Naruto appear with that smug grin of his. He frowned but was thankful when Sasuke spoke before the tall blonde could, interrupting any sort of smug comment from him. Naruto, do you think you can locate the rest of his team really quick? And have you located Mukade? Naruto looked toward him, his grin dropping for a moment before a look of concentration took over. Interesting, I sent Sakura over that way, he said, pointing toward the east, as well as some other interesting people, but I doubt they're his team. It looks like I got a better idea of what's going on here. A thoughtful look overcame his face before he resumed, his grin returning but with the same force it seemed to have held before. And yes, I found Mukade but there seems to be an interesting issue. Sasuke grumbled for a moment before responding, sounding rather annoyed. What is it now? Naruto chuckled before raising a hand with 2 fingers raised. Looks like there's 2 of them now. I'm guessing one is the Mukade we were chasing, and the other was the Mukade they were chasing. There were 2 Mukades now? As if this wasn't confusing enough. Naruto wasn't done though, pointing toward a large tower to the west, close to where they had left the room they had awoken from. One of them is below that tower there. You get Sakura and take care of him. I can't sense anyone else that would be a part of his team, so they probably aren't here or too far for me to find. I'll take care of the other one and go meet some other interesting people. Naruto watched as the tall ninja jumped off the ledge, the force of the action shattering the bridge underneath him, causing him and Sasuke to jump off. Asshole. He caught up with Sasuke quickly, this time being more alert for more ambushes from those puppets. He heard Sasuke speaking, looking toward him slightly to hear what he had to say. We'll meet up with Sakura and try and explain what's going on, then we'll take down Mukade at the tower. Don't space out alright? Naruto nodded, suddenly freaking out internally as something occurred to him. How are we going to explain this to Sakura? Her body hurt for some reason, her muscles aching and her stomach feeling nauseous. She kept her eyes closed, the last time she opened them a few minutes ago the light had given her a head-splitting migraine. Sakura decided to focus on the chakra with her, slowly moving it through her body, trying to use it to ease her sore muscles and cure her nausea. She heard footsteps, deciding to try and open her eyes. The light was blinding, her vision blurry, but she could see a figure kneeling over her, a hand placing itself on her shoulder, gently shaking her. She heard the figure speak couldn't understand what they were saying, her brain seemingly scrambled. Her vision was starting to get clearer though, and she was able to make out more of the figure above her. He had spiky black hair, a cloth covering one of his eyes and smooth skin. In fact, they looked a lot like. She smiled, reaching her hands up and looping her arms lazily around his neck, trying to bring him closer. She closed her eyes, the nausea and aches from before seemingly melting away. "Oh Sasuke, I knew you would come back to me." She pulled the figure in closer, opening her eyes again and staring into both of his bright blue eyes. "Wait, blue?" Naruto nursed his bruised, battered face, groaning in pain as Sakura began yelling something at him. He sat up, lifting himself out of the small crater that Sakura put him in. She must have seen Sasuke while she was delirious and mistook him for the Uchiha. Sighing, he stood up, walking over to the still ranting Sakura. "What do you want now?" A tired breath escaping him, he placed his hands on her shoulders and turned her around, making her come face to face with the Uchiha from another dimension. Call it. Sasuke seemed to rather put off by whatever face Sakura made when she realized he was real, Naruto seeing an awkward smile on his face. Sasuke raised a hand slowly toward her. "Well, hello there." Naruto braced himself, wondering what Sakura would do. Would she scream and faint? Would she try and convince him? Sakura escaped from his grasp, the pink-haired girl rushing toward Sasuke. Naruto reached out to try and stop her but was too slow, the girl sending a fist that could crush diamonds toward the young Uchiha. Naruto cringed slightly as her fist landed, a shockwave echoing out onto the desert they found themselves in, just outside the city. Despite being hit, Sasuke didn't slide back very far, and Naruto had a feeling that the only reason he did at all was because the ground underneath them was rather soft, a layer of dirt and rock just under the sand above it. "You aren't Sasuke, are you?" Sakura asked, though Naruto got the feeling that it wasn't a question. He rushed up to her, placing a hand on her shoulder to try and calm her down, seeing Sasuke had caught her attack in one of his hands. Sasuke smiled toward her, a small laugh escaping him. "And you're just as smart as ever, huh Sakura?" He heard Sakura growl before Naruto pulled her back, separating the two and standing between them. He looked toward Sakura, waving his hands to try and get her to calm down. "Whoa, it's cool Sakura. He's a good guy, I promise." Sakura placed her hands on her hips, leaning slightly to look at Sasuke behind him before looking back toward him. "Well, you better start explaining then," and quickly she growled, Naruto scrambling to find an explanation. He was just starting to put his words together when suddenly Sakura started to collapse. Shocked, Naruto reached down, grabbing her and gently letting her down. Hey, you okay Sakura?" He found Sasuke was next to them in but a moment, kneeling and observing her for a moment. When he was about to speak, Sakura interrupted him. "I'm fine, just need a bit of rest is all." Sasuke nodded toward her, sitting down next to her. "Very well. Let's rest for a bit and I'll explain what's going on." The three of them sat in silence, Sakura using her chakra to heal herself. Sasuke had finished his explanation to her a moment ago, and Naruto was waiting to hear how his teammate reacted to it. She looked toward the Uchiha, suspicion in her voice. "So, you're Sasuke from another dimension?" Sasuke nodded in confirmation, his face deadly serious. "It would seem so." Sakura took a breath, paused for a moment, before nodding. "Okay then." Naruto stared at her in shock, trying to see if she was joking. That's it? Seriously?" Sakura looked back toward him, seeming slightly offended at his words. She crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly. "What you mean that's it?" Naruto found himself at a loss for words, trying to respond. "Well, it's just. I mean, doesn't that sound crazy?" Sakura sighed before looking over at Sasuke. Well, yeah, but look at him. He looks exactly like Sasuke, except for the missing eye. What other explanation is there? Naruto wasn't sure how to respond to that, sitting back and shaking his head. "I get what you mean but, still, it sounds crazy. And he's so different too." Sasuke laughed at that, getting their attention. Sakura raised an eyebrow. "What's so funny?" Sasuke chuckled, leaning back and looking over toward him. He tilted his head toward him slightly, Naruto pointing a finger toward himself. "It's just funny to hear that coming from him. The Naruto I know is much different. I'm curious, how is your Sasuke different from me anyhow?" Naruto scoffed, crossing his arms and looking away. He's an insensitive prick with a holier-than-thou attitude. He's never heard of the words please or thank you and he's a total jerk." Sasuke nodded, an amused smile on his face. "Yes, I got that from the last time you told me." Sakura leaned forward, a rather serious expression on her face. "I don't think you really get what he's trying to say. It might not sound like much coming from Naruto's mouth, hey, but you really are different from our Sasuke. It's like you're content, almost." Sasuke put on a thoughtful look. Content huh? Interesting. Yeah, I guess you could say I am rather content. From what it sounds like, I think I know why me and your Sasuke are so different. Naruto leaned forward at that, wanting to hear more. Yeah? What do you mean? Well, I'm guessing when you started the academy, Sasuke came in thinking he was better than all of you, right? Something like, I'm an Uchiha, the best of the best, right? Naruto frowned, nodding toward him. Well, there is a reason for that. You see, the Uchiha are raised to be believed they are the very best. We have a powerful bloodline, are one of the founding members of the Hidden Leaf, and had seemingly outlived the other founding clan, the Senju. Throughout history, the Uchiha had always been feared, so it's only natural that got to a lot of our heads. Naruto and Sakura nodded, the latter of the two wondering where he was going. So, what does that have to do with anything? Well, I probably had a much different experience through life than your Sasuke did, he said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Naruto grumbled slightly. Okay, but how was it different? Stop leaving us in suspense. Sakura slapped his arm lightly for interrupting, Sasuke continuing. Well, I'm sure you've already drawn your own conclusions, Naruto, so I guess I'll be rather blunt. The fact is, the Naruto I know, is much stronger than you are. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat, a pain in his chest forming at those words. Sakura seemed confused, trying to figure out what he meant. Okay, but so what? Even if he's stronger than the Naruto I know, you're still stronger than him, right? Sasuke chuckled at that. Well, you see, after the first year of the academy we began combat training, starting off with spars with other students. Sakura nodded at that. Yeah, I remember those. Naruto and Sasuke fought in theirs and Sasuke had won. Honestly, it wasn't even a fight. Naruto grumbled at the reminder, listening to Sasuke's story. Yes, in your world perhaps, but mine was different. You see, I fought Naruto as well, except I didn't stand a chance against him. Naruto's eyes widened, looking Sasuke in the eye as he said those words. He expected to see anger, or frustration, but strangely, the Uchiha had an almost melancholic look on his face. Sakura managed to stutter something out. But that can't be right. Even if your Naruto is stronger, the Naruto I know has always been the strongest, the fastest, and the smartest. I remember always comparing myself to him, always trying to grow stronger just to catch up. Every time we clashed, I lost. Every time I compared myself to him, I lost. It wasn't long until I realized that Naruto found amusement more than anything else in my attempts. Sasuke nodded to himself, looking at Naruto with a sheepish smile. The Naruto I know is an absolute monster. Something about the way he said that, something about the way he spoke about it, chilled him to the core. Sasuke was someone that refused to look up toward others. Sasuke had to be on top, had to be the strongest, the most powerful. His ambition was too strong for anything else. But this Sasuke, Naruto stood up, finding himself looking at this imposter in a different light. So, what? You just gave up? You saw someone who was way stronger than you were, and you just decided to bow down to him like some coward? Is that it? He found himself breathing heavily, Sakura placing a hand on his leg to calm him down. Sasuke shook his head, denying the accusation. Tell me, did your Sasuke ever come into contact with someone named Orochimaru? His blood chilled at the name, anger flaring through him at the mention of the twisted snake. He growled, nodding his head. Yeah, Sasuke deserted the village 3 years ago, to go train with that snake. The Sasuke in front of him nodded with a sigh, as if he knew what his response was going to be. I was proposed the same offer by him. He sent several of his ninja, offering training. They promised that I could gain great power, perhaps even enough to surpass Naruto. But you refused, didn't you? Naruto looked over to Sakura, seeing her looking toward the ground. He looked back toward Sasuke. Yeah, I did. There's something that you have to understand about the Naruto I know. I know he comes across as this evil man who only cares about himself. He seems like a man who just enjoys tormenting others, doesn't he? Naruto nodded. But what you don't understand, is that all Naruto wants, is a family to call his own. Naruto stilled for a moment, thinking about the tall blonde that called himself Naruto. I'm sure you probably know what he wants, Naruto. He's always been alone, never having a family to call upon. Because of that, he needed strength, he gained strength, and he used it to gather others, people he could call family. Naruto began to shake, memories flowing through his mind. An empty apartment, lingering stairs, coming home to a cold home. Sasuke Uchiha, Gaara and Temari of the desert, Rock Lee, Hinata and Neji Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Jiraiya of the Sannin. These are the people Naruto calls family, the people he created a home for to live with. The people he would kill for. That family, that bond, is why I refused the sound for. I realized that killing Itachi would mean nothing in the end. But with them by my side, it doesn't matter what happens anymore. He's like me, isn't he? Even if they grew up to be different people, it sounds like they started from the same place. Both were orphans, they both knew what those stares felt like. They both wanted more than life had ever given them. One wanted respect, to become Hokage. To stop those painful glares. But the other? He was stronger than that. He wanted what was really important, what both us have really needed. He looked toward Sasuke, seeing a pitying smile on his face. That strength saved Sasuke. He made Sasuke want that bond, not the other way around. That was what Sasuke needed? I'm such an idiot. Do you think? Naruto looked over to Sakura, seeing a glint of light as tears fell from her eyes. Do you think that our Sasuke could ever want that too? He looked toward Sasuke, allowing hope to blossom forth. Sasuke chuckled lightly, leaning forward and raising Sakura's head. He smiled brightly, something that Naruto thought he would never see on the face of Sasuke Uchiha. I'm living proof, aren't I? He saw Sakura smile, nodding frantically as she wiped her face. Naruto looked over to the large city, thinking about the other Naruto inside. They were the same, even if the other didn't know it. Even still, there was something he didn't like about him, something that he knew wasn't right. Next time they met, he was going to find out what it was. Daffy ducked under the glowing orb of the light, the compressed ball of chakra exploded behind him as it collided with something. He rushed the mechanical puppet, reaching it in a flash. He grabbed the arm that composed of the strange chakra cannon, ripping it apart and grabbing the puppet by its head. Fire chakra coursed through him, one of his signature techniques appearing a moment later. Overheat. The beam of flame pierced through its skull, the rest of the body bursting into flames. The attack kept going, cutting through another puppet several meters behind the first. He threw his arm out to his left, his attack following like a whip as it slashed through several more of his attackers, all of them turning to ash when they contacted the molten strings. He kicked off the air, dodging the blades of a puppet trying to sneak up behind him. He spun his body in a somersault, kicking the puppet that had attacked him from above, driving toward the ground in a crumpled heap of splintered wood and torn metal. He followed after it, knowing that he needed to go in the same direction anyway. He impacted the ground, the brick below giving way, revealing an entire new area underground, a large series of caverns stretching through the city. His target was in one of these tunnels. He stood up slowly, looking around for any more puppets but was met with nothing. He concentrated for a moment, before starting to move toward his target. The tunnel was quiet and dark, devoid of any signs of life and an eerie silence being his only companion. He thought back to the boy he had met not too long ago, this other Naruto. He had always wondered what he would be like, who Naruto would have turned out to be had he not appeared in his stead. He wasn't impressed. He quickly realized that Naruto Uzumaki was a naive fool. He knew as soon as he saw that stupid smile on his face, bearing his name toward him in a manner similar to another naive fool he had the pleasure of knowing. Still, there was a difference between those fools. Despite his big words and childish attitude, Monkey D. Luffy was strong. He had a determination and strength that he respected. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if the Straw Hat would eventually be named as one of the 4 emperors. He had charisma, different than his own, but it was still there. He had a type of fierceness about him, one that told others that he wasn't to be trifled with. Straw Hat Luffy had the makings of a king. Naruto Uzumaki was nothing like that. He was weak, pitifully so, and an idiot to boot. He relied on his instincts to guide him but couldn't follow up on them. He was talentless, with no strength to call his own. His taijutsu was pitiful, and it seemed the only things he knew how to employ were the Rasengan and Shadow Clone techniques, which were terribly executed. He didn't understand it. From everything he knew about who Naruto Uzumaki was, there shouldn't be any way he could be that weak. Almost limitless chakra, a healing factor, the legacy of the 4th Hokage, one of the greatest shinobi in history and the backing and support of the 3rd Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Any other ninja, with even just one of these perks, could become a powerful person in their own right. Naruto had all these things and he was average at best. To be frank, it was almost insulting. Still, he didn't hate him, there was no reason to really. He acted like a child and had the strength of one too. He was no threat, and he was no one of importance. Doflamingo couldn't care less about the one known as Naruto Uzumaki, not anymore. Even so, the way Naruto had looked at him, there was something about it that bugged him. Unlike him, Naruto seemed to have an innate distrust, almost hate, of him and he wasn't sure why. He knew he could be a rather, well, less than ideal person to be around. But still, Naruto chose to attack him, not out of any actual malice, but of an instinctual dislike toward him. Why was that? He shook his head, deciding that it didn't really matter. Naruto Uzumaki had good instincts, but that was all he had. Other than that, he was a failure that was already dismissed in his mind. Daffy stopped, leaning against the wall as he listened, hearing a group of people talking. "Well, which one is it then? Is he above the tower or below it?" asked a slightly disgruntled voice. "They must be looking for Mocade, and it sounds like they have a sensor on their team too. I should probably. You can come out, I've already sensed you," came a familiar voice, causing a grin to spread across his face. "Too late. Jiraiya never said you were a censor as well. We really have to have a talk about that one of these days." He walked around the corner of the wall he was hiding behind, his hands firmly in his pockets as he reveled himself to the team of 3-leaf ninja. He focused his attention toward a specific one, his bright blonde hair making him easy to spot, not that it mattered with his haki. "Who are you, a leaf ninja?" He chuckled at that, leaning in slightly. This was an opportunity. The last time they had fought, the reanimation technique limited his potential, but now he was alive and well, and still quite young. He wasn't in his prime, but he couldn't help but imagine how strong he was in comparison to the Yellow Flash. Legends only tell so much, after all. "That's right. My name is Naruto, and I want to see just how strong you really are, Minato Namikaze." Chapter 25. A feeling of danger was his only warning, his haki sending alarms through his mind as a flash of steel passed in front of his eyes. He eyed the kunai curiously as it passed by, somewhat disappointed that it wasn't the familiar 3-pronged kunai. He looked back toward Minato's team, seeing the surprise of his teammates in their body language, their muscles tensing as they rushed to assist their leader, a masked ninja that was currently behind him. Daffy reached a hand behind him, catching the ankle of a powerful kick that Minato had delivered. He pulled, dragging the ninja in front of him and launching a punch of his own. He could only imagine the shock Minato was experiencing, running into a ninja that could keep up with his speed, but he wouldn't let him recover from it so easily. Minato curled his body in midair, a hand grabbing the wrist of the fist that he had launched to empower his next attack. His other leg kicked out, slamming into Daffy's hand, the one still wrapped tightly around his ankle. His haki surged forth, his skin taking on a black hue as it protected him from the otherwise crippling blow. Daffy tensed, ready to attack again but forced to look back toward Minato's team. An inky, black cloud rushed through the air toward him, the insects of an aburame. He frowned slightly as he let go of Minato and pushed him away. He jumped backward, the mass of insects slamming into the ground where he was standing previously, the concrete below cracking from the force of the attack. He raised an eyebrow at that, not thinking that those bugs could cause such physical damage. He waited patiently as the Umbu team recovered and regrouped, the 3-leaf ninja standing together with their guards up. He smirked, creating chakra strings and sneaking them around the debris and rubble around them. "What is that you want?" Minato asked, his breath slightly labored at his exertion. Daffy chuckled, raising his hands as he prepared his next attacks. "Didn't I already tell you, Minato? I want to see how strong you are, but, clearly, these two are in the way." Minato reacted to his threat instantly, looking back toward his teammates, who were just a fraction too slow to react properly. Black Knight. The strings that he had hidden burst forth, creating 2 clones of himself at the Umbu's sides. They grabbed the other ninja, throwing them away from Minato and chasing after them. Minato moved to save one of them, but Daffy wasn't going to let that happen. He kicked off the ground, the stone beneath him giving way as he launched himself toward his opponent. Minato heard the stone shatter, deciding to defend himself first as he approached. Daffy grinned, swinging his hand toward Minato, his strings flying out to cut through the man. Minato seemed to see that attack coming, or at least instinctually grasped the nature of the attack, ducking underneath the razor-sharp strings. Daffy kicked off the air, spinning like a top as he delivered a powerful heel drop to the Yellow Flash. He frowned as he felt his leg crash through just stone, looking to his side to see a furious Minato, half of his mask missing, a result of his previous attack. There was an orb of blue chakra in his hand, a Rasengan tearing through the air toward Daffy. Daffy swiped his hand toward him again, strings lashing out to defend him, but they only met air, Minato reappearing behind him. He felt the Rasengan slam into his back, his haki rushing to defend him against the strike. The orb of chakra burst a second later, an explosion of force throwing Daffy forward and into the stone below. He stopped his momentum quickly, shaking off the pain of the attack as he looked back up toward his opponent, only to be met with a wall of steel. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. He grinned, placing his palms in front of him as chakra rushed through his body. Spider's web. A mass of strings unfurled, stretching out and forming a picture-perfect spiderweb. The kunai slammed into the wall of strings, dozens of explosions of smoke appearing as the strings cut into the steel, dispelling the fake kunai. Daffy dismissed the web, grabbing out toward the air in front of him, feeling his hand wrap around the handle of the real kunai. He looked over to his left, toward a pillar of concrete that Minato was currently hiding behind. Impressive. You're faster than I thought you would be, and your reactions are almost superhuman. But still, you're alone, separated from your team, and you still haven't managed to do some real damage yet. Is this all that the yellow flash eye capable of? He threw the kunai, putting all his strength into the attack as it cut through the air toward the pillar of concrete. A loud boom erupted, the kunai breaking the sound barrier as it slammed into the pillar. An explosion of dust erupted outward, blocking his view but not his haki. Minato was still conscious, not even hurt by the attack. He wasn't even in the same place anymore. He glanced behind himself, seeing a familiar chakra sphere. So, you do know it? He grinned, eyeing the kunai on the ground, right in front of where his web was with a flying thunder god talisman attached. Minato thrust the Rasengan toward him, his eyes as cold as ice. Daffy ducked, grabbing his wrist to keep the Rasengan at bay, his other hand a whirlwind of chakra. Like this. Minato's revealed eye widened, Daffy's Rasengan fully formed and racing toward his stomach. He grinned, slamming the orb into his torso, only to feel an explosion of pain in his own. He gasped, looking down to see what had happened. One of Minato's signature kunai was there, forming a distortion in the air as seals floated around it. His own hand was reappearing through the air, attacking him with his own Rasengan. Wadash! Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder. He cursed, pulling his hand back as quickly as possible, not wanting to know what would happen if the portal was closed with his hand still in it. He jumped backward, a hand raised as fire chakra rushed through him. Overheat. Minato disappeared, the molten string spearing through his previous location as he reappeared on the ground, his flying thunder god kunai in hand. Minato rushed toward him, Daffy summoning his strings and sending them flying toward his opponent. There was a puff of smoke, Minato creating a clone of his kunai as he threw them forward, flashing between them at high speeds, slipping through the attack and getting closer at a frightening pace. He's not just fast, the way he's using the flying thunder god technique is almost impossible to stop. I can't touch him because of his speed and teleportation, and I'll never know if he'll simply launch one of my own attacks against me. If he catches me inside one of those wormholes again, I could lose a limb, haki or not. Minato, if you were this strong, how did you dash? Daffy whipped his head around, blocking a powerful kick behind him from a teleporting Minato. Daffy cursed, eyeing the ground behind him as Minato reappeared, slashing at his legs with his kunai. He jumped over the attack, lashing out with powerful kick to counter him, but was met with thin air. He looked in front of him, his haki blaring as Minato rushed him with a Rasengan from the front. But that wasn't all. He had made a shadow clone, who was behind him and mirroring his creator. Daffy jumped, kicking off the air, looking down as the two Minato's Rasengan sputtered out, just before they touched. He kicked off the air, moving and landing away from the two. He eyed his surroundings carefully, trying to spot any seals around him. Your strength is impressive, Naruto. You're a very strong ninja. He stopped, eyeing Minato cautiously as he spoke. The clone erupted into smoke, fading out of existence. There aren't many ninja that can keep up with me, and even fewer that can predict my attacks like you can. You're very talented. Minato's eye seemed to focus on him harshly, a hostile and foreboding air seeming to surround him. Knowing this, there's no way that I would have never heard of you before. You are no leaf ninja. So, who are you, how do you know the Rasengan and why do you want to fight me? Daffy chuckled lightly, the act soon evolving into full-blown laughter, his signature grin reappearing. Heh. You're talking as if you've already won. Don't worry Minato, I have no wish to kill you. This battle is just a test, to see how strong I am. You're stronger than I thought though, but that's a good thing. Chakra began to rush through him, filling his body and saturating the air. The debris around him began to crumble, unable to stand the pressure of his chakra. His grin widened as he saw worry in Minato's eye, the pressure of his chakra continuing to rise and reach further. That means I don't have to hold back. Shibi Aburame considered himself to be very in control of his emotions. As an Aburame, control over himself was very important to make the most out of his clan's techniques. The better control he had over himself, the better control he would have over his insects. Still, no amount of self-control could stop the swell of panic that took over him as his newest opponent had appeared. He was like a storm. One moment his team had been trying to locate their target, the next, he's watching as a man over 6 feet tall is not even fazed by Minato's absurd speed and his own attack. An instant later, they had all been separated. In an instant, they had been put in the worst situation possible, under attack by a powerful enemy they didn't know, separated, and their identities compromised. He needed more training. Still, he didn't have time to worry about that now. Their attacker's clone was still closing in. He would have time to reflect later. Shibi kicked off the ground, landing on his feet and stopping his moment. He looked forward, watching the clone rush forward with a fist reared back, easily telegraphed. He knew a trap when he saw it. The clone appeared in front of him in an instant, the punch that was prepared proving to be a feint as high kick lashed out instead. Shibi ducked under the attack, kicking out at the leg his opponent, Naruto, had planted on the ground. The blonde was knocked off balance, Shibi standing back up quickly to drive an elbow into the blonde's face, driving him into the ground. As he hit the ground, Shibi jumped backward, his insects coming forward and rushing toward his downed opponent. He felt his bugs cry out in alarm, a wave of heat erupting outward as flames made themselves known. He called them back, watching with as much calm as he could muster as a beam of heat spearing through his insects. Heh. Not bad, but don't think I'll be beaten so easily. The blonde slowly got back up, his previous strike not seeming to even leave a bruise. He frowned, trying to think of what to do next. He's a fire style user, and skilled one, meaning my insects are going to have a tough time getting to him. Usually I would just attack from close range, not giving him time to use jutsu, but something tells me that's a bad idea. He's fast enough to keep up with Minato, and my earlier attack didn't even faze him. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he let me hit him. Naruto began to walk toward him slowly, a grin on his face as he slowly climbed the small hill of rubble. No choice. I can't win this one. I have to regroup with Choza, defeat these clones, then help Minato. I only hope Minato can hold out until then. Done strategizing? Shibi couldn't stop the gasp of shock from coming forward, the voice behind him surprising him. He jumped backward, seeing a powerful punch being sent from the blonde. Shibi crossed his arms in and X formation, trying to absorb the blow. The blow landed, the force of it sending him flying but without much injury. He landed on the ground with a huff, his insects flying outward to search for Choza. He knew his general direction, but he didn't want to be running aimlessly. Shibi jumped to the side, Naruto appearing to his side and shattering the rubble below with a ferocious punch. Naruto chased after him, throwing another haymaker toward him. Shibi ducked under it, a punch of his own aimed toward Naruto's torso. He was met with shock as his torso seemed to open, revealing his body to be made of bright, white strings. The hole closed a second later, Shibi retracting his hand so wasn't trapped. Naruto's knee began to move, rushing toward his face with force. He leaned back, dodging the knee and placing his foot on Naruto's leg, springboarding off him and flipping through the air, pulling out several kunai. He launched them, the explosive tags on their ends sizzling ominously as they flew toward his opponent. To his surprise, the kunai struck true, puncturing Naruto's body and exploding moments later. The explosion kicked up dust, blocking Naruto's body from sight. Shibi landed on the ground, taking a moment to observe his opponent and catch his breath. The dust cleared, the clone revealing to have massive holes inside of him. The holes were quickly closing though, new strings appearing as if to stick up the wounds. Shibi grimaced at the sight, aware that one of his bugs had found Choza's location. He decided to join him, turning and running from the recovering clone. This man, just who are we facing? Wind chakra rushed through his body, Daffy using it to cut through the air and increase his speed as he appeared at Minato's side. It wasn't enough though, Minato's eye carefully tracking him as he moved, not bothered by his enhanced speed. Daffy ignored that fact, launching a devastating kick and keeping an eye on Minato's kunai. Minato simply jumped backward, dodging the attack but not expecting the after effects. A compressed blade of wind launched from Daffy's leg, racing toward Minato in midair. Minato used the flying thunder god to reorient himself, dodging the attack but Daffy using the moment to pursue his target. He stopped on the ground below Minato, his hands raised upward as fire chakra roared through his body. Dual overheat. A pillar of flame appeared in an instant, spearing through the concrete roof above and high into the sky. Daffy took the attack, and reared his hand downward, the pillar of flames acting as an enormous sword of white-hot flame, aimed at Minato who had teleported to dodge the attack. The flames cut through the concrete above them, slicing through the city above and turning the cold concrete into hot, liquid magma. The molten strings slammed into the ground, Minato moving quickly to dodge the attack, rushing toward him while he was defenseless, too busy using his overheat. Minato appeared at his side, a Rasengan already in hand. Fire style, ever white. The pillar of flame seemed to explode, the molten strings suddenly launching outward and rushing toward Minato. The older blonde abandoned his attack, creating copies of his kunai and throwing them in various places, trying to dodge the onslaught of flaming tendrils. Daffy adjusted his attack, going for the various kunai instead of Minato directly. One by one he destroyed the kunai, Minato appearing far away, small burn marks lining his clothes but proving unscathed, nonetheless. Daffy dismissed his attack, the sea of fire disappearing as steam rose from the red-hot stone around them. The two watched each other for a moment, looking for an opening. "I thought you weren't trying to kill me." Daffy smirked, crouching slightly as he prepared himself. "You're alive, aren't you?" Minato moved first, seeming to blur out of existence as multiple shadow clones appeared in his place. His haki fed him information. Daffy worried about this next attack. Orbs of blue chakra began to light up, Minato's shadow clones preparing as their creator set up their next attack. Daffy cursed, kicking the air next to him, shattering a flying thunder god kunai, only to see it be replaced by another. He saw Minato's image blur around him, multiple three-pronged kunai appearing in the air, spinning lazily faster than he could react. But I can't say the same about you. Daffy prepared himself, knowing he had less than a second before Minato struck. He couldn't get away in time, he had to focus on defense. Earth chakra began to flow through his body, his muscles began to tense as haki began to cover his entire body. The attack began before he could finish any of these actions. The attack was unlike anything he had experienced. From what he could see, he was trapped in a tornado or whirling chakra. The blue energy trying to rip away his flesh as they carved into him. It didn't take him long to understand what was happening. He was surrounded by Minato's kunai, his shadow clones all teleporting between them and attacking him with Rasengan all at the same time. They were moving too fast to stop, too fast to predict where the next one would come from, not that it mattered. Spiraling flash dash. The Rasengan continued to bore into him, Daffy feeling his body give to the immense amount of force behind the multitude of attacks. Super round dance dash. He could feel his skin start to tear, the blue tornado slowly turning red as the attack carved away his flesh. The pain was immense, but he ignored it, concentrating on bringing up his defense and maintaining his haki. Howl style dash. Daffy felt his stomach lurch, his heart skip a beat as the Rasengan on his body began to expand. The maelstrom of force contained inside beginning to build until, eventually, 3. The Rasengan around him exploded, a shockwave of force erupting from all sides and slamming into his body. His vision went white for a moment, then went pitch black. Minato watched carefully as the cloud of dust began to disperse, his clones finishing their attack on Naruto. Whoever this man was, he was dangerous. Physically powerful with unique and powerful jutsu to go with it. He separated an elite Umbu team and took them all on at the same time without hesitation. Just who was he? Although he was tall and physically imposing, he still seemed very young, no older than 20. To force him to go this far, it was bizarre, to say the least. He was so adamant on fighting him, to test himself. He seemed plenty strong, why would he need to prove it? The cloud began to disperse, Minato looking in disbelief. Naruto was still standing, his body covered in blood, one of the lenses in his glasses cracked, the other shattered completely. Even so, he was still standing, steam coming off his body as his wounds began to close. Regeneration? Is it a jutsu, or a Kekkei Genkai? It would explain his physical strength and durability. A low chuckle echoed outward, Minato freezing in place. He saw it through the broken lens of his glasses, Naruto slowly opening his eyes, revealing ice blue eyes. That was quite dangerous. You could have killed me. His voice was quiet and calm, with a smile on his face, but everything Minato was seeing told him that guy's was a blatant lie. Veins were visible on his skin, seeming to writhe in anger as he clenched his jaw. And his eyes, what Minato saw there was almost haunting. An inexplicable anger, a rage. Enough hate to drown the world. What are you? He stepped forward, his grin widening as he did so. Just as he made to reply, he looked over to his right in surprise, Minato following his gaze. A roar had rung out, filled with anger and frustration. There was another blonde, in a bright orange and black jumpsuit, donning a leaf headband. Minato didn't hide his look of confusion, watching as the new leaf ninja ran toward Naruto. Naruto seemed to recognize him, calling out toward him. What are you? Naruto was interrupted as the new blonde planted a fist directly into his face. Naruto followed Sasuke as they jumped through the city, looking around at their surroundings. Sakura followed close behind, curious on what they were doing next. So, now what, Sasuke? The Uchiha was quiet for a moment before replying. We still have a mission to complete. However we ended up here, Mokage will know how to set things right. We'll find him, force him to set things right, then go on with the mission. The one we're after is below that tower, he said, pointing toward the tallest tower in the city. My Naruto will be taking care of the other Mokage. Any questions? Sakura replied in the negative, the team of 3 continuing to move forward. Naruto, though, still had some more questions for him. So, Sasuke? Sasuke looked behind him curiously, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Naruto laughed nervously, continuing with his question. I was just wondering if there were any other differences between our worlds, you know? Sasuke hummed for a moment. Like what? Naruto put a finger on his chin as he thought. Well, like is Kakashi-sensei still a pervert, or can Lee use ninjutsu in your world? Or is Neji? Lee can't use ninjutsu? Naruto stopped, Sasuke's surprise shocking him as well. Sakura nodded, confirming Naruto's words. Yeah, in our world, Lee was never good at ninjutsu, and trained in taijutsu under Might Guy. Sasuke was silent, seeming to think for a moment. I see. Naruto, unable to take the suspense, didn't wait to dig for more details. So what's he like for you then? Is he some crazy powerful ninjutsu master? Sasuke shook his head, smiling slightly. Nothing like that. Our Lees are somewhat similar, I suppose. The Rock Lee I know is a powerful taijutsu user, the strongest I know. I'm not sure if even Naruto could best him in taijutsu alone. Sakura spoke first, not seeming too surprised. Yeah, the Rock Lee we know is crazy at taijutsu, though he is kind of a nutcase, she ended, laughing slightly. Sasuke seemed confused for a moment, wanting to know more. Really, how so? Naruto laughed at that, wanting to share more about his friend. Lee's a really crazy guy, always going on about youth with Guy-sensei and training all the time. He's one of the weirdest and most eccentric people I know. Sakura snorted at that, looking away with a sly grin. Yeah, like you're one to talk. Naruto glared at her, Sasuke chuckling slightly as he went on. Well, then I'm sorry to say that the Rock Lee I know is quite different from the one you know. Naruto's eyes widened, a grin on his face. Yeah? Really? Tell me more. Sakura punched his arm lightly. Shut up, Naruto, let him explain. Sasuke merely nodded, looking ahead as he dug into his memories. Rock Lee and Naruto Uzumaki had already been longtime friends by the time I met him in the Chunin exams. Naruto spoke up then. So, you first met Lee in the Chunin exams too? Sakura continued, explaining Naruto's question. When we first met Lee, our Sasuke challenged him into a duel and lost pretty badly. Sasuke nodded, chuckling lightly as he did. Yep, and it seems there's something we have in common then. I challenged Lee as well. But it didn't go very well. I never stood a chance against him, his strength so far above my own. Naruto nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah, our Sasuke was too slow to keep up with Bushibrow. Sasuke merely shook his head. It wasn't just that. When we had fought, it wasn't about an advantage of speed or strength. Before I knew it, I had been thrown against one of the walls of the academy, Lee driving a single finger into the concrete next to my face. He made it clear right then, that he could kill me with a single finger. Naruto didn't know how to respond to that. That doesn't sound like Bushibrow, at all. I don't know the story behind it myself, but Rock Lee and Naruto grew up together as orphans, and the two have been training together for years. The strength that Naruto has is mirrored in Lee. Rock Lee is one of the most terrifying ninja I know, able to tear elite ninja apart with his bare hands. Naruto could hear Sakura's breath shake at that, trying to wrap her mind around what Sasuke was telling them. So, Lee is some kind of monster? Sasuke laughed at that, disarming Naruto and Sakura. You know, I used to think the same thing. Lee is very stoic, seeming more interested in getting the job done than anything else, but Naruto is kinda like that too. He cares about Naruto, and he cares about our family, even if he rarely shows it. He's just a little sadistic, that's all. Sakura seemed annoyed at the way he seemed to play it off, calling him out on it. Ripping ninja apart with your hands is more than a little sadistic. Sasuke simply laughed nervously, something that still had Naruto reeling. He blocked out their argument, thinking about Sasuke's story about Lee. Even Lee, he grew up with Naruto, and look how strong he got. What makes him so special, so strong? And what is it about him that bugs me so much? But yeah, Lee is very strong, almost as strong as Naruto is. Sakura continued the line of questioning. So, Naruto has some powerful jutsu then? Sasuke was about to answer, when a wave of heat collided with them. Naruto looked forward, unable to believe what he was seeing. A tower of spiraling flame rose out from the ground, larger than any of the towers around them. It began to change direction, slamming into the ground with incredible force. Yeah, you could say that. That. What the hell was that? Naruto explained, almost losing his footing as he jumped off one of the stone bridges. Sasuke smirked, but it changed to a frown quickly. Naruto might be having trouble with something. He rarely pulls out jutsu like that. Naruto nodded, changing direction. I'll go check what's going on, you guys go after Mukade. Sakura sputtered, yelling out toward him. And Naruto. Hold on a second. He waved her off, increasing his speed. It's fine, just go. I'll be alright. Sasuke didn't seem to have a problem with him leaving, not saying a word. Naruto just kept moving on, desperate to catch up. If he were being honest, him taking off was purely selfish. He didn't want to go help his other self, or at least, that wasn't his only reason for leaving. He needed to see him again, figure out what it was that bothered him so much. When they had first met, he already didn't like the other blonde, but all those stories from Sasuke, they just made that feeling stronger than before. Something wasn't right, he just knew it. He raced toward the location of the pillar, finding a large hole in the ground revealing a sub-area underground. He nodded to himself, jumping down and looking at the situation. His doppelganger was standing there, looking rough for whereas he stood across from another ninja. That was quite dangerous. You could have killed me. His voice was chilling, the calm way he spoke unnatural. Something inside told him to be afraid, to fear whatever could sound like that. He pushed past it though, and looked at his other self, and looked into his eye, revealed by a broken lens. What are you? As the other ninja spoke, Naruto jumped down, rushing toward his copy, his heart hammering in his chest. He yelled, looking straight at the other Naruto who stared back in confusion. He reached him quickly, the other blonde voicing his confusion. What are you? It was a solid blow, as strong as any of his other punches. Although he knew he wasn't the fastest or the strongest ninja around, he was confident that he could throw a strong punch. Naruto barely even flinched. Naruto grit his teeth, watching as his other's head simply turned slightly from his attack. Even so hurt, bleeding and recovering from a seemingly powerful attack, he still brushed off his own. Naruto looked him in the eye, seeing the rage inside begin to boil. He didn't see the attack coming, a powerful punch landing in his gut and driving him away from his double. His began sliding across the ground, the rubble buffeting him and the heat irritating his skin. He came to a stop, standing back up and opening his palm, revealing a set of silver and red sunglasses. It was cause of these? I couldn't see it because these were in the way. Naruto began to march toward him, his grin gone and replaced with grit teeth. Give those back, now. He appeared in front of him in an instant, grabbing the glasses from his hands and landing another powerful blow. Naruto held his ground, refusing to be blasted away this time, using his chakra to stick to the ground. Even so, he was sticking to debris, and was still lifted and launched further away. Before he could stop his momentum, someone did it for him. He felt himself stop, Naruto's enemy having caught him with a concerned look in his revealed eye. Hey, are you Dash? He pushed the man away, standing upward and looking his other self in the eye. Now I see, what always bugged me so much about you. It's those eyes? Naruto raised an eyebrow, slowly putting the sunglasses back on his face, covering one of his blue eyes. They're just like... Why are you here, foolish boy? What do you want? What is that you're going on about, boy? Naruto grit his teeth, remembering the thick, red chakra surrounding red slit eyes. Eyes with so much hate. Or have you simply come here to offer yourself to me, so I may feast upon your marrow? They're just like that damn fox's eyes. His shout stopped his other in his tracks, seeming to be surprised by his outburst. His other simply chuckled, then began to laugh in an uproar. Naruto grit his teeth, his nonchalance at his accusation angering him. What's so damn funny? He stopped, a grin reappearing as their eyes met. Heh heh heh. I just find you so amusing. The idea that you hate me because of my eyes, simply laughable. Heh heh heh. Naruto growled, stomping a foot on the ground. It isn't funny. How can you? He stopped, trying to bring forth the words in his mind. His words came out quiet, almost disappointed. How can you still have so much hate, when you have so much? Naruto stopped laughing, seeming to turn serious. My problems are just that. Mine. Don't try and understand me, Naruto. We may share the same name, but we're still different people. My hatred is something you can't understand. You want to know how I'm so strong? Why bother, when you could never understand it? He felt something in him crack at those words. His heart beginning to quicken even further. So, what you're telling me? I spared your life on a whim, nothing more. But this time, my whim is telling me, to finish what I started. The reason you're so strong? You're such a loser, Naruto? Is because of your hatred? Naruto. I know you're special but, I am more special than you. Heh heh heh. You just can't understand it, Naruto. When you have something like this burning inside of you, an emotion so strong it swallows up everything else, it pushes you further than anything else. You're too naive, too young to see the world as it really is. You're just a dreamer, Naruto, even I can see that. You'll never gain strength with just hopes and dreams. He screamed, running toward his other as fast as he could. He was met with a powerful kick, blowing him to the side, Naruto rolling across the ground. He came to a stop a few seconds later, slowly getting up. You're wrong. There's no way that's true. Oh? Naruto stood up, looking his other self in the eye. There's so many people that look up to you. So many that believe in you. There's no way you created those bonds, created that family, through hatred alone. He took a breath reaching deep inside himself. I'll prove you wrong. I'll show you that hatred, revenge, isn't power. That the bonds you make are all the power you need. I'll prove it. He felt a familiar burn spread through his body, felt the hatred of the nine-tailed fox spread through him. He squashed it all down, taking the power and refusing to give in the negative emotions. Red chakra began to spread around him, forming a cloak and covering him protectively. A single tail sprouted behind him, Naruto getting on all fours as he prepared to strike. To his anger, his doppelganger seemed uninterested, simply watching with a passive face. Naruto exploded from his current spot, rushing his opponent in an aura of power. He roared, slashing with claws of red chakra, only to be batted aside an instant later. Naruto felt his ribs crack at the force of the blow, his body crashing into and through a concrete pillar. He dug his hands into the ground, looking upward and through the cloud of dust his impact had left in its wake. He saw Naruto standing in the same place, 3 tails of red chakra waving around him lazily. Just a single tail, huh? How disappointing. He disappeared, reappearing beside him and punting him in his already injured ribs. The air was knocked out of him, Naruto being sent flying upward and into the concrete ceiling above. The stone gave way instantly, but he didn't break through, not until Naruto returned with a devastating punch. He flew into the air, spinning in circles as he flew haphazardly. He felt something grab his leg, Naruto throwing him back toward the ground. He barely felt himself travel. 1 minute he was in the air, the next he was met with cold stone. He coughed, blood spattering the rocks as his vision swam. He looked behind him, seeing a blurring Naruto walk toward him slowly. Controlling his power is simple really. All you have to do is overpower his hate with your own. But it seems you can only handle 1 tail. A pity, really. He shook his head, drawing on more of the fox's power. It wasn't right, there had to be more to it than that. After everything he had accomplished, all the wrongs he had made right, there was no way he would accept hatred as the answer to it all. He felt the tails grow rapidly, 2 more joining the first as his mind began to get hazy. He could feel it affecting his mind, the 9 tails twisted chakra trying to warp his mind. He wouldn't let it, he had to keep fighting. He refused to lose. Naruto moved forward, rushing his opponent with determination. He saw the tails swipe toward him, and he met them with his own, the 3 appendages creating shockwaves as they clashed. He swung a fist, trying to land a blow, but Naruto caught the attack with his hand, pushing it aside and replying with his own. He couldn't dodge, taking the blow to the face and being sent flying backward. He flipped in midair, landing on all fours as he slowed himself down. He was met with a foot to the face, Naruto catching up to him and attacking before he could recover. He felt punches dig into his body, too many to count before a powerful blow pushed him back into the ground. It's no good. He felt Naruto's tails pick him back up, lifting him high into the air before slamming him back down, his bones creaking in protest. This isn't enough. I can't win like this. He felt a foot slam into his chest, pushing down and cracking his ribcage. He tried to scream but the air was being driven from his lungs. His tails flailed toward him but were being batted aside by their other. He's too strong. If I'm going to win, I need more of the fox's chakra. But, can I control it? He placed his hands on his foot, desperately trying to push it off his chest but with no luck. I'm sorry Sakura, but I don't think. I'm living proof, aren't I? Naruto slammed one of his tails into his other, driving him away and allowing him to breath. He could feel the 9 tails chakra flow into him, burning his flesh and eating away at him, but his mind stayed clear. What is this? How can you? He saw Naruto's confusion, but he ignored it, his 4 tails posed to strike as the chakra around him covered him completely. I told you, I'm going to prove you wrong. If you can handle 3 tails with the hatred in your heart, then I'll go beyond that without it. His voice was distorted by the chakra around him, the ground giving way as he seemed to get heavier, the chakra forming a protective layer around his body. He launched himself forward, smacking Naruto's tails away with his own, the 4th stabbing forward. Naruto dodged the 4th tail easily, punching him in the stomach to drive him away. Naruto could hear him seethe, the smell of burning flesh filling the air as Naruto touched him. Naruto landed a few meters away, seeing his counterpart's knuckles red and smoking. The 9 tails chakra is hurting him, like it's some kind of acid. That means he can't punch me anymore without hurting himself. Reinvigorated, he launched himself forward, Naruto pointing a palm at him as he did so. Overheat. A laser seemed to appear from his palm, slamming into him and driving him away. He could feel heat pool into his chest, caused by the attack. The attack stopped a moment later, Naruto landing on the ground and inspecting his chest. No injury. I could feel the heat, but the 9 tails chakra protected me from it. He stuck close to the ground this time, rushing back toward Naruto who seemed surprised he took the attack so well. Naruto appeared next to him in a flash, lashing out with a kick as their tails fought a separate battle. Naruto could hardly believe his own attack, feeling it cut through the air so quickly and slam into a blocking Naruto's arm. He saw him grit his teeth at the contact, throwing a haymaker this time. Naruto batted the attack aside, grabbing his face with one of his hands and squeezing tightly. Naruto could feel his counterpart's skin bubble and tear, but he never let go, a powerful force squeezing around his skull painfully. Naruto quickly grabbed at the hand, trying to pry it off without success. He felt a fist bury itself in his stomach, somehow more powerful than before. Don't get so confident. You forget that I can use his chakra as well, and I'm more than used to how painful it is. Even if you have another tail, you're still weaker than I am. He felt another punch drive wind from his lungs, still desperately trying to tear his hand away. It's still not enough, I need more power. He's still stronger than I am. He felt the nine tails react to his pleas, a surge of power coming forth. He felt his vision dim slightly, his mind becoming a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, but he fought on despite it. He slowly began to remove the hand, driving it off his face and further back. 5 tails. What? How are you dash? He didn't give him time to respond, throwing the hand aside and driving a viscous headbutt into his face. Naruto was thrown backward, Naruto moving to follow up with his attack. He could feel his blood pulse as he moved, old memories passing over his vision. A group of villagers ignoring him, whispers of demons and monsters. It began to flood his mind, combining with the rush of blood in his ears. He's like me, isn't he? His vision cleared, the whispers dying down as he slammed a fist into the airborne Naruto. He grabbed him with his tails before he took off, slamming him into the ground, and bringing up his fists, seeking to drive them into his opponent. He was met with a pair of feet slamming into him, driving him into the air above the city. He looked around desperately, trying to find something to grab onto. Naruto didn't seem to need anything though. Naruto rocketed through the air, his tails forming a drill as they speared into his torso. Try as they might, they weren't able to pierce the chakra surrounding him. Naruto gathered his own tails, trying to slam them into his enemy only to have them miss, Naruto seeming to move in midair. He saw strings wrap around his tails, tying them tightly together. He grit his teeth as Naruto appeared in front of his again, lightning wrapping around his body as punched him across the city. He could feel that last attack, feel the chakra surrounding him part and give way to that last attack. It was like he got hit by a powerful Chidori, Naruto's physical strength making up for the lack of technique. He looked up, only to meet rage-filled eyes. He saw familiar flames on Naruto's hand, and he knew he had to stop him. 5-pronged seal. The strings around his tail snapped, Naruto using them to grab a hold of his wrist and push the seal away from him. He launched a devastating punch at the blonde, striking him in the face and sending Naruto plummeting. Naruto stretched his tails to nearby towers, launching himself after his counterpart. Naruto seemed to recover quickly, kicking of the air and meeting him before he could land. Naruto's tails lashed out, keeping the other tails at bay and trying to hold him down. To his surprise, Naruto simply grabbed his tails himself, throwing him toward the ground. Naruto flipped and landed on his feet, looking upward as Naruto prepared an attack. Fulbright. Naruto moved quickly, his eyes tracking the lightning-fast strings being launched like spears, weaving through them and using his tails to redirect ones that he couldn't. He watched Naruto carefully, noticing that he was beginning to tire. The hail of strings stopped, the wires surrounding Naruto but leaving him unharmed. Naruto took to the air, chasing after Naruto who seemed to be floating on air. Naruto rushed to meet him, forming a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto grimaced, forming one of his own in his hand, using one of his tails to help him shape it. Then, Naruto threw the Rasengan at him. His eyes widened, not thinking that the Rasengan could be thrown. He grabbed onto a nearby tower, pulling himself out of the way. Demon strings, spiraling threads. The Rasengan exploded outward, razor-sharp strings cutting through the air and into him as well. He covered his face, praying that the Nine Tails chakra would be able to protect him. He felt a powerful blow strike his head, sending him careening into the ground. He landed on the ground, looking upward and seeing Naruto stand above him, his palms reaching out toward him. Maximum overheat. He was engorged in heat, flames too hot to be in the realm of reality but still burning him all the same. The Nine Tails chakra did little to protect him this time, the heat being too much. He needed more, he was still too strong, still too powerful. Do you think that our Sasuke could ever want that too? He couldn't help but smile, even feeling the hatred of the Nine Tails chakra swell inside of him. The hope in her voice made it all drift away. 6 tails. The heat seemed to lessen but it was still far too much to bear for long. He began to get up, fighting against the wave of force the attack was producing. His limbs felt stronger, the strength in his fingers feeling unparalleled. He decided to test that theory. He braced himself against the melting ground below him, jumping upward and out of the magma surrounding him, through the ray of purple flames. He grabbed Naruto's wrists, shoving them aside and holding them tight as he looked into his eyes. He could see panic for the first time, feeling as he struggled against his strength, but the Nine Tails chakra let him surpass it, if just barely. His tails wrapped around Naruto's body, throwing him upward into the sky. He watched as Naruto stopped his momentum, standing atop his strings. Naruto stretched out his tails, climbing onto the towers around him to prop himself up. I told you, I'm going to prove you wrong. I will defeat you. His voice was calm, distorted by the Nine Tails' heavy chakra. You. He could feel the anger in his voice, the rage in his heart echoing outward. He couldn't stand it. I'm going to kill you. Naruto pushed off the towers, the buildings collapsing as he did so, pushing through the air toward his opponent. His 6 tails gathered in front of him, spinning red chakra into a giant, familiar orb. The clouds around the city began to shift, drawn in by the size and power of the Rasengan he was crafting. Naruto wasn't standing by either, massive towers of strings forming around him, the air heavy and dense with chakra as he created massive constructs of energy. His voice rang out, the air and ground seeming to shake as he spoke. 16 bullets of holy ammunition. The towers of strings condensed suddenly, growing thinner, sharper as the tips poised around Naruto, revolving around him with a pitch-black hue. Naruto kept going, his Rasengan complete, ready to take on his counterpart. Ultra Big Ball Dash. He thrust his arm forward, the massive red sphere heading straight toward his target. God Thr Dash. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling his Rasengan hit home. I know he comes across as this evil man who only cares about himself. He seems like a man who just enjoys tormenting others, doesn't he? One of his tails slamming Naruto into his attack, before he could launch his own. Naruto nodded. But what you don't understand, is that all Naruto wants, is a family to call his own. He could hear him scream, whether it was in anger or pain, he didn't know, probably both. He's always been alone, never having a family to call upon. He felt his breath catch for a moment, listening to those screams, that pain. Because of that, he needed strength, he gained strength, and he used it to gather others, people he could call family. But he knew that pain wouldn't last. He was stronger than that, stronger than him. He would get through this. Sasuke Uchiha, Gaara and Temari of the desert, Rock Lee, Hinata and Neji Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Jiraiya of the Sannin. These are the people Naruto calls family, the people he created a home for to live with. Because he believed in him. 7 Tails. Vermilion Rasengan. Chapter 26. He felt the steel and stone around him crumble and tear, his body crashing into the ground after a powerful explosion. His skin felt raw, his clothes tattered as he lay upright in a pile of smoking debris. He opened his eyes, seeing a stone tower crumbling apart after his body had been thrown through it. He felt a small surge of pain in his body, finally reacting to the attack he had been hit with moments before. Kurama. I'm aware. He felt Kurama's chakra run through him once again, the fox guiding the chakra toward his wounds for him, Daffy watching as Naruto's tailed state began to recede in the distance. Steam began to rise from Daffy's body, the previous torn, red skin from before quickly healing. Fractured bone and torn muscle mending together. A powerful attack, if a bit sloppy. You got careless? He bit back a retort, already aware that the fox was correct. He had gotten careless, too lost in anger and trying to simply overpower his opponent instead of fighting more intelligently. I underestimated him, or you more accurately. I didn't think the power your chakra granted increased at such a pace. He heard the fox hum in acknowledgement, a sound filled with pride and no small amount of arrogance. I shouldn't have to explain how powerful I am to you. The power my chakra will grant as you learn to control it grows exponentially and can give several advantages in combat. You should already be aware of this. Be honest, your pride got the best of you. He growled at the words, thinking back toward Naruto's several forms. Advantage was a severe understatement to what he had just witnessed. Near invulnerability, regeneration, incredible speed and strength along with the sheer advantage of having more limbs than your opponent. To call those abilities, those transformations, mere advantages didn't do that power justice. Still, it wasn't without consequence. He could practically feel how weak Naruto was through his haki. His aura dim and fading. It was clear he wasn't controlling that strength, but rather enduring it. The pain, the force and pressure on his psyche, he wasn't in control, he was just pointing a weapon far too large and powerful for him to wield. We'll discuss this later, Kurama. For now, I have something far more important to take care of. He slowly sat up, feeling and hearing his bones creak and crack in protest, before being rapidly healed by Kurama's chakra in a cloud of steam. He could hear the fox grunt in response to his words, seeming calm about the situation. If I didn't know any better, I would say that last strike knocked some sense back into. But my instincts tell me otherwise. You're not calm at all, are you? He chuckled, his grin stretching painfully, his fingers moving rapidly as they manipulated non-existent strings. He began to walk, slowly moving closer and closer to his target. Calm? You're right, I'm far from calm. I'm angry, Kurama. He continued to move, the sound of his footsteps seeming to echo around him as he did so. The battered stone below his feet releasing a gentle click with each step. He couldn't stop the small bit of laughter escaping from him. Angry at myself, for letting that fool injure me like this. He heard a resounding slam, the sound of flesh hitting stone as Naruto's body hit the ground, too weak to keep himself standing. Anger toward this naive boy, thinking himself worth more than he could ever be. He stepped closer, eyeing the prone blonde carefully, watching the rise and fall of his chest with a predatory gaze. He saw the boy's head begin to rise, slowly looking up and meeting his eyes. But, most of all, he stopped, standing in front of the boy. He reached down, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. Slowly. He could hear him gasp for air, feeling the muscles and tendons in his neck tense as they fought his grip. He didn't dream of loosening his hold. Revolted, that the world would ever put me side by side with someone so pathetic. He looked into Naruto's eyes, waiting for the boy to say something, anything. Waiting to hear him talk more about understanding or friendship or whatever other foolish notion he believed in so wrongly. He didn't have to wait long, Naruto's voice coming out hoarse and tired, Kurama's chakra taking its toll. He planted a fist into his stomach, stopping the boy cold. He could feel a rib snap as he did so, but he held back. He didn't want to kill him yet. He chuckled, shaking the boy awake as he gasped for air, beginning to lose consciousness. So, Naruto, are you satisfied now? Have you made your point yet, because I'm failing to see what you've proved with this little tantrum of yours? Naruto began to breath heavily, catching his breath and trying to ease his latest wound. His voice was shaky, but he met his eyes with an annoying confidence, his resolve unbroken. He would change that. I told you that I could beat you without? Daffy spat in disgust, throwing the boy out with a flick of his hand. He sent Naruto careening into a wall, the stone cracking as Naruto screamed out in pain. He walked toward his downed opponent. And what exactly have you proved here, Naruto? That you can't rely on your own power? That you're too weak to fight without Kurama's help? There was a look of confusion on Naruto's face, but it fell quickly as Daffy slammed his foot into his broken rib, grinding the appendage into it forcefully. He grinned at the expression of pain, bending down and grabbing a hold of Naruto's hair, forcing the boy to look him in the eye. I wonder, is that how you've gotten by? Calling upon Kurama's chakra whenever you run into someone more powerful than you are? I suppose it makes sense. After all, I can't imagine you taking on a single member of the Akatsuki, let alone Pain, without his help. He eased up on his ribs, wanting to hear what he had to say, relishing the agony Naruto's body was experiencing. What is it? What do you have to say for yourself? It came out as a whisper, but his words seemed to echo off the stone walls around him. Who's? Kurama. Daffy stopped, his smile falling from his face as he looked into the boy's eyes, seeing genuine confusion there. He began to chuckle, bringing an arm backward. You really are hopeless, aren't you? His arm ran forward, razor-sharp strings flying outward. Wind rushed past Minato's face as he moved, retreating from the battle of the two Jinchuriki behind him. He wasn't completely sure what was going on between the two of them, but it didn't matter right now. He had to regroup with his team and make sure they were safe. He stopped for a moment, placing a finger on the ground and sending out a burst of chakra. He waited, concentrating as he tried to sense where his team was. It didn't take long, his form blurring as he rushed to their aid. He reached them in record time, hiding behind some debris to assess the situation. The two were back to back, each facing a copy of the man that had attacked them. They seemed tired, but thankfully not injured. He eyed the two clones carefully, seeing them frown as they looked at their hands. No, that wasn't quite right. They were looking at the tailed beast chakra that surrounded them, seeming confused. Choza and Shibi didn't try to attack them, merely trying to stand their ground instead. Minato agreed with their decision and tried to think of a way out of the situation. It was clear that the clones weren't gathering their tailed beast's chakra on purpose, rather it being a side effect from their creator drawing on its power. The fact that Shibi and Choza were still alive and uninjured told him that the clones weren't trying to kill them, just keep them occupied. He didn't mean to brag, but if he could barely handle this opponent, then Choza and Shibi would be hard-pressed to fare any better. He could use this. If his attacker didn't mean to harm them, then an involuntary use of a tailed beast's chakra could mean it would be impossible for them to cause small amounts of damage. He might be able to convince the clones that it wasn't worth fighting anymore. Or, he could be wrong, and they were just playing with Shibi and Choza to kill them at a later time. But he had a feeling that wasn't the case here. He had a theory of who Naruto was. It was crazy, and pretty far-fetched, but not totally impossible. Nothing ever was. He'd have to trust his instincts on this one. He wasn't sure if he could beat a Jinchuriki as powerful as this one, not without some other kind of trump card. He already used one against the original Naruto, and he seemed to brush it off rather quickly. Minato stood up, walking toward the group at a calm but brisk pace. His team spotted him, Choza smiling for a moment before a look of concentration overrode it, knowing that the battle wasn't over yet. The clones seemed surprised to see him, eyeing him curiously as they put their hands down. One of them smiled, his voice and tone relaxed as he spoke. "We didn't expect to see you here, Minato." Minato forced his breathing to stay calm, standing next to his team as he pointed toward the ensuing battle between Jinchuriki. "Our battle is over for now. Your creator has another problem at the moment and will probably need your help soon. I suggest you go help him." The clone seemed skeptical, looking over in the direction, pausing as if in deep concentration. He's a sensor too, a skilled one as well to sense so far away so easily. Then again, it's hard not to notice that. He looked over in the direction he was pointing, seeing a large red sphere of chakra hanging the sky. He recognized the attack. A Rasengan, larger and more powerful than anything he had ever created. It only proved his theory. He watched as the clouds in the sky began to swirl, being drawn in by the powerful jutsu. They rushed away from it a moment later, the sphere of chakra exploding outwards, releasing a massive shockwave throughout the sky, the ground beneath him trembling. He looked over toward the clones curiously, seeming them being to unravel into white strings, until they faded out of existence. Minato exhaled, beginning to pant as he collapsed to the ground that slowly began to settle. Shibi and Choza caught him before he struck the ground, Minato thanking them. He saw Choza pull out a small, round marble, a soldier pill he realized. "Here, eat this, Minato." He only nodded, taking it and chewing the hard supplement thankfully. He felt energy rush through him, revitalizing him. He carefully stood back up, brushing himself off and stilling his shaking legs. "Thanks, Choza. Are you two all right?" The two looked toward one another before nodding. "We are uninjured for now. What is going on, Minato? Who is that man and why is he after you?" Minato thought about Shibi's question, debating what to say. "I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out." He turned around, heading toward the direction of the explosion. He felt a hand on his shoulder, Minato turning and facing Choza, who had a look of distress on his face. "Hold on, Minato. We aren't going to let you fight alone. We're a team. Besides, we still have a mission to complete." Minato nodded, brushing off Choza's hand. "I know, but this is something I have to do myself. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." His two teammates looked toward each other, seeming to speak silently before agreeing unanimously. "Fine then, what should we do in the meantime?" Minato looked over to the large tower, where the two signatures of Anrokuzen were originating from. He pointed toward the structure. "I need you two to track down Anrokuzen and find where he's hiding. Somehow, he's managed to create 2 chakra signatures located at that tower. Regroup with Kakashi and see if you can find out which one is really him. Do not engage him unless necessary. I'll regroup with you shortly." The two nodded, before rushing off to follow their orders. Minato began moving as well, not wanting to waste any time. He rushed across the city, the sprawling towers seeming to blur past him. He thought back to his fight with Naruto, trying to wrap his mind around his current situation. He saw it through the broken lens of his glasses, Naruto slowly opening his eyes, revealing ice-blue eyes. That was quite dangerous. "You could have killed me." He remembered that moment, seeing it as clear as day. Naruto. And his eyes, what Minato saw there was almost haunting. An inexplicable anger, a rage. Enough hate to drown the world. He kept moving, as fast as his legs would let him. "Just what happened to you?" He could see dust settling in the distance, around the base of a destroyed tower. He dropped toward the ground, placing a finger on the bricks and sending out his chakra. They were there, just a fair bit away from that tower. He continued, rushing toward their location, before stopping abruptly as he reached them. He hid behind a wall, peering out to examine what was happening. He could see Naruto standing over the other ninja, gripping his hair in his hand with the other poised to strike. "You really are hopeless, aren't you?" The hand moved, and Minato moved with it, a test unlike any other for his speed and agility. Chakra roared through him as rounded the corner and kicked off the ground, the world around him seeming to move in slow motion. He realized quickly that he wasn't going to make it at this level of speed. He grabbed a kunai, throwing it ahead of him and hoping it would be quick enough. It soared through the air, before it was almost between the two ninja. It would have to be enough. He teleported, the world around him shifting in an instant as he assumed his new position in space. He lashed out, now positioned almost between the two Jinchuriki. He grabbed his kunai in one hand, throwing it behind him before slamming the hand on the ground to give him strength. His leg lashed out at the same time, landing on Naruto's wrist. He pushed with all his might, redirecting the attack as his free hand moved and grabbed the injured Jinchuriki. He could hear a thunderous blast, the strings from Naruto's attack impacting a distant structure. He looked into Naruto's eyes, expecting to see surprise and anger, but saw nothing. A blank stare was all that greeted him. He teleported, taking the injured Jinchuriki with him back toward the kunai he had thrown behind himself. He grasped it firmly as he stood in a battle-ready position, looking for any retaliation from Naruto. He was met with none, the blonde simply standing straight up. He ignored the rasped breathing of the Jinchuriki behind him for now, simply waiting to see what Naruto would do. After some time, Minato decided to speak. "So, are you finished?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, rolling his shoulders experimentally before nodding. I suppose so. There's no point fighting you in the condition I am in now. You would probably win anyway. So yes, I guess our fight is over. I see how you earned the title of 4th Hokage at such a young age. Why don't you hand that little brat over here and we can go our separate ways? Minato eyed the brat before shaking his head. He lowered the kunai, taking a step forward. No, first things first, you're going to explain things. I want to know who the two of you are, and why you're here. Naruto snorted, taking calm, slow steps over toward a nearby chunk of debris and sitting down. I think you already know who I am. You're too smart to not have a guess at least. Minato was silent, Naruto waiting for him to answer. Are you? He couldn't finish the question, but Naruto answered it for him anyways. Heh. Yes, I am your son, several years from the future. I'm not sure how far I traveled back, but still, the answer's the same. Minato absorbed that information, the truth. Standing in front of him was his son, his future child. It was bizarre to say the least. He couldn't sort the emotions going through him at the moment. He felt pride, knowing how strong his son had come, how much he had grown. He felt grief, realizing that his son was a Jinchuriki, and knowing who had probably made him that way. He felt absolute dread, because he knew why he contained the nine-tailed fox. He gestured toward the ninja behind him, who had fallen unconscious. Him too then? Naruto nodded, placing his head in his palm as he explained. Yes, the two of us are both your sons, but not in the way you probably think. Minato looked toward him inquisitively, waiting for a further explanation. Each of us are from a different timeline. Two versions of your son coincidentally placed in the same time. Rather strange to put it lightly. 2 timelines? As if this wasn't confusing enough. How did you get here then? Why have you traveled back in time, and how? Naruto put his hands up defensively, chuckling lightly. It wasn't on purpose. I was on a mission to capture a criminal named Mokade, who was hiding in this area in the future. Mokade. We were underground, near some altar, when he started going on about something called dragon veins. There was an explosion of chakra, and when I woke up, I'm here, along with that fool behind you. I see. He wasn't sure what to say to that. It was rather strange, but it did explain things. But I can't help but wonder, what are you doing here then, Minato? Minato cut himself from his thoughts, before deciding to explain his own presence in the city of Roran. I was on a mission to assassinate Anrokuzan, the minister of Roran, and deliver large-scale demolition and sabotage of the city and kingdom. Naruto seemed surprised at that, leaning forward in interest. Really? And why would the Leaf be interested in something like that? It wasn't long ago that this kingdom was just an ordinary city. It was small, and without the numerous towers you see around us. Then, one day, it began a major expansion. Large towers expanding further and further outward, with a hidden subsection underneath it all. Naruto seemed to understand, but he continued, nonetheless. Leaf information networks had picked up on the expansion, and worry began that the kingdom was being used by the Hidden Sand to hide an upscaling of military force or weapons research. So, we investigated. Minato pointed upward, toward the large towers around them. We discovered quickly that the towers themselves were the military expansion. They look like ordinary buildings, but they are used as nodes for a large-scale chakra string network. It didn't take a genius to figure it out, with the Hidden Sand's specialty being puppetry, and the large number of puppets in the kingdom itself. He scratched his head, sighing as he went on. Our R&D quickly theorized that these towers, with sufficient chakra, could spread hundreds of chakra strings throughout the Land of Wind, and probably beyond it. The Land of Wind could have an army of puppets remotely controlled from a safe position behind their border. The only issue was the amount of chakra to even power such a concept, but this dragon vein you mentioned seems to put it all together. And why target the minister? Minato heard a groan behind him, looking over to the other Naruto. He was still unconscious, just in pain. Mentally reprimanding himself, he knelt toward him and pulled out a first aid kit, specifically, some painkillers. Most of the population in this kingdom have been dead for quite some time, disappearing along with the informants that had notified us of the expansion. He looked over toward Naruto, who was now looking around curiously. You're right. In the future, this kingdom is nothing more than ruins, so I didn't notice the lack of people when I woke up here. Minato feed the painkiller to the boy, making him swallow the pill, before wrapping his hands and arms in bandages, trying to soothe the red, dry skin. Though it is a small kingdom, it still is under the Land of Wind's rule, and answers to its daimyo. The leader of this kingdom, Queen Sarah, is unaware that her kingdom is all but a ghost town, so she reports that all is well in the kingdom of Roran. When she goes out in public, she is greeted by puppets, disguised as her former citizens. We then realize that the recent expansion happened around the time that Roran hired its new minister, Anrokuzen. Minato was about to go on, before Naruto interrupted him. Tell me, does this Anrokuzen seem to be in two places at once? Yes. When you mentioned you were on a mission to capture someone, everything came together for me. The reason Anrokuzen seems to be in two places at once is because he is actually Mukade, the one you were after, and the one this Naruto was after. He stood up, letting the injured Naruto rest. Anrokuzen was, or rather is, staging a coup against the Land of Wind, with Roran being his base of operations. We would assassinate him and destroy the towers and their devices to ensure someone else doesn't follow in his footsteps. Naruto stood up, grinning. Well, let's go then. I'm tired of waiting around here. Let's go kill Mukade and find a way back to our own timelines. He began walking, Minato stopping him. Hold on, you still have something to explain. He stopped walking, turning his head and looking toward him. And what's that, I wonder? Minato gestured toward the injured Naruto next to him. The two of you. What was that, earlier? Naruto snorted, walking toward him and stopping next to his doppelganger. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just a fight started by a fool who doesn't know any better. Minato was about to speak, but he was stopped when a hand lashed out, the injured blonde's hand latching onto Naruto's ankle. His other son was awake. He knelt down, trying to get him to relax. Easy there, everything's fine. You can stop fighting? He heard laughing, Minato looking up at Naruto to see a wide grin looking back at him. You were awake this whole time, weren't you? Did you really have no idea? Confusion struck him, not sure what he was talking about, until he saw it. He was crying, his injured son was shaking and weeping, though he didn't know why. Did the painkillers not work? He began to reach into his bag again before he heard a raspy voice interrupt the action. Is it true? He stopped, looking upward only to be met with a shake of the head. He isn't talking to me, Minato. Still confused, Minato answered the question with his own. Is what true? The boy rolled over slowly, Minato getting a good look at his face. The first thing he noticed were the whisker marks, more defined on his face than they were on his twin. The other, was that he reminded him a lot of Kushina. Give him red hair and he would be her spitting image. Is it true, that you're my father? It was like ice water ran through his veins. Those words, filled with hope and despair at the same time, chilled him to the bone. He looked at his son, truly did, and realized that the future was far worse than he imagined. He knew he was dead. In the future, he and Kushina had been killed, and he had been forced to pass on her burden to his son at a young age. That was why Naruto wanted to test himself, because Minato had never been there to tell him how strong he was. He didn't realize how young Naruto was when that happened. In one timeline, it was clear that Naruto had learned of his heritage, but in the other he had no clue. Yes, I am. He had no other answer. It hurt. Though he had no real connection to him, to know that his son was right in front of him, in pain, and being unable to help him, hurt more than he expected. It really is incredible, how clueless you are. How could you have gone through our life, and not figure it out? Minato didn't stop Naruto from speaking, not sure what to say. Did you think the third Hokage looked after you because he liked you? He could feel the boy trembling under his hands, the boy trying to cover his ears. That Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, would teach you such a powerful technique just because he felt like it? Minato had had enough, glaring at the taller blonde. That's enough. He's had enough. When did you figure it out? Minato paused, looking down to see a blank look in the boy's face. When did you figure out that the fourth was our dad? He heard a chuckle, a reply following swiftly. To be honest, I don't remember. I've always known. He felt the boy get up, Minato trying to stop him. Hey, you're still injured. Naruto ignored him, getting up to his feet on shaky legs and glaring at his twin. The taller of the two chuckled lightly before giving a dangerous glower. If you're going to attack me again, believe me when I say dear old dad won't be able to save you a second time. The only reason you're alive is because Minato saved you. If he doesn't want me to kill you, I'll respect that decision, but it's a thin line. Don't cross it. Minato stood up, slowly gripping a kunai as he looked at the two. He didn't know what was going to happen, but he wanted to be ready. The shorter of his sons began but stopped, a look of frustration on his face. Minato saw his hands clench into fists, and he tensed. Minato looked between the two, hoping that he wouldn't have to intervene. A roar of rage shattered his hopes. They stopped when they had reached the top of the tower, Sasuke looking behind him quickly to see Sakura waiting for his lead. He nodded to her, the two slowly moving toward the window below them. They would need to be methodical in this, and quiet as well. Sasuke was not a censor. He couldn't tell where Mukade was as easily as Naruto could. They couldn't allow Mukade to flee or escape, and the element of surprise was always a welcome advantage. Thanks to Naruto, he knew that there were 2 Mukades, and at least one was at the bottom of this tower. It was larger than the surrounding structures and near the center of the city. A good place of operation if Mukade was hiding underneath it. But he couldn't assume that he would stay there. Mukade could have moved anywhere in this tower since they had split up, so it was best that he worked from the top and worked his way down. It would give him the chance to see Sakura in action, and it was easier to infiltrate this way. Sasuke placed himself next to the window, his Sharingan activating as he peered in and took in the room. There was a throne, simple yet ornate in its design with a young girl sitting upon it. Her eyes were closed, his Sharingan making out the small rise and fall of her chest. She was asleep. Beside her, a large puppet stood, its left arm composed of a thick metal blade. Luckily for him, the puppet didn't seem to be facing toward him, preoccupied with something else. Instead, it was facing the girl, its left arm already in motion to stab through her body. There was no time for thought, Sasuke thankful that he had the foresight to activate his Sharingan to give him the needed reaction time. Electricity coursed through him as he moved, pulling himself through the window and toward the wooden assassin. As soon as he started flying, he knew he was moving too slow. He thrust out a hand, his chakra pooling there immediately to power his attack. He was careful with his aim, using every precious millisecond the Sharingan gave him to make sure he would not miss and injure the girl by accident. Lightning shot forth, forming a slashing blade as he carefully maneuvered his hand, slicing off the bladed appendage of the puppet. He was too late, the small spray of blood he could see made him realize that. Even so, he was at the puppet's side a moment later, smashing through it in a shower of sparks before cutting off the storm to attend to the girl. She was awake now, her eyes wide open and trying to scream in pain. A pained, bloody wheeze came out instead. Sasuke grabbed her and held her down. "Sakura, get in here, now." He had to attend to her wounds, or she may die. The blade had dug into her chest, probably slipping through her ribs and piercing a lung based on the blood she was coughing up. Sakura had arrived in a heartbeat, already placing her hands on the girl's wound and channeling healing chakra to the wound. "Just keep her still, I can fix this." Sasuke watched with a critical eye, curious to see how effective the girl was to the one that he knew. He wasn't disappointed. The wound began to heal rather quickly, the flow of blood beginning to come to a stop. After a few minutes, he let go of the girl, who seemed to be able to support her own weight. He looked at her, seeing fear and terror in her eyes. What's happening? Who are you?" He thought for a moment how to respond, before deciding. "We're ninja from the Hidden Leaf. We tracked a no-terrorist to this city and learned that he had plans to assassinate you. It seems we got here just in time. The lie would do for now." It was better than trying to explain this mess. "Terrorist? Assassin? What assassin?" Sasuke reached down and grabbed the blade of the puppet, still wet with the girl's blood. "His name is Mukade, he's a puppet user and a powerful one. We believe that he's hiding somewhere below this tower. Is there any way you can guide us there?" Horror seemed to come over the girl, somewhat surprising him, as he expected relief after making it clear they were not enemies. That can't be true. Anrokuzen would, he would never do something like that. He wouldn't try to. That was a new name. Anrokuzen. The girl slowly nodded. "Why yes, my minister. He's the one that assigned those puppet guards to me. But he would never try and kill me. He's loyal to the kingdom of Roran and its people. He has to be." Doubt seemed to fill the girl as she stared at the blade, the drops of blood being the only sound in the room for a moment. Then, the door behind them exploded. Sasuke jumped to action. "Sakura, protect the girl." He grabbed a kunai as a puppet seemed to fly through the doorway in front of him, spinning saws acting as hands threatening to slice him to ribbons. His lone Sharingan tracked their movements as he rushed to meet the wooden servant, lightning running into his kunai. He sliced through the metal on one of its limbs, his other hand forming a chidori and smashing through the other, the blade seeming to break apart due to the force of the attack. His chidori kept going, smashing through the rest of the puppet before grasping onto the blades he had cut with his kunai, that were spinning in the air. 2 more puppets came through the doorway, Sasuke throwing the metal blades he now held toward their bodies. His chidori coursed through the metal, turning them into spinning blades of electricity that tore through the wooden puppets with ease. He stopped, waiting for more opponents to arrive, before he heard footsteps. Sasuke narrowed his eye, raising his kunai as he prepared. Mukade had certainly changed since he last saw him, but it changed very little about his mission. His target was here, now he just had to eliminate him. I see you are still alive, Queen Sarah. How unfortunate. Had you simply laid there, your death would be much less. He was already sick of his monologue, Sasuke rushing toward him in an instant and slamming his kunai into his chest. He almost froze as soon as he did, knowing that something was wrong. Mukade grinned toward him and began to raise one of his arms. Sasuke wouldn't let him retaliate. They needed to leave, to get out of this room and into the open. From this close, he could easily tell what was wrong. He kicked the man away from the shattering of stone echoing outside the door he flew into. Sakura. Grab the girl. We're getting out of here. He could tell Sakura was confused for a moment but followed his order, nonetheless. She picked up the queen and they jumped out the window together. The tower behind them exploded into debris, Sasuke quickly turning around. Hundreds of puppets were flocking toward the destroyed tower, collapsing into a large ball of wood and steel, until finally a form emerged. It was ugly, and monstrous in size, with spider-like legs allowing it to move around. Can you hear me, Queen Sarah? Today is the end of the kingdom of Rorin. And the beginning of my rule. This world will belong to me. Disgusting. Mukade had turned his body into a living puppet. Sasuke landed on the side of a tower, kicking of it immediately and toward the behemoth. Mukade saw him coming. A blade sprouting from one of its giant limbs and swiping at him with deadly accuracy. Sasuke curled up, tensing his muscles as electricity coiled around him. The blade met his form and quickly shattered against it, Sasuke slamming into Mukade's side with terrifying force. He uncurled, digging his fingers into the wood beneath him with one hand, the other coming up to his lips. He drew in breath, exhaling a large fireball at the creature's head a moment later. Mukade's head seemed to move on a swivel as it looked at the attack, before opening its maw. Sasuke watched in shock and annoyance as his fireball began to shrink rapidly, before winking out of existence. Ha ha ha. Your pitiful attacks mean nothing to me. With the power of the dragon vein, I am invincible. As if hearing his words, the towers around him began to light up, an ominous glow overtaking the cables connecting them. Then, plasma seemed to shoot out from them and into Mukade's body. Sasuke leapt off the puppet before he could be struck but realized that he wasn't safe yet. Mukade opened his mouth once again, a large ball of electricity coalescing inside. He was still looking at him, and Sasuke didn't need a hint to know that a large attack was coming his way. He kicked off the air, going behind the puppet and over its back, watching with some worry as Mukade followed his actions smoothly and easily, his head twisted a full 180 degrees and further. The attack fired, and Sasuke kicked off the air again, toward the ground. He heard a loud clap echo around him, followed by a loud ringing in his ears. His hair stood on end as the powerful attack shoot just above him, and he could feel his clothes and hair become lightly singed from the attack. But he dodged it nonetheless, and he was already starting his counterattack. Rocketing through the air, he tensed his body and slammed into Mukade's back, the wood splintering around him and turning to dust. He planted a foot onto his body, and began running up toward his face, a chidori in hand and digging into Mukade's form. He carved a path with his chidori straight up to his head, dodging his many limbs as they tried to slash at him with blades. He reached his face in record time, rearing back his chidori to slam it into his maw. Mukade's mouth opened, ready to absorb the chakra from his attack, and Sasuke answered by throwing in a roll of paper bombs with his other hand. Mukade didn't react in time, the explosive traveling into its body before he could close his mouth. Sasuke kicked off the air to a nearby tower, not wanting to be near what happened next. You son of a... The explosion cut him off, his head turning into sawdust and flying metal as it came apart, Sasuke watching as one of his metal teeth flew by him. The body fell toward the ground in a crumpled heap, knocking over a nearby tower. He heard Sakura land next to him, Queen Sarah still in his arms. So, is it over? Sasuke kept his eye on the wooden corpse for a moment more before nodding with a sigh. He looked over, a small smile on his face. It seems so, for now. We'll need Naruto to find the other Mukade. He probably ran off somewhere after hearing the... He was cut off as he looked behind Sakura, seeing a large ball of chakra begin forming in the sky. He grit his teeth, grabbing onto her and the queen. Down. Now. The shockwave hit a moment later, the tower under their feet shaking from its strength. What was that? What's going on? He ignored the queen's cries for now, looking over toward the explosion with his Sharingan as he released the girls. He could see a figure falling, the other version of Naruto. Sasuke? What's happening? He looked toward Sakura, before shaking head. I don't know, but we should regroup with. The towers around them lit up once again, the clap of energy ringing out as the towers around them began to shake. He turned around back toward Mukade, watching as the debris around them slowly made its way toward his body. He was rebuilding himself. The steel and stone of the towers began to fill the large gaps between wood, Mukade's head reforming once again. The amalgamation stood up, its face rearing toward them, a hunter looking at its prey. Don't think I'm done with you yet, boy. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to kill you. It stood up, its many legs digging into the ground beneath it, cracking the stone as it tried to bear its weight. I'm going to let you live, so I can make you into an example for those who defy me. It opened its mouth, purple flames gathering and releasing just a moment later. There was no time to dodge, not with Sakura and the queen next to him. He ran through hand signs and took a deep breath. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The roaring flames clashed, and Sasuke knew that he was going to lose this bout. Thankfully, Sakura needed no guidance, scrambling away with the queen thanks to the time his jutsu had brought. He dropped the technique as soon as she was clear, his leg lashing out with blades of wind that cut through the purple wall of flame rushing toward him. They made him an escape, Sasuke diving through the small opening with a chidori already in hand, clashing with the two blades of steel that slammed into him. He grimaced at its strength, his body sent careening backward but Sasuke kicking off the air, so he didn't go back into the wall of flame. He returned to the ground, looking up at his opponent who had already begun gather another ball of flame in its jaws. He sighed lightly, stretching his muscles before returning to his stance. This was going to be harder than he thought. He screamed, dropping to his knees and slamming a fist into the ground. It was too much. His body burned and ached, despite the medicine that Minato, his father, had given him. Briefly, he thought about how things had gotten here. This was supposed to be a normal mission. Find and eliminate a Rouge ninja, but somehow it had turned into this. He stopped, his harsh breathing filling his ears as his heart pounded rapidly in his chest. He looked up, seeing a gaze of disgust looking back down at him. How pathetic. To think I have to share a name with someone like you. He let the words roll off him, not letting them affect him. But deep down, he knew they had. Sasuke's stories had told him enough, let him realize that the Naruto standing in front of him was some completely different from him. He hated him. At every turn, every low point in his life, the one before him had prevailed where he had failed. He saved Sasuke, had friends that trusted him and treated him like family with the village adoring him for his strength. He was even to become Hokage, his own personal dream. He couldn't shake the feeling that was filling him. Was this despair? Maybe. And Naruto, calm down. Just breath. He felt a hand place itself on his back, his father's. It was supposed to be comforting, but it wasn't. It felt like it burned, and he was filled with shame as it lay there. That was it. Shame. Just what had he been doing all this time? Was all that training, all that work, for nothing? That's why he hated his other self so much. He showed what he could have been, what might have been had he done things differently. All those pranks he pulled, skipping class, all of it was time wasted. He could see his life flashing by, seeing every moment where he failed, every failed attempt at growth and success, and beside each one, he could see how he would prevail. He grit his teeth, calming his breathing and slamming the stone underneath him one last time. He began to stand up, looking him in the eye all the while. He had a passive look, unimpressed with his actions. Are you done yet? He bit back a retort, swallowing as he stood firm on shaking legs. You were right? Oh? About what? He breathed in deep through his nose, noting the pain blossoming in his ribs, the ones that he had broken earlier. About me. You right about me, about everything? He didn't reply, so he kept going, feeling his resolve strengthen. I'm weak, naive and a terrible ninja. You were right, I'm just a fool. He could hear a grunt of amusement from the taller blonde, who simply tilted his head. And so, what? Now that you've had your great epiphany, do you think something is going to change? People like you never do, too stupid to improve and never able to see how to in the first place. He grinned menacingly, seeming to tower over him as he continued. You're stuck as you are, doomed to wander as a hopeless fool dreaming of dreams they can never achieve, and never able to wake from. There is no salvation, Naruto. He lifted his hand, straightening his headband. And that is where you're wrong? He frowned, the grin falling as annoyance graced his features. I'm not going to stay like this, not anymore. You've shown me that I can be better, and that I have to be better, for my friends and the Hidden Leaf. More than that, you've shown me that my dreams can be achieved, just not as I am now. The frown turned into a snarl, the larger man grabbing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. You really don't listen, do you? Try all you want, fight as hard as you want, you will never change. Naruto looked on, unflinching, too determined to be intimidated. Then I'll keep fighting until I do. I won't give up. I swear, I'm going to grow stronger, and one day I'll surpass you. And I don't go back on my word. He almost yelped as he was suddenly dropped, the hand holding him releasing him. He almost fell to the ground before his father caught him. He looked up, seeing the other Naruto begin to walk away. Do what you like, it doesn't matter to me. He couldn't help but grin, the promise of a lifetime settled in his heart. He would grow stronger after this, he had to. No more games, no more playing around. From now on, he would succeed, no matter what it took. He carved the image of his new rivals back into his mind, the pink, lightly burnt feathers of his jacket bouncing softly. That was his goal, to reach that level of strength, in both body and mind. What are you going to do now? Naruto turned to Minato, who was speaking to the taller of his sons. I still have a mission to complete, so I'm going to meet up with my partner. Carry the fool if you want or leave him. Doesn't matter to me. He disappeared a moment later, Minato turning his attention to him. Can you stand on your own? Naruto stammered for a second, before nodding, gathering his feet underneath him and standing. His body was sore, and his ribs still ached, but he felt surprisingly better. Maybe it was because of the 9 tails? He jumped lightly up and down, testing his body. It still hurt, but his legs weren't as shaky as before. He should be able to move with the help of those painkillers, but they would have to go slow. He told Minato, his dad, as such. He nodded, looking off into the distance. Good, we need to get moving. We don't want to be left behind. Minato jumped off at that, Naruto carefully jumping after him, being careful not to tax himself. Daffy tried burning the memories of that encounter in his mind. It didn't work, but it was worth the effort. Naruto was insufferable. Almost as annoying as Straw Hat, but at least he could stand toe-to-toe with him, a fellow king. Whatever, it didn't matter right now. He wanted this mission over with and to return to his timeline. He followed Sasuke's presence, others seeming to be around him. Minato's team, Sakura, the 2 Mukades and someone else. It was strange, why weren't they dead yet? Sasuke should have been able to finish them off easily. In the distance, he could see towers begin to glow, lightning shooting off the cables between into a large cloud of dust. He grimaced, feeling that this was about to become more complicated. He approached the cloud, watching as the cloud of dust was swept away by a fierce wind. He looked onward, frustration filling him. He saw Sasuke, standing in front of Minato's teammates, who were on the ground unconscious. Sakura was tending to them with another girl shaking in fear next to her. Sasuke looked bruised and battered, breathing heavy from exhaustion. Before him, a large construct roared, 2 horned heads atop its body with 4 large, mechanical arms. Chakra ran across its body, like water, and lightning it poured off it in waves, speaking volumes of its strength. Mukade was in there, both of them, and they seemed rather powerful in that body of theirs. Good. He had some frustrations to vent.